from Aqueduct as Green Light Go. He ran one of the fastest miles that we've seen at the meet so far, and he has been good since getting in the barn of Jimmy Jerkins. He's looking for his first stakes win since winning the Saratoga Special, but possibly standing in his way, Waxman. He has finished no worse than second in 5 career starts. He's in search of his first stakes win for Todd Pletcher. Over at Oaklawn, it is Rebel Day, and Secret Oath, she has been sensational in her 2 efforts at the Hot Springs Oval as she looks for a win in the Honeybee, adding to her Kentucky Oaks point. She could earn 50 points today as Newgrange, he doesn't run for any points, but he's looking for 4 wins in a row as he takes on several coming back from the Southwest, as well as some new shooters, Chasing Time and Ethereal Road. As always, we are brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Well, a wintry day here at Aqueduct in South Ozone Park, Queens. Nice little wind outside, but we have sunny skies, and I am Maggie Wolfendale, and please be joined by Naira handicapper extraordinaire Anthony Stabile, the Big A.
Good afternoon, Maggie. What's happening?
Good afternoon, sir. I love the new look.
You
with
like
the hair
you like the
slicked
do?
Back. It's very nice.
I've had a couple of compliments on the do. We got a little gelment going on back to the high school days, but yeah, excited. I'm a little excited today.
I can tell.
Got the Rebel. Getting ready for a big, this kind of opens the floodgates to the Triple Crown Trail, if you will. I know we've had some preps already, but of course next week right here at the Big A, we have the Gotham, the Fountain of Youth down at Gulfstream Park. So it's an exciting time of year. Start to, get the Derby juices flowing. And yeah, a couple of good races today, a couple of great stakes races down at Oaklawn, that Honeybee, and of course the Rebel. And I'm really looking forward to Waxman's stakes debut here at Aqueduct. I'm a fan of this horse, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what he can do, trying to break a 4-way tie for Todd Pletcher, who already has 3 wins in the Stymie.
Well, you can catch all the racing that Anthony just spoke about here on today's show as we will kick it off with the Honeybee. That's a grade 3. Race number 5 at Oaklawn. Then we have the Stymie here, 125,000 on the line over the mile. And at Oaklawn back there for the grade 2 Rebel. Well, Green Light Go, as we mentioned in the open, he was very impressive, winning an A other than by 9 open lengths, just dominating the field from the get-go, Anthony. Now, he was reunited with original trainer Jimmy Jerkins, whom he was the last trainer to get him to win a stake.
Yes, and that was just the second start of his career, the Saratoga Special, the Wayback Machine. Maggie, 2019, here he is taking this 3 other end optional claimer. Last time, you don't see a lot of 3 other ends around these parts, or any parts really anymore. He galloped this day, and at this 1 mile, 1 turn, 1 mile distance, I should say. If he runs back to this race, you would imagine he's going to be very tough. I don't know, I don't remember the reasoning behind this horse leaving Jimmy's barn, but obviously he does his best work in the barn of Jimmy Jerkins, and he's the 6-5 morning line favorite. You know, I was talking about this earlier today with Andy Sterling. I'm not too sure Green Light Go and Waxman aren't going to be a little closer on the tote board when all said and done. Part of the reason I believe that is because I don't know if there's really any other place to go. The quintessential two-horse race, if you ask me.
Yeah, we'll see. And they are posted right next to each other. We'll see. Waxman is a horse that's cutting back in distance, though, and often is one that, like the good old bicycle, you have to keep after. But the ABR race of the week is the Rebel Stakes, as it is a $1 million grade 2 as the morning line favorite. That is the Southwest winner. And Newgrange, he'll break from post number 2 today. And we have some guys on the scene out there in Hot Springs. Gary Stevens, our resident Hall of Famer, is joined by Lafitte Pinkai. And guys, what a day do they have lined up there at Oaklawn.
I'm still trying to get over what happened in Saudi. Like, did that just happen?
It did.
114 to
Yes.
1 shot just win a $20 million horse race?
My man, Wickberto Ramos got the money.
Might be that kind of afternoon for the stakes forthcoming. Here, we're exactly 70 days until the 148th running of the Kentucky Derby. And this Rebel could go a long way in determining what part of that field might look like. Part of the story, the weather. It's currently in the low 30s. There is some rain incoming. The question, will it arrive pre-Rebel or after the Rebel. And then the other story is the favorite in New Grange, Gary, back from California, the Southwest winner. How good of a Derby prospect do you think he is?
Well, he's a very good horse. He won the Southwest and did not handle the racetrack, according to John Velasquez. Went back home, trained in California, worked out in 58-3. Bob was not even going to send him back. I talked to Bob yesterday. He said the horse worked so well, he's going to come back. Track is different today than it was for the Southwest, so hopefully he enjoys it, and we'll get to see exactly how good New Grange is.
You mentioned Bob Baffert. Here is the latest. On Monday, Medina Spirit was disqualified from his victory in last spring's Kentucky Derby by the Kentucky stewards for a medication violation. For Baffert, his record 7th Derby win vacated, 90-day suspension. Baffert and his attorneys have already appealed the ruling. And this is not to be confused with the 2-year suspension Baffert is already serving from Churchill Downs. Remember, he can't run horses at Churchill Properties, enter horses in the next 2 Kentucky Derbies, nor can Baffert-trained horses earn points in Kentucky Derby qualifying races. Should New Grange win today, it would be the 3rd Derby qualifier he would have won with 0 points to show for it. So a big story surrounding the favorite for today's Rebel Stakes, Gary. Then about 3 hours earlier, we have a key stepping stone towards the Kentucky Oaks, most prestigious race in the country for 3-year-old fillies, the Honeybee, and all eyes on Secret Oath.
Yeah, and Secret Oath, she won the Martha Washington, her last race, so impressively for Wayne Lucas. Big, long, rangy filly that has instant acceleration when called upon. Finished up, won in a laugher, and she looks the best on paper today, and we'll see if she can take that step forward, earn some points for the Oaks today.
Trained by legendary Hall of Famer D. Wayne Lucas, he trained her mother absent-minded to a trio of stakes wins here at Oaklawn, and says Secret Oath is better, a very special filly, quote-unquote. And Lucas would know. All he's done is train a record equaling 5 Honeybee winners, 4 Kentucky Oaks winners, and 6 3-year-old filly champions. Simply astounding. Field for the Honeybee, 6 deep. Very similar like the Rebel. Mile and a 16th, 85 Oaks points available, 50 to the winner, $300,000 purse. Post 3 for Secret Oath, 3-2 on the morning line. Guys, really looking forward to these 2 races as the road continues to heat up towards the Kentucky Oaks and Kentucky Derby. Post time for the Rebel around 6:20 Eastern.
Guys, thank you so much. We'll be checking in with Gary and Lafitte throughout the day, but we start things off here at Aqueduct with the second, and we'll bring you the full card from Oaklawn. Don't forget those feature races. The Honeybee and the Rebel go as races number 5 and 11. If you want to play today's races, make sure you do so with the only way to bet. That is the Naira Bets account. As always, you can earn a $200 deposit match bonus if you are a new member with promo code BONUS200. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with your Naira Bets account. We'll kick off the live action here, Anthony, with the first race from Oaklawn as they are on the track there with 2 minutes to post. It's a maiden special weight going the 6 furlongs, 9-5 versus 2-1 on the 4 and 5 in here. Little Mambo, she is one that should show some early speed.
Yeah, I think the public found the right 2 horses in here, Mega. They exit that January 23rd maiden event won by Hot and Sultry. Hardy Constitution, number 5, was your slight favorite right now, broke from the rail that day. It was her debut, 10-horse field. I thought she ran really, really well. I'm not surprised she's favored over Little Mambo today. The race under her belt now, whereas this was Little Mambo's second start. The post relief to the better draw to the middle of the pack as opposed to the inside. I'm not surprised they're the 2 favorites. I'm not surprised Hardy Constitution's a shorter price, and I would imagine Hardy Constitution's going to improve off of that first race. I think she can turn the tables today.
Daughter of the very talented and consistently stakes-producing sire, Hardy Constitution. They were both beaten by Hot and Sultry that day, who did wire the field. You're taking a look, though, at Little Mambo, who will make her 3rd career start here for trainer Phil Bauer. Now, she hasn't necessarily gotten to the lead in those first 2 efforts, Anthony, but drawn a little bit more inside of her main competition, you would have to think they're going with her, right? And she is being ridden by the white-hot rider, Francisco Arrieta.
Yeah, I would imagine that Arrieta's going to put her on the front end today. A lot of the other fillies who have run in here haven't shown much speed. The work tabs for the 1 out for a run, the 2 devious. They're not blazing fast. even the number 6 Gypsy Reward that covers all of the debut runners in here. You haven't seen too much in the morning by way of, as far as speed goes. And again, we're just looking at work tabs, but it doesn't look like any of them have pedal to the metal kind of speed. So yeah, you would imagine she'd be in front. But again, Hardy Constitution, rail, debut last time. You would imagine, right, Maggie, that she's going to just naturally have some more speed this afternoon.
Absolutely. She was so professional, I thought, in that debut, just to be racing down on the inside. You often will see horses at Oaklawn not necessarily that comfortable down there, because you do get a lot of forwardly placed horses, and they do tend to take a lot of kind of that pressure from the outside. You know, they're not, as you mentioned, the firster's not taking much money, but I think we'd be remiss not to mention the pedigree, at least, on the one horse in here, Out for a Run. While the Dam was a very good turf horse, she is half Out for a Run to Warren's Veneta, who was a multiple graded stakes winner, won the Grade 1 Santa Margarita. So there's some pedigree, but possibly pedigree to go a bit further than this.
Looks like a little long, like you said, some turf there as well. And they're all kind of quiet on the tote board as well,
I mean, yeah, for Steve Asmussen firster. I know ridden by Christian Torres, but to be 21-1 says wait and see.
The 3 firsters in here are 21, 18, and 21-1.
Yeah.
The next longest shot on the board is at 13. So, yeah, that's kind of telling you. Like I said, I think the public got the wagering right here, and I think Hardy Constitution turns the tables today. And
they are saying that the other Steve Asmussen runner is not very live on the board either, does exit a fairly slow maiden special weight down at the fairgrounds, and she just really couldn't finish up in the last 8th. But they are heading in line to kick off Rebel Day at Oaklawn Park. Vic Stauffer will have your call of this 6 furlong maiden special weight.
They're at the post. They're off. Devious and Little Mambo break well. Airy Oakley and Hardy Constitution. Then Firewolves, Threeves Company, and Out for a Run. And the trailer is Gypsy Reward. Up the backstretch, Devious, a first-time starter, is very fast. Devious leads by 2.5 lengths from Little Mambo in second. Airy Oakley and Hardy Constitution, who's moved 3 wide. Then comes Out for a Run at the rail, 5th and about 4 from the front, a length in front of Threeves Company. Firewolves has 7 lengths to make up, and she's a length in front of Gypsy Reward as they round the far turn, and Devious is still the leader with Little Mambo a closer second. Devious 3/4 of a length to Little Mambo in second. Airy Oakley moves through and takes third. Hardy Constitution will be 4 wide all the way around the far turn. She's much the best if she gets the money. Little Mambo and Devious at the top of the stretch. Airy Oakley threatens to run a big one. Hardy Constitution in the center. Little Mambo and Hardy Constitution, and these two will now match strides. Hardy Constitution a neck in front. Little Mambo is running her best, but Hardy Constitution is best. Let there be no doubt who's the best in the opener. Hardy Constitution. Hardy Constitution beat Little Mambo by better than 2. Airy Oakley was 3rd. Maybe Threeves Company for 4th.
And she was much the best, as you heard Vic Stauffer say. Hardy Constitution, she kind of took a little hesitation out of the gate, and Martin Garcia had to kind of reroute her a bit and found himself on the way outside turning for home.
Perfectly said, Maggie. You know, it's funny, you worry about the rail in the debut. She broke perfectly first time out, and then today, middle of the pack, he really had to get after her too. You know, he kind of tried to jack her out of that once she didn't break well.
And she kind of lost her footing.
Yeah, she kind of like, almost like lost her wits about her.
Yeah.
But once she got her feet underneath her proverbially, this thing was over, because she was wide. She took the worst of it the whole time, and she galloped when all was said and done.
That she did here today for Joe Sharp, as we'll bring you official prices from the opener at Oaklawn. We'll also bring you more on race number 2 here from Aqueduct. It's mandatory. He kicks off the pick 4 here at Aqueduct.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of emerging sire of sires, Dubois, standing in Kentucky. His picture-perfect pedigree includes 10 Grade 1 winners under the first 3 dams. Dubois and his sons and grandsons at stud have established stars on both turf and dirt. Now his first foals have arrived. de Marchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races, Rebel Day, as we are always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with your Naira Bets account. And two, if you want to follow along with all of the action today, make sure you head over to naira.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs, Equibase PPs, and get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races on our card. Back here at Aqueduct, claiming 14, non-3 life, going the mile, one-term mile. And we kick things off with the 3-to-1. It's mandatory.
Yeah, 2 for 31 in his life. 2 starts back behind repeat winner. There's a Storm Bruin. He ran a good second. He should be okay today.
Jacoba just went by. Number 3 is Spectatorless Speed.
Speed, second, first time off a 2-month layoff.
Forever Wicked will go to the barn of Cleveland Johnson.
Not sure where that race came from last time, but if he repeats it, he'll be right on the money this afternoon.
Off a bit of a break, and the claim is Profusion.
Yeah, 3 months away, back in for the bottom 3 life now. Lots to like, but I think there are a couple of red flags too, Maggie.
All right, some blinkers going on here. 56 to 1 shot, Respect for All.
Yeah, giant price on this horse. We'll see if he can, if the blinkers help him.
Oh, respect. Number 7 is Scotty. He's first off the claim, too, for Greg DePrima.
If you're looking for a little bit of a price in here, you could do worse than him at 9-1.
La Jolla Road going out for Gustavo Rodriguez.
Overall, just kept better company. First time off the Gustavo Rodriguez claim. He's the pick.
All right. And number 9 in here is Kid Chocolate.
Second,
I could use some chocolate right now.
Second in well, we could work on that. Second
right.
in the 3-horse field last time out. We'll see if he improves. Maybe the wet track helped him a little bit last time. Back on dry land today. Easy for me to say.
3-horse race last time. Dead Rail as well. Back on February 4th. But welcoming in the 5th member of our team, former champion jockey Richard Migliori. He is standing by in the sunshine trackside.
It's a beautiful day. It's a little warmer than I thought it was going to be, Maggie. I might even lose the overcoat at some stage here. I think it's a very competitive lower-level claiming race here. We'll start with the 5 Profusion. Comes from the Linda Rice barn, a good barn. Horse makes a lot of sense. He looked good in a physical perspective in the paddock. Warmed up nicely, galloped off. I thought he made a fine appearance as your favorite. Horse that's a bit more of a price, and I do believe he'll outrun his odds, is the 7 Scotty. This is a horse that competed steadily through October, November, December, was claimed by Greg DePrima. Got a bit of a freshening. Sometimes these old warriors barriers, get a little bit of a chance to get some rest. He certainly filled out. He put on a little bit of weight, and I think Scotty will definitely have an improved effort here. And then Lakoya Road, the 8-horse, he's my pick. I liked everything I saw about him in the paddock, and he continued to impress me on the racetrack. He left the pony, good extension on his trot, liked the way he galloped off, great energy level. So I'm with Anthony from a physical perspective, Lakoya Road, and he also makes some sense, certainly on paper.
Well, just to pile it all on, I thought he was pretty interesting too. A horse that I've always liked and have been interested in, he was bred to be nicer than this level, as he is a half-brother to Tom's d'Etat. But going first time out here for Gustavo Rodriguez, there's some meaning in that.
I don't disagree. Yeah, I've always kind of liked this horse as well. I'm assuming he's going to go to a new home for the. Boy, he's been very popular at the claim box,
Yeah.
Maggie. The last 7 months, he's changed hands 4 times, and I would imagine it's going to happen again today, down at the bottom level here. Yeah, Gustavo's done a good job since going out on his own 6, 7, 8 months ago. Won the last race here yesterday with Easy Shot, and this horse is a square price. And again, when you look at him, his body work compared to Profusion's, he's a little bit more consistent, whereas I think you can question where did that effort from Profusion come from last time?
That was a huge jump up on this Beyer speed scale. Now, Linda claimed him that day, and we haven't seen him now for nearly 3 months, or actually 3 months to the day. Though, Linda has good moves with this, good numbers with this move. 2 to 4 month layoff first off the claim on the dirt. She's 13 for 48, so that's 27%. Now, not the strongest ROI, but it's typically because they are the yellow number on the board.
Correct. But part of the other problem with him is not only has he been gone the 3 months, her barn is not as
Very
hot
true.
as it's been in past winters here at the Big A. So I think that's something that you got to certainly include into this equation.
All right. Well, we do see one of the possible speed horses moving in there with a spectator list. Meg said, keep your eye on number 7, Scotty, first off the Greg DePrima claim. Make some noise as a price, but both gentlemen going on Lakoya Road here to kick off pick 4 in race number 2. John and Real has your call.
And they're all in. And they're off. Profusion right out for the early lead. Respect for All came away racing in second. Now the gray spectatorless moves up from the rail. So it's 3 of them across for the lead. With Lakoya Road racing in 4th. Kid Chocolate's on the outside in 5th. It's 4 lengths. Back to Scotty, along with Forever Wicked, then Jacoba, and trailing the field, it's Mandatory in 9th. They head up the backstretch. Spectatorless leads here by 3/4 of a length. The quarter, 23 2/5 seconds. Respect for All is on the outside of Profusion. Those two are right together, 2nd and 3rd, just off of Spectatorless. Then 5 lengths. Back to Lakoya Road, who's racing in 4th. It's another 4 or 5 to a Kid Chocolate, who advances on the outside into 5th. Then comes Scotty, followed by Forever Wicked, and at the back, Jacoba, and it's Mandatory. Half mile, 46 3/5 seconds. Spectatorless by a neck. Profusion's in between horses. Respect for All's on the outside as Lakoya Road continues to gain ground from 4th. Lakoya Road will be widest of all as they come for the top of the stretch. It is still Spectatorless, now challenged by Profusion. And the 2 of them come off the turn and into the stretch together. Profusion on the outside, Spectatorless down towards the rail. Lakoya Road is next in 3rd as Respect for All drops out of it. It's Mandatory is gaining ground and has now moved up into 4th as they come down for the 16th pole. Spectatorless, a tough customer on the inside. Profusion right there. Lakoya Road, one last charge on the outside. Here's Lakoya Road to win it. Lakoya Road over Spectatorless, Profusion, and the late closing, it's Mandatory.
Well, Anthony, for about the entire mile, except the last 16th, it looked like Spectatorless was going to hold on. And then finally, under some serious urging from Manny Franco, Lakoya Road grinds out win number 3 of his career.
Left-handed urging from Manny, right-handing right-handed urging from the Big A trying to get this one by spectatorless the last 16th of a mile. Yeah, trying to lug in early on in the stretch, right, Maggie? Even past the 8th pole, you see this horse he's just got a little bit of a penchant to try to get in, and man, he just did a good job. He's so strong. Look at him finish up here.
He is strong.
And he gets the job done. Lasts 50, 60 yards, able to win. The spectatorless ran the proverbial eyeballs out, right? Just kept on going, took pressure from the bell, and was an unfortunate loser today at a pretty good price. Jose Gomez, Bug Boy, kept this horse together the last 16th of a mile to hold on to the place money. He did a good job. Both horses ran well.
Jose continuing to impress. He will not have that 7-pound weight allowance too much longer, you would have to think, but it was all about La Jolla Road today. First off the claim for trainer Gustavo Rodriguez. We'll see if he headed home to somebody else's barn once again. We'll also have some official prices for you as well on the other side of this break. Stick with us. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome back. Thanks for joining us here on our program on Fox Sports 2. America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part each and every race day by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Hardy Constitution, Joe Sharp, there to see her breaker maiden in start number 2 with Martine Garcia aboard. And this daughter of Constitution, she, as we like to say, proverbially ran the best race of all.
Yeah, and you know what, Maggie, between the start and even, you know, the education she got on the far turn, being widest of all, still learning. She might be okay. I liked her effort first time out. She improved like we thought she would, and I think she might be okay. She might be a filly with a future.
I couldn't agree with you more, as Hardy Constitution returns 640 as your second choice in front of Little Mambo, 3-2. It was all about these two going in and all about them coming out. Well, they just kick off. They tip the iceberg on what promises to be a great Rebel Day out at Oaklawn. But if you were watching earlier, you heard our two guys out there, Lafitte Pinkai and Gary Stevens, mention that it's very cold. And last time that we saw Newgrange winning the Southwest, it was a very workmanlike victory in which Hall of Famer John Velasquez told Gary Stevens he struggled with the track. Guys, how's the track today?
Maggie, it was a common theme exiting the Southwest. Several jockeys and trainers saying the same thing about the racetrack, saying it was loose and cuppy. And it's not like it was just from one guy making an excuse. This was from winners and losers. Gary Stevens, you were on the track that day. You told us the race was going to be run on that kind of surface. You're standing on it now. What does the surface feel like today?
A lot different than it did for the Southwest. I spoke to Ramon Vasquez after this first race, also with Tyler Gaffleon. They both said the same thing. It's perfect. Fast racetrack. It feels like good footing. I've got my toe about, probably a quarter of an inch into the ground right now. They're getting a good grip, no slide. And it's a different racetrack than it was for the Southwest, Lafitte.
And this could impact several different horses. Remember, Dash Attack, David Cohen, his jockey, said track was loose and cuppy. He didn't handle it. Ethereal Road ran about an hour after the Southwest. He really handled that type of surface. So how does he perform on this afternoon? And even John Velasquez on Newgrange, Gary, he told you after the race that he won the race despite the fact he didn't handle the track. So doesn't he deserve extra credit for that effort?
Absolutely. I think you've definitely got to give him bonus points for that victory on a track that he didn't handle. I've ridden a lot of horses before that were really spinning their wheels. He was spinning his wheels going into the far turn. I'd written him off. I didn't think he had a chance. And Johnny pursued with him, carried on, and he was able to get the job done anyway. He's gone back to California, worked well. He's getting the surface. I think he's going to enjoy a lot better today.
Maggie, it's the excuse horse players and racing fans instinctively roll their eyes at, that the horse didn't like the track. But in this particular case, there might be something to it.
And guys, it does. It looks fast and tight out there today. So we'll be looking. Can Newgrange keep things rolling and get his 4th career win in that many starts as well? But to start things off here with our live coverage from Aqueduct, Lacoya Road, Anthony, you and Richard Migliori's selection here got the right kind of setup, the 3-way pace stool. Though the speed horse almost held on here.
Yeah, it took advantage of the 3-ply challenge on the front end, and spectators, you see the gray on the inside giving it his all and not really going away. But Lacoya Road just comes and grabs him the last 50 yards to get the job done at 2-1.
And Manny Franco up in the irons. Now, don't forget that our pick 6 does start in race number 4. But we are rolling along with this early pick 5 spectator list, 12-1. So decent exact there for $1.835 officially at Aqueduct. Horses are in the paddock for today's second race at Oaklawn Park. It is a claiming 12.5 mile and a 16th on always the main track. I always want to say that there. But we will have more to come here on America's Day at the races for this Rebel Day. Stay tuned.
With 5 champions, 70-plus stakes winners, there is arguably no better proven stallion value than Sky Mesa. Among his leading progeny is Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes winner, Perfect Alibi.
Perfect Alibi runs it home.
Sky Mesa has a higher percentage of black-type horses to starters than More Than Ready, Malibu Moon, Kitten's Joy, Hard Spun, Candy Ride, and Street Sense.
Spinaway.
Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Maggie Wolfenau, Anthony Stabile, Richard Migliori, and out at Oaklawn, Lafitte Pinkeye and Gary Stevens as horses are on the track for today's second race at Oaklawn. This does kick off a 50-cent pick 4, and it is going the mile and 16th, and we'll start things off with a post parade, a horse that used to run around these parts here on the NYRA circuit, First Line.
Yes, the note is Kentucky Derby horse is in for 12-5 this afternoon at Oaklawn Park. I don't like this horse today, Maggie, dropping down again.
Was DQ'd from purse money after a positive, as number 2 is River Cactus.
You're going to need to improve off his local debut last time out for a barn that's won a couple of races at the meet.
Let's get a little class relief here, though, as number 3, Jack's Advantage. He has a little early speed.
Yeah, first off the claim for a barn looking to get their first win down in Hot Springs this season.
Former assistant to Robertino Diodoro, Aiden Green, but number 4, Moliere. Speaking of the aforementioned Diodoro.
You're a 2-1 favorite in here. Another one taking a big drop. Another one I really don't care for in this heat.
Ooh, I like it. We're finding a price. First off the claim for Tom Vance is Casanova.
Yeah, this horse was out of a conditioned claiming race last time. Just has no speed early on. Going to need to make up some ground late.
You a barefoot bootlegger?
I'm not a barefoot bootlegger, no. I don't like my feet. They carry around a lot of weight. This horse coming off a 3-month layoff.
Yes, we'll have to run faster than he has at number 7, Andreas.
Yeah, this horse is a little interesting. Ran okay in the slop last time out. It's claimed from a barn whose runners have, almost half of the runners have hit the board at the meet so far, and it's a big price at 21-1.
It does take a step up in class, though, as another one that we're familiar with here is number 8, Mr. Dougie Fresh, the now 8-year-old.
Certainly looked like he was given the race last time in the sprint. Now he stretches back out. He gets claimed by a barn that does well off the claim. He's the pick.
He's going to show some speed, too, as number 9, Scratch. Number 10 is Indian Gulch. Tom Vanberg sends this one out.
Well, last time this horse had his win picture taken, he ran 2 miles at Mountaineer in West Virginia. Did not do well on the Turfway Park all-weather last time out.
Ran the same figure, though, that he did in that 2. I don't know how the buyer guys make figures for 2-mile races. Great. I think it went like 10 seconds slower than what the track record was for 2 miles.
It's fantastic.
But the horse that ran second to him did come back and win with a 69. You got to wonder, though, looking at that form, does a mile and a 16th end up being too short for him?
Right, yeah. 2 miles. Well, he did win going a mile and 70.
Yeah. Well, taking a look at your current 2-1 favorite, that is Moliere in here. You mentioned you don't like him. He does get some serious class relief. This is the cheapest that he has ever run in his career. And Diodoro, on a 50% drop with dirt routers, is 44 for 119. That's 37%.
It's a high percentage. This is a horse a lot like the horse who was outside Casanova. These are horses, they don't have any speed. And sure, there are going to be days where that's not going to be that troublesome. But I would imagine you'd want to have a little speed from what we saw in the first race today. Speed held pretty well, even though the filly that won was just off the pace. But, I mean, the rest of the speed held pretty well. This horse is just his last 2, he was claimed for 30, and then he was given the 6 weeks off. He ran fresh at the meet. He did not run well at all against Caddo River. You could say, well, he ran against Caddo River. His last 2 short comments in the racing form are remained back and never involved. You want to bet a horse like that at 2-1? By all means, have at it. Go to your NYRA Bets account and fire away. I will not be taking that horse at 2-1. And First Line at 5-2. Now, it's a little deceiving, right? After what Lafitte and Gary talked about that racetrack really being more, certainly sounded to me, tell me if I'm wrong, it sounded like it was a fast track down there, right?
Yeah, tight.
This horse was 3 for 7 on wet tracks. I know he has an 85 buyer figure on a fast track. His better races have come on wet tracks.
Yep.
That track says good. That's not really a wet track down there today. So he's another one who is going to beat me.
All right, First Line, Anthony against him as he is your 3-1 second choice. Now, do you like Mr. Dougie Fresh, who is taking some money at 7-2 from his 10-1 morning line? The thing is, though, is while Chris Hartman, he's a high percentage trainer wherever he is, weirdly with this move, first start after the claim with a 50% hike in claiming tag, he's only 9 for 61. And while that's 15%, okay, that's typically fine for many trainers. when you're consistently in the mid-20s at a winning percentage, it's actually a negative.
Sure. I don't disagree with that. I will say this. This is a horse who has a ton of back class, right? He's an old, hard-knocking 8-year-old. We've seen him around these parts for many, many years. I remember watching him run last time and saying to myself, he drew the rail. He was 3-2 last time, and he was the first toss in the race because it certainly looked like he was just going to use that race as a jumping-off point. Now, he has the sprint under his belt. He's going to go back out to the mile and a 16th. There's not a ton of other speed in here. I would imagine that Francisco Arrieta, who you mentioned is riding really well right now, puts him on the Bill Daly today, and hopefully he can just keep on going.
And the last time we saw him at a 2-turn mile at Santa Anita in October, he won. So it's not like we're stretching him here at the mile and a 16th. Go back to his very early form, and he was running very well against much tougher company at these route distances.
He's one on the turf routing as well, so the distance doesn't bother me. I'm hoping he's on the lead. If somebody inside of him wants to go, I would imagine Arrieta will be content to just sit off of them, but he'll be forward in a race where I think his main competition are just on the wrong side of the mountain right now, and I'll try and take advantage of that. He was 3-1, I believe, when we last checked the tote board.
Cool 8-year-old making start number 41 and looking for win number 8 here in race number 2 at Oaklawn as we get it up to Vic Stauffer with your call.
They're at the post. They're off. Jack's Advantage breaks very well. So does Mr. Dougie Fresh. Moliere close up. Indian Gulch and First Line are next. Then Barefoot Bootlegger and River Cactus with Casanova. And the trailer is Andreas. It is Jack's Advantage at the clubhouse turn, and he leads from Mr. Dougie Fresh by a length and a half. First Line is at the rail. Moliere just outside of him. They're together 3rd and 4th and about 2.5 off the lead. Then comes a hard-ridden Indian Gulch. He's 5th with about 4 lengths to make up. Barefoot Bootlegger and Casanova inside of him. River Cactus is 2nd to last. He's got about 6 lengths to make up, and he's 2 in front of the trailer Andreas as they head up the backstretch. River Cactus, Jack's Advantage is the leader. It is Jack's Advantage, a neck in front of Mr. Dougie Fresh in 2nd. Then comes Moliere. He's clearly 3rd now and 2 from the front with First Line between horses and Casanova at the rail. Indian Gulch is still 6th with about 5 lengths to make up. He's a length in front of Barefoot Bootlegger and River Cactus. Andreas has trailed throughout, and we have a new leader leaving the backstretch. Mr. Dougie Fresh has taken it over. Moliere is moving nicely on the outside. He's about to move into 2nd, and he hasn't been asked to run yet. Then comes Indian Gulch, 3 wide, and he's on the move. Here's Indian Gulch for Santana. Next comes First Line between horses. New leader, top of the stretch. Moliere has taken it over. It is Moliere, a neck in front of Indian Gulch in 2nd. 2.5 to First Line in 3rd. Barefoot Bootlegger and Indian Gulch and Moliere are matching strides. First Line is finishing nicely from the inside, and First Line's got a chance as well. Indian Gulch, First Line, Moliere, these 3. First Line with the strongest strides. At the rail, Casanova emerges. First Line, Casanova, First Line in front. First Line beat Casanova. Moliere was 3rd, Indian Gulch 4th.
First Line, first off the claim here for Jerry Hollendorfer. Manages to split horses, worked out a nice trip beneath Christian Torres.
We talked about this last Saturday, Maggie. Christian Torres does a really good job.
He does.
Down at Oaklawn Park, and he gave this horse a tremendous ride today. While the other horses, Moliere, Indian Gulch, Mr. Dougie Fresh, did not save a lot of ground. He was able to save some ground. And it turned out to be the difference maker in here because once he beat the other 2 by 2-3 lengths, Casanova got a good ride as well. And again, you see Casanova laid up against the fence. So the horses that saved some ground, able to get the job done. The horses that were kind of in the outside paths. I'm not saying we saw the winner of the first come down the center. But that certainly, going to 2 turns, that certainly helped their cause today at the bottom level claiming race.
Sometimes it's all about mathematics and circumference. When you have to go 2 turns, it's best to save ground. And 2, he did benefit from a little bit of a pace collapse here as well.
He did. Yeah, there was a lot of movement on the front end and a lot of lead changes.
There's our very colorful parking garage here at the Big A. Race number 3 is coming up soon here. We have horses in the paddock. We'll see a scratch here of number 1, Big Brown Shoes, to take out some of the speed. And boy, talk about a wide open board, Anthony.
Yeah, this race figured to be a wide open affair on the tote board. Not surprising. The favorites 5-2. There's 2 5-2 shots, 2 7-2 shots, and a couple of 7-1. 3 pair. That only wins in Canada, they say, at this poker table.
Well, they are making the Cobbler just a second-time starter your favorite for Danny Gargan here.
A little strange, right? I would have imagined this horse was going to be a shorter price off of the debut win. Because, again, if you assume a little improvement second time out, this horse would be really, really tough this afternoon based on his debut. But he's quiet on the tote board at that price.
He ran really well. He was very professional. He does get an extra furlong to work with here, going the 6.5. And Brew Pub, who finished behind him that day, has done nothing but win. He won his next start, finally breaking his maiden, and he's one of those horses where the light bulb went off, and then he won the other then, earning an 80 in the subsequent start. So it's not like when you went into that race, you thought it may be a little bit suspect, but at least Brew Pub has come back and is really in good form.
0 for 19 going into that race when the Cobbler beat him. Came out of it now. He's 2 for 21. And there were a couple of really good efforts that he got a couple of good trips, but he still got the job done.
Kick off a post braid here with number 2 a long, long time ago. Obviously a son of McLean's Music, first time gelding.
First start for Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen. Hasn't seen the starter for 9.5 months.
Taco Bean. Taking money at 7-1?
Yeah, maybe Mike Luzzi tries to put this one on the front end like he did 3 starts back when he popped at 60-1.
There is your 2-1 favorite, Manny Franco, looking to go back-to-back.
He's favored by a long way in the double and the pick 3 ending in this race, and now the money's starting to come in on the win end as well.
Can 40 Comets get back to his races 2 and 3 back, or is he a wet track horse?
He was terrible last time, but we'll see if Jose Lezcano can get him out of the gate today. Maybe that'll help his cause.
All right, there's number 6, Johnny Fontaine. He's one that really does prefer a wet track.
Yes, he would have preferred this to be a little bit more like yesterday's racetrack here, as opposed to today where it's drying out. It's dried out tremendously.
I thought Reggae Music Man had a look to him based upon his last effort, a track that maybe wasn't the kindest to inside speed, and he was down on the rail.
He gets the outside draw today. He won't be on the front end. He gets Jose Gomez in the saddle, his 3rd start with blinkers. Maybe he's acclimated now. He's interesting at a decent price.
He is interesting. I've always liked him, too.
Me too.
So we'll see what Reggae Music Man seems as though he's one that is rounding a bit more back into form. And we'll check in with the MIG, who's standing by for his thoughts here on race number 3 at the Big A.
I'm trying to hang on to my papers here, Maggie. A little bit of a breeze. Let's start with the 5-horse 40 Comets. He, to me, shows more energy level than I saw from him last time. I thought he was a little too quiet last time. I liked the way he perked up, especially when on the racetrack. A little bit more energy, a little bit more bounce in his step. I think he just was flat last time, and I think he'll improve today, 40 Comets. The 6-horse, Johnny Fontaine, well, ultimately, he's going to be my top choice because I could not get past how good he looked from a physical perspective in the paddock. Loved his energy level when he hit the racetrack. And, let's see if he's got that olive oil voice. Johnny Fontaine at 9-1 will be my top selection. And the 7, Reggae Music Man, son of McLean's Music. We've got McLean's Music's bookending the field, the cleverly named long time ago, the 2-horse down on the inside from the Steve Asmussen barn, but Reggae Music Man from Pat Reynolds' barn, the outside draw, 7-pound apprentice. You get a 7-pound break in the weights. You get to 116, and from a physical perspective, looks great. He's coming back on a short turnaround around February 13th, but he's carrying his weight really well, and it's been my experience when I see a horse coming back on short rest that they carry their weight so well and they're still filled out, they're not tucked up at all. Those horses usually run good with a quick turnaround. So I think the 7, Reggae Music Man, certainly deserves a long, hard look.
Meg, I tend to look the same way, and if we still have you, I just want to get your thoughts quickly on a long time ago, who, you talk about the short rest with Reggae Music Man, we have not seen him since early May.
Yeah, a horse that broke his maiden, so he showed precocity. But to be honest with you, I would have liked to see a little bit more maturation from him. It just didn't seem like he really filled out a lot and, kind of got bigger and stronger as he's gotten a bit older, Maggie.
Okay, he was always a bit of a lighter framed horse back then, too. And You know, it's funny. The Asmussen barn does not have good numbers with this. First start after a trainer change, off of the 6-month-plus layoff on the dirt, 15% overall, and it's a very small sample, but here at Naira, 0 for 5.
Yeah, I appreciate both of you just knocking my top pick to oblivion.
Sorry.
It's okay. You know, this horse ran well on his debut on a track that had some moisture in it, much like today. And I'm hoping that first time for Steve Asmussen, this horse who, you know, excellent timing and perfect munnings. He ran against Winner's Laugh when he was last seen, who's okay. I don't know. I just felt like he was a little bit of a fresh face in here. And if he runs as well as he did in his debut off the layoff, even though the Asmussen barn does not have great numbers, I would imagine this horse is going to get a piece of this today.
Okay, and he did beat Reggae Music Man in that debut race in which he won. We just saw Taco Bean going into line, and we still see the Cobbler, son of Verrazano, looking to go 2 for 2 in his young career. He just moved in there with Manny Franco, looking to get another winner on this card, as we'll send it up to John Embrial with the call here of race number 3 for the Big A.
And Reggae Music Man. In the gate for the third. And they're off. Reggae Music Man and Johnny Fontaine, those two, go out for the early lead. As the Cobbler now moves up on the outside, Taco Bean is in between horses. A long, long time ago is down at the rail. And 40 Comets is the trailer in 6. They move up the backstretch. Reggae Music Man by a head. Johnny Fontaine on the inside is right there in second. And just off them is the Cobbler, who's racing in third. A long, long time ago, down at the rail in fourth. The quarter went in 22 and 4. Taco Bean is fifth, and then it's a break of 3.5, 4 lengths back to 40 Comets, who is the trailer. They go around the far turn. Reggae Music Man on the outside and Johnny Fontaine down at the rail. The two of them remain heads apart for the lead. It is Reggae Music Man now getting away from Johnny Fontaine. Reggae Music Man opens up by 2.5 lengths. Ran the half in 45 and 2/5 seconds. Reggae Music Man by 4. Johnny Fontaine running in second and farther back. It's a long, long time ago. Taco Bean, 40 Comets on the far outside. Reggae Music Man pouring it on here in the stretch. Reggae Music Man dances home here to win by a half dozen lengths. 40 Comets was second, and then close for third a long, long time ago in Taco Bean.
Reggae Music Man, he was very good today. Unfortunately, we did see Johnny Fontaine go wrong in the lane. We'll try to bring you an update with regards to him. But Reggae Music Man, Jose Gomez, used that early speed, and this horse was sharp coming off the short rest.
It was weird, right, Maggie? It was like everybody left the gate and nobody really wanted the lead, so Jose just said, okay, I'll take it, and was able to get the job done at 5-2.
Continue to be impressed with Jose Gomez, but impressed with the Saudi Cup winner from just a few hours ago, the local horse, Emblem Road. He's American bred, but Saudi owned and trained, as he pulled off the 114-1 upset in the richest horse race. More on that coming up on America's Day at the Races.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York Horse Racing.
Run Happy, the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. Run Happy is represented by Smile Happy, the Kentucky Derby individual future pool favorite. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful. Call Bernie Sams now and book your mare to Eclipse champion Run Happy right now. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Well, we just saw Reggae Music Man pull off a mild upset here in race number 3 at Aqueduct, but just a little over an hour and a half ago, you saw this year's winner of the Saudi Cup, Anthony. And it was a shocker, to say the least.
Yes, Reggae Music Man was 5-2. Emblem Road was not. He was about 110 points higher or so on the tote board. Here he is storming down the center of the track under Wiggy Ramos at 114-1. That's $230 if you are terrible at math like I am. I wrote it down. I mean, unbelievable. I mean, what else can you say? You see the local horse get the job done. And there he is, and I mean they're going to be celebrating in Riyadh this evening, I would imagine.
A horse that is now 7 for 9 in his career, which is astonishing. All of his races there in Saudi Arabia, and he is an American-bred horse by Quality Road out of the Bernardini mare Venturini, and I mean. It was a little bit of a shocker. We saw no-show performances from Mandaloon, from Mishrif, Marshall Lorraine. She kind of ranged up slightly. Midnight Bourbon. You know, he's a talented horse, but don't you think, I think it's been confirmed that he feels like one that does like to hang on other horses.
Yeah, he just wants to get pieces of the pie. And listen, when you're running in $20 million races, you get third-place money. You're going to make plenty of money. You're not going to get your picture taken too often, but you're going to make plenty of money. You feel like of the Americans, he probably ran best. I know Country Grammar beat him for second, but Midnight Bourbon actually made a run to the lead, turning for home, and actually got himself into contention. He just kind of, like you said, man, he just kind of like waits around for everybody else.
He just sat on Country Grammar, who he was coming off of a long layoff, so he ran a respectable second, don't get me wrong, and almost won, and was attending the pace as well that seemed to just evaporate turning for home.
Horses like Midnight Bourbon have to be the most frustrating horses to be around because you know there's an immense amount of talent there. You cannot train that lack of killer instinct, if you will, out of these horses. It doesn't happen. You have it or you don't. And
you know what fixes that often, which will never happen.
The ultimate equipment change often fixes
that will never happen for a horse that is won and been in placed in races against the legs that he has.
That's being a gelding, by the way, the ultimate equipment change. But no, what a horse that's already a graded stakes winner and stakes placed and in such historic and prolific races as he's been. He's never going to, he's never going to suffer that fate, thankfully, for Midnight Bourbon.
Well, back here at Aqueduct, it was a gelding by McLean's Music. Speaking of Steve Asmussen, that got the win off of the short turnaround just 13 days ago. We saw Reggae Music Man running second, gets the win for Pat Reynolds, whose barn's coming alive here lately.
It is, yeah. Pat does a really, really good job. Pat's also one of the funniest guys.
He is.
On the backstretch. Comes from a talent that his brother was a writer for Saturday Night Live for many years. His son
produces music.
Kanye West, the college dropout. He's on the liner notes. So yeah, Pat found his way here to the greatest place on earth, the racetrack.
No show performance from the favorite here, the Cobbler. But Richie, we did see Johnny Fontaine being pulled up in the stretch. And for more, we'll go to you.
Yeah, Maggie, unfortunately, Johnny Fontaine sustained an injury to his right hind leg. He was loaded onto the horse ambulance and was being transported back to the barn for further observation. We will get an update on that as soon as they have, any sort of a full prognosis. But he was loaded onto the horse van and taken back to the barn.
Richie, thank you so much for that update. Obviously, our thoughts are with the connections of Johnny Fontaine and him himself as we are back over in Hot Springs. For race number 3, it is coming up soon as horses are in the paddock with 11 minutes to post. This is an allowance race for the fillies going the 6 furlongs and 6 to 5 on the rail runner Icy Stare Down, who was a scratch out of the Dixie Belle, opts for this spot here. And I would say it's probably pretty good decision by Brad Cox.
Yeah, I'm sure after the way Happy Soul ran last week that they were happy to take Icy Stare Down out of that Dixie Belle last Saturday down in Hot Springs. Here she is breaking her maiden over the local course. She's yet to get a track labeled fast, right? This day was in the mud. Churchill Downs on her debut, she tried a good ground. She gets the job done here. She improved her buyer figure 11 points from her debut to this effort. She's getting Hot and Sultry, who we talked about earlier today, beat the 2 fillies that ran 1-2. So, you see these fillies that are all keeping company with each other, all running fairly well and all fairly competitive. That's a great sign. And yes, if you can scratch out of a stakes race where you're running against 3 stakes-winning fillies and running an allowance race a week later for $100,000 and be 6 to 5 in the allowance race or 8 to 1 in the stakes race, Brad Cox makes money and won 2 Eclipse Awards because he scratches them out of the stakes race to wait for the $100,000 other than.
Well, he also has another runner in here, your current second choice, who has quite the prolific pedigree. I always feel kind of bad for these horses because it's a lot to live up to. She is a daughter of Not This Time out of the very productive broodmare Leslie's Lady, making her a half to Into Mischief, Mendelssohn, and Beholder.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. What, a blue hen? There's a little bit
That's
of a blue
a blue
hen.
hen. I would say
that's the bluest hen you're going to find. I can tell you that right now. You're not going to find many blue. Tussaud, I guess, was before her. But yeah, I mean, she has been personal ensign, of course, as well. Yeah. She's been a good producer. This filly looked good breaking her maiden down at Keeneland, and then I don't know what happened last time. She kind of lost it a little bit before the start.
Right. She was really wound up that day and fractious in the gate, as you see the short comment line. Now they have given her a little over 2 months, but she was vying for the lead that day, as she does have that early speed, and just poof, evaporated.
And it's something you could certainly forgive, right? I think if you were to list the pecking order, obviously 2-year-olds would be at the top. But more often than not, we will see, and this I think this is a broad stroke, when fillies act up, especially the younger fillies act up, it feels like, I feel like anyway, even as they get older, it affects them more at the gate, right? And you've been around, you once told me you learned how to ride a horse before you learned how to ride a bike. When you're around horses your whole life, you kind of feel like those gait mishaps do affect the fillies more. But the funny thing that I found is they're adversely affected by them, but they seem to be tougher on the racetrack when they're able to take more on the racetrack once they're established and kind of comfortable with what they're doing. So when you see something happen like this with more time, I'm going to really be more forgiving of it than I would with a colt. Because just
until she does it again.
Until she does it again.
Now, usually
but
with
that's
the fillies,
with any horse, right?
Usually with the fillies, like sometimes with the colts, I think it's it's a little bit of a match, a battle of physicalities.
Yes.
Like I
Alpha
know
male,
I'm bigger than
alpha
you,
male,
so
yep.
I'm going to give you a hard time. With the fillies, I think it's more of a reaction to them not feeling comfortable with something, whether it's just a little physical problem. They're reacting to it. They're acting out. So I think that's why we see too. Maybe there's a little something niggling her going into or coming out of that race that they've worked on, and two, I'm sure they've schooled her and given her the ample amount of time in between these races. Now, as you do see, her first work back, though, was on December 31st, and we do see the fact that she has a gate breeze right after that.
Yes. So,
which is fast.
And I would imagine it's a good sign that she went back to the work tab just 12 days after what really looked like a terrible experience on December 19th. She was very right. She went back to the gate. She went back to the track on New Year's Eve to work, and so she was back to the track 3 days later.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, all good signs. I'll tell you what, I'm kind of giving my hand away here. I'd much rather take her at 7-2 than her stablemate at even money. I got to tell you, and I'm not a big fan of horses having to deal with a bad experience in their last start. But all signs kind of point to the fact she has more speed than the favorite does. All signs kind of point to the fact that I want to just draw a line through the last race and hope it doesn't happen again.
Well, there in post 1 is Icy Stare Down, Hall of Famer John Velasquez in the irons.
Yeah, Johnny V's going to ride for a filly that, like we said, scratched last week out of the stakes race. She doesn't have a lot of speed. She's going to have to come from off the pace today.
Looking very energetic on track is number 2, No Drama Mama.
Broke her maiden in the mud against fellow Indiana breds, and then tried that allowance race last time here at Oaklawn, won 4th.
There's one you're interested in, the very well-bred Martime.
Yep, the half the beholder and the others into mischief. She looks really nice today on the racetrack, nice and calm.
Peace Peddler looked great in the paddock, and she's a big girl, too, though she's another speed type.
3.5 lengths behind the favorite in her debut. Came back to romp on a fast track back on January 23rd.
Big warm-up for the turn back with number 5, Holy Justice.
Yeah, she's away from the pony. She's already away from her 7 rivals today. She's a big price at 20-1.
There's number 6, Cupid's Music, also a turn back.
Yeah, she'll get some class relief out of the Martha Washington won by Secret Oath. In fact, she faced Secret Oath on the last 2.
Parlance comes off a little bit of a freshening. She was a part of a 3-horse pace duel last time. That came apart, too.
In the parlance of our times for you big Lebowski fans, 2 starts back. If she runs that race 2 starts back, she's going to be really, really tough in here, and she's a square price at 6-1.
Beating your favorite Icy Stare Down that day. So we just saw Lady Scarlet as well. Mike Maker, they paid $150,000 for this filly in the claim box.
Yes, you don't see that often, right? They ride a lot of those races at Churchill Downs. Very, very rarely is there a red tag going on one of the horses leaving that race, but that's what happened the day she broke her maiden. She came back and she ran, she showed some speed. She's going to have to do better than her last effort.
All right, that is your field for race number 3. Coming up, a pretty contentious field assembled here. Although Brad Cox has your 2 favorites, Chris Hartman, he'll be looking to pull off the upset with number 2, No Drama Mama, with Francisco Arrieta in the irons as we check in with Lafitte and Gary trackside at Oaklawn.
Lebowski reference now, like now it's a show. We are rolling on Shabbos here at Oaklawn Park. Maggie, yeah, jockey trainer combinations. Over the years, we know what Steve Asmussen and Ricardo Santana have done here. Florent Giroux, Brad Cox, this guy, and D. Wayne Lucas in the 80s. Francisco Arrieta, Chris Hartman, this combination, Gary, what have you noticed this particular meet is about to team up with No Drama Mama?
Well, listen, you need a big outfit at any race meet if you're fortunate enough to have a big outfit. And Chris Hartman is Francisco Arrieta's big outfit. He rides basically first call for him. He uses his agent, Jay Fedor. He's got 3 riders. He usually uses one of his 3 riders, but Arrieta's his go-to guy. This filly here, she's really kind of coming unwound right now. There's some kind of drama with No Drama Mama because she's getting hot and sweaty and it's cold outside. About 30 degrees right now.
No rest for the weary. Francisco Arrieta riding in all 12 races today, 5 of them for trainer Chris Hartman, Gary, including a shot in the Rebel with Kavad, the most experienced runner in the Rebel. 11 starts, former $50,000 claimer. He is quick, pedal to the metal. In your opinion, from the rail today with Arrieta?
Yes, and Arrieta, he doesn't have to put pedal to the metal. What he's going to try and do is get into that first turn in good shape, out of that 1 post position. His hand is almost forced, and then he's going to try and slow the pace down, more realistic. He was only beaten 4.5 lengths in his last race by the eventual winner, New Grange.
Let me ask you about distance preference with Kavad. Yes, he has the pedigree to excel at longer distances, but his best races have been in sprints. Are you convinced he can thrive, being his A race at this 1.16 distance?
I think he could if the post position was right. This one draw did not help him with New Grange just to his outside because New Grange has a high cruising speed and he's not going to want to go head and head with New Grange. So he's going to establish a lead and then try and slow the pace down. But then he's going to get attacked early on, probably midway down the backside, so his hand's going to be forced. If he had an outside post position, I would say he'd have a better chance of getting this horse to settle early on.
Figures to make his presence felt early. Kavad, we'll find out around 6:22 Eastern post time for the Rebel. This race, nearing post time, about 2 minutes out, Gary. The favorite, Icy Stare Down, even money. John Velasquez, he will ride the favorite Newgrange in the Rebel Stakes. Icy Stare Down, what did you make of her maiden victory here mid-December?
It was very, very impressive, and she's rested since then. She's come back. She looked good out on the racetrack, and the most important thing is Johnny's going to get a good feel for this racetrack. It's the first one he's ridden today. Whenever I was traveling, I like to at least have one mount earlier on in the card, and hopefully that horse ran good and gave me confidence in the surface. But he's going to be test driving a little bit as well as trying to win this race just to get a feel for this racetrack, feel if it's different. Matter of fact, I'm going to go down and ask Johnny after this race if there's any difference in this track between now and when he rode in the Southwest on Newgrange.
Not many million-dollar races Velasquez has not won. The Rebel is one of them. We'll find out if that changes later this afternoon, Gary. And then number 4, Peace Peddler, with your rider, Giovanni Franco, in the saddle. He had 2 wins yesterday.
2 wins yesterday, and this filly's in with a good chance here. Daughter of Gun Runner. She was impressive in her last out, breaking her maiden here. And this filly, she didn't switch leads through the stretch, and Giovanni didn't give her any encouragement to. She was winning easy enough. They had thoughts of stretching her out, but they wanted to give her one more sprint race. But look for her to run further distances, but she's a classy filly.
Your jock have a shot in the Rebel with Kairama?
Yeah, if he can get him away from the gate better than he did in the Smarty Jones. He broke flat-footed. He was only beaten about 5 lengths in there. Kavad was just in front of him. Dash Attack was the winner of that race. So, yeah, I mean, we can pick up a piece of it, but he's going to have to run the race of his life. He had a very good workout, 2 works back, and that's what I like to see with Asmussen when he works them out a little bit faster than the norm of the 102s. He worked in a minute. So, yeah, fingers crossed he gets a good piece of it.
Giovanni Franco, Maggie, a good time to be heating up and riding well as we get closer to the marquee event later this evening, the Rebel, but nearing post time for this 3rd race.
Thank you, Lafitte. He'll be looking to pull off that upset, Anthony, with Kairama later on in the Rebel. Who'd you like there?
I like Steve Asmussen's horse in that race. Name is escaping me for some reason. Number 8 horse.
Oh my gosh, no, you're throwing it at me, which
Chasing
I don't have time. Oh yes, he was incredibly impressive. Just powering away from a field. He, of course, has 3,200 owners involved in the partnership with My Racehorse, and he was very impressive in his last start at Oaklawn. So him and Ethereal Road, you want to talk about visually impressive performances? Go watch their replays as they'll look to face some tougher competition in the Rebel today. But right now, it's all about Icy Stare Down from the rail. Brad Cox looking to get her back to the winner's circle here as Vic Stauffer has your call of race number 3.
They're at the post. They're off. Holy Justice, Peace Peddler, Parlance, Lady Scarlet, and Martime, all 5 try for the front. Then comes Icy Stare Down and No Drama Mama, and the trailer is Cupid's Music. Now there's 4 across the track. From the rail out, Martime, Peace Peddler, Parlance, and to the outside, Lady Scarlet. Meanwhile, just in behind that foursome is Icy Stare Down for John Velasquez, and she is traveling very smartly. Now a joint 4th alongside her stablemate Martime. 5 back to Holy Justice, Cupid's Music, and the trailer is No Drama Mama. Parlance puts ahead in front. Lady Scarlet 3D, Peace Peddler at the rail. No excuses for Icy Stare Down. She's in perfect position, a length and 3/4 off the lead. Martime is dropped back to 5th, then No Drama Mama, Lady Scarlet, and Parlance 1-2. Icy Stare Down swings out for the drive, and Lady Scarlet is the leader. She's a length in front of Parlance in 2nd. Martime reemerges on the outside, and she's moving up outside of Icy Stare Down. It is Lady Scarlet. Martime trying to run her down. Icy Stare Down no better than 3rd. Lady Scarlet. Martime to the outside. Lady Scarlet. Martime. Lady Scarlet. Lady Scarlet beat Martime. Close for 3rd between Icy Stare Down and Parlance.
Upset here in race number 3 as Ramon Vasquez guides Lady Scarlet to victory today. She was outside of 2 horses who were inside that were setting the pace. We actually saw Martime. She ran really well in defeat, though, because she was up close. Then she had to drop back and make another run.
Ricardo Santana Jr. on Martime probably gives Brad Cox a lot of feedback today. She looked like she was a little skittish down in there, Maggie, and once he got her rolling outside, she was like a different filly for the last 1/4 mile. Take nothing away from the winner, who you know, she got her hooves dirty from the bell in here. Did a good job putting away 2 shorter-priced horses, holding off more time. Icy Stare Down. I mean, John Velasquez could not have drew up a better scenario for the first 3/8 of a mile in this race.
No.
She just didn't kick.
She did not. He had 4 horses right in front of her, throwing down some serious fractions, and he got the trip he wanted, I'm sure, but she could do no better than 3rd today. She goes down as a heavy favorite, but Todd Pletcher, he is looking to hit another milestone here off the back of a year in which he was inducted into the Hall of Fame, as he will send out Waxman in the feature here, the Stymie at the Big A.
Running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away on the hopeful.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races. We are proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with your Naira Bets account. Race 4 is coming up next, kicking off the Pick 6 here at Aqueduct. This is a maiden 25 for the New York bred fillies, and they are traveling the mile here. Full field stays intact, and we see 3 horses at 3-1. And for more on this field, what he saw in the paddock and out in the racetrack, we check in with Richard Migliori.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. We'll start with the 2-horse Bells on her toes. Stretched out to a mile last time. Didn't run that well. That was on an off racetrack. But I like what I'm seeing from this filly from a physical perspective. Charlie Baker's having a terrific meet. I do question if she really wants the mile. That's the one question I do have from a physical perspective. She looks a bit more like a sprinter to me. The 7, Dare to Be Great, ran well on debut. Was a distant third, beaten 6.5 lengths. But I really like what I'm seeing from Dare to Be Great. I thought she really looks fit and ready to go, and she's going to be ultimately my top selection. Excuse me, I went to the 7. I skipped over the 6. But the 6-horse, 2, making her second start, KT Gal, got a big warm-up from Kendrick Carmouche. She's a filly that took a lot of money first time. Didn't appear like she liked the sloppy surface that day. Maybe the drier racing surface, drier racetrack will be a benefit for her today. We'll see. But ultimately, I'm going with the 7, guys. Dare to Be Great. Big price. I'll dare to be great.
We can never fault you for doing that, as you are great, Richie. But KT Gal, she is your current 3-1 favorite. Anthony, I did think, she was a little against the track that day, a day you wanted to be inside, and she was kind of 3 to 4 wide while not having any speed. She also has a decent pedigree. She's a half-sister to Two Boss, who has run well for Todd Pletcher, and broke his maiden in his second start with an 81.
So
I doubt we see that with her, though.
I don't even want to discuss her race last time.
Yeah.
I want to discuss the fact that she was 7 to 2.
Right.
And that was alarming in that field. This field today is this is not the
You're saying she should have been a shorter price.
This is 1988. This is not the 88 distaff, but
yeah.
I mean, she should have been a shorter price. With that, I want the fresh face. I landed on the 3, my first love. Frankie Pennington actually going to ride. You see her going in now in the sub silks. First time late 6. I'm hoping Frankie just puts her on the front end for Tyler Service.
Yeah. He'll be riding one for Tyler's dad a little bit later in the Stymie. As we do see horses making their way in, we have a first-time starter towards the outside, an Ice Cream Sunday, taking a little play for Rudy Rodriguez. And for the call, as she heads into line there, for the call of this race, we head up to John and Brielle.
There in the gate. And they're off. From mid-pack, KT Gal, along with My First Love. And False Hope is there as they race up the chute. It's KT Gal who has the lead from the outside, Kokotai, and towards the inside is My First Love. Their heads apart, second and third. Dare to Be Great is next in fourth. False Hope the Gray runs in fifth. Pal's Ally at the fence is next in sixth. And then at the back of the pack are Bells on Her Toes. Steadying there in between horses was Alara. And on the outside is Ice Cream Sunday. The quarter went in 23 and 4/5 seconds. KT Gal leads here by 3/4 of a length. My First Love and Kokotai, they're right together, second and third. It is KT Gal who has the lead as they head for the half-mile pole. KT Gal now by a length and a half, now by 2. My First Love, Kokotai. Extreme outside is first-time starter Ice Cream Sunday, and right alongside is Dare to Be Great. Pal's Ally is down at the rail, and they're followed by Alara. Then Bells on Her Toes. False Hope is now the trailer. KT Gal is still the leader. KT Gal in front by 2.5 lengths coming for the quarter pole. My First Love is racing in second. Ice Cream Sundays on the outside in third. Pal's Ally down at the rail. They are in the stretch. KT Gal still the leader here. It's KT Gal in front by 2 lengths. Bells on Her Toes has moved up. Bells on Her Toes has moved into second, is going after KT Gal. KT Gal and Bells on Her Toes driving up on the outside. Here's Bells on Her Toes to win it and break her maiden. Bells on Her Toes over the pace setter KT Gal. And finishing third was My First Love.
Bells on Her Toes and Dylan Davis up in time over the pace-setting favorite.
Yeah, was able to work out a decent trip under Dylan Davis in here. She showed speed last time and went a quicker opening quarter and just decided to sit today. You see her right there splitting horses under Dylan. And yeah, getting the job done, reeling in KT Gal late in the game.
For once, I actually wish Andy Serling was up here, because is that name a Grateful Dead reference?
He picked this horse today on Talking Horses because it was almost a lyric.
From Scarlet Begonias.
Almost a lyric.
Yeah.
And I got to hear about my picks. It was almost a lyric.
You know, sometimes it's not that hard coming up with winners at the track.
No, sometimes it's not, Maggie. You're right.
No, your horse actually ran well, made a winning move, and then just flattened a little bit here going the mile. Bells on Her Toes. She continues what has been an excellent meet for trainer Charlie Baker.
Yeah, big effort from her today. And Charlie's having a fantastic run of it. And, you know, see Dylan Davis has really improved the last year since he came back from that injury around Memorial Day last year. This is a race he probably doesn't win a year ago, but he's finishing and he's so much stronger and he's finishing so much better, and it probably made the half-length difference today.
All right, more on this race, including official prices on the other side of this break. And Jose Gomez, 7-pound apprentice, making quite a name for himself here at this winter meet at the Big A. We'll learn a lot more about him as he sits down with our Richard Migliore.
Catalina Cruiser. He won 7 of 9 starts coast to coast, with 6 triple-digit buyers and 5 dominating graded stakes wins, including a record in the Grade 2 True North Stakes. A son of leading 5th crop sire, Union Rags. A $370,000 yearling with an imposing physical, and one of the best of his generation. There's only one Catalina Cruiser, now standing at Lane's End.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Thanks for spending your Saturday afternoon with us. It's certainly the marathon on as we had the Saudi Cup coverage, and now on to live racing from Aqueduct and Hot Springs. Check out this rail skimming ride that Dylan Davis gave bells on her toes. He saved every bit of ground he could to edge out the victory over the pace-setting favorite KT Gal.
Showed great patience between the 5/16 and the quarter pole as well. He could have fell into that trap there, right, and kind of rushed her in there. Instead, he just let her do her thing, keep her cadence, and 3/16 pole, 8th pole, able to get clear, get rid of My First Love to her outside, and able to collar and go by KT Gal the last 70 yards or so.
Charlie Baker continues his winning ways as he gets his 12th win of this Aqueduct meet. And Dylan Davis as well, riding lights out. He's just nipping at the heel. Oh, he's back on the leading rider.
It's been alternating, right?
Him and his brother-in-law, Trevor McCarthy, have been flipping things up. We're now going to check the updated stats as Bells on Her Toes goes off at 7-2. She returns 970 for the win, and this kicks off the pick six. A horse who many could likely have as race number 5 coming up here from the Big A. A promising looking maiden special weight crew going the 6 furlongs for these straight 3-year-olds. More on that race in just a moment, but we have talked endlessly on this program about young apprentice rider Jose Gomez. He won his first race that he ever rode for Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher last week, but Richard Migliore, he sits down with Jose to learn much more about this talented young rider.
I'm very pleased to be joined by the leading apprentice jockey here this winter, Jose Gomez. Jose, I always find it fascinating when a young rider gets off to such a good start, and you've been riding so well. Give me a little bit of background. How did you get started? I know you started kind of going to the track with your mom, who was your groom, Anna Maria.
From a young kid, you know, I was always around horses. I went to actually Arlington. I started galloping there. I wasn't ready. I got fired. I went to Ocala, started breaking babies, and from there, you know, I just learned, and then from there, I went to Monmouth. Monmouth, you know, I was galloping for some people. Then I got introduced to Kelly, and from when I started working with Kelly, I just started going him from Monmouth to Palmettos, and to Palmettos back to Monmouth, and then in Monmouth, he put me on some horses, and you know, like once a month, you know. And then when Monmouth ended, he said, just go to New York. I got an agent up there for you, and you know, we'll keep going. And I said, okay.
And you're talking about trainer Kelly Breen.
Yeah, Kelly Breen.
And you won a race at Belmont for him.
Mm-hmm.
What was that like? Because Belmont is big time. I mean, New York is big time. To break your mate and win your first race at Belmont Park, what was that feeling?
It was unbelievable. I mean, the first time there, and I've known the horse I won on. I've been galloping him since like Monmouth and then Palmettos, and he came up here, and it was just great. There couldn't have been a better horse to win on.
Now he got you an agent, a guy named Angel Cordero Jr., Hall of Famer. What's it like working with Angel and having him to give you advice or to guide you a little bit?
It's great. It's great, honestly, because if I have questions, I'm not sure about something, I ask him, and if he's the first one, you know, he just does it because he's trying to teach me. You know, if I do something, he, you know, tells me like try to do it this way, you know, and just he's trying to help me, you know, and it's great. It's great, honestly. I learned a lot from him. Just watching his old replays, you know, from back when he was riding, and I just study a lot.
Good jockey colony here. A lot of top riders. Is there anybody that really you want to be like? Somebody that like you pattern yourself after, or you know, guys that actually give you advice or help you?
Honestly, I don't want to be just like one guy. I want to have my own style, but I take a lot from all these guys. You know, from like Irad, Jose, Telegraph Leon, just everybody here, honestly. And I try to make my own thing, but take pieces, you know, from everybody. Just learn from everybody, you know. Look how they do this, how they do that. Just learn from everybody.
As a young man, he's got a twinkle in his eye, great smile, and loves what he's doing, living large, leading apprentice jockey Jose Gomez.
And what a great story with Jose. I know he won his first race that he rode at Belmont. We got to see with Top Gun Tommy and Kelly Breen and his assistant John Atfield, very instrumental and kind of bringing Jose along and convincing him to, you know, start riding races.
Yes, excellent rider. I think this kid has a gigantic future. I also think that anybody who could admit in one of their first interviews on national television that they were fired from a job has to have a real good work ethic and a real good personality and sense of self. So John Atfield, the assistant for Kelly Breen, who was one of the best horsemen I know, cannot say enough good things about Jose, and of course Jose's worked for him for a while now, and he first hit me to him, and yeah, this kid can flat out horseback. Fantastic rider.
And he is. I really liked what he had to say as we bring in Richie to you, Mig, that he takes kind of like making a really good stew or a good gumbo, taking all these different ingredients or different styles of riding and making them his own. And you can see him just improve week after week.
Oh, absolutely, Maggie, and I like that too. You want to create your own style, but you want to kind of incorporate what you see other guys do well, and sometimes even what other guys don't do well, you know, things to avoid. I love his enthusiasm. I love just the twinkle in his eye. He's really just so upbeat and enjoying himself. Now, for me, you know, one thing that I've noticed recently in recent years, a lot of apprentices make a mistake where they start their bug, meaning they win their 5th race somewhere in the middle of the year, like June. So that gives them 6 months with the bug in 1 year and 6 months in another year. And it doesn't help them win the Eclipse Award as champion apprentice because their statistics are spread out over 2 years. They're basically, you know, watered down instead of being condensed into 1 year and having all your stats. When I had the bug, my boss, Steve DeMauro, didn't want me to win my 5th until later in the year, so I would have a full year with the bug with the goal of winning the Eclipse Award. The fact that he started his bug a little bit towards the end of the year gives him 2022, pretty much the whole year with the bug, to attain the you know, the prestigious award of winning the Eclipse. So I think he's really on track to get it done. He's got the right agent in his corner, an Angel Cordero, and the fact that he's going to have the bug for so long. And for people that don't know, Maggie, You're a 10-pound apprentice until you win 5 races. Then you have 1 year from that date as an apprentice. You go to 7 pounds until you win your 35th race, and then 5 pounds back to that date of that 5th winner. So right now, he's still a 7-pound apprentice.
I know, yeah, we're going to be on the edge of our seat to when he gets to race or win number 40 when he gains a 5-pound apprenticeship, but I don't think it's going to take that long as he currently has 19 wins at the Aqueduct stand.
Yeah, he's having a really good meet, and this is a tough colony. You know, the guys he mentioned, Jose Ortiz, Red Ortiz Jr., Tyler Gaffleone, they're not here right now. Dylan Davis is here. Trevor McCarthy's here. Kendrick Carmouche is here. Manny Franco's here. Those are 4 guys that would be leading riders in most colonies across the country. So he's learning and riding, you know, in the winter here. The weather can be tough. You will earn your stripes here at the Big A, and he's riding with some real tough and real seasoned veterans, and he's going to get as good an education here as he's going to get anywhere else.
Looking forward to what the future holds for young Jose Gomez as he is aboard a horse in this 5th race coming up. Surely has enough speed. That's Fluid Situation. He's coming back off of a break. We haven't seen him since the debut early on in the Saratoga meet. He'll return here and will return with a lot more on this 5th race to kick off the late pick 5 on America's Day at the Races.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races. Live coverage from Aqueduct as well as Oaklawn, and it's Rebel Day. We'll see the $1 million Grade 2 event coming up a bit later as the feature as well. It's the Grade 2 Honeybee Secret Oath. That's coming up actually pretty shortly as we are 3 minutes away from race number 4, a Arkansas bred maiden 30, 6 furlongs, and we do have a post parade to bring you as the inside runner in here. That's your favorite, Peace Dog.
3-year-old against older, ran well last time out, pressing while wide, now draws the inside rail.
Alex Canchari has the mount for Ernie Witt. We'll see. She might show a bit of speed from that inside position too, you think?
He probably will, yeah.
Sorry,
that's
I
okay.
think she. Obviously, too, is a gelding first-time starter by Easy Effort.
Coming in from Sam Houston, face fellow Walkie Breds for his debut.
Royal de Bay, 60 to 1.
Dropping in from maiden special 8 to 1. It was 114 to 1, so he's half the price today.
See how much he drifts as number 4's Hello, Henry.
Another 3-year-old against Older dropped in for a tag, gets Santana for the first time.
But I thought a great ride last time by the Apprentice. As number 5 rolled in a roll, looks to have some speed with Francisco Arrieta.
See if Arrieta puts this one on the front end like he has many times before.
David Cohen up for John Prather, Orbital Star.
Yeah, so it's dropped in last time, so the second start didn't do much running in either start.
Heart-Headed Arky, first-time starter.
Yeah, another 3-year-old trying the Older in here for a barn that hasn't done much at the meet.
Kenny Tohill will be aboard Sacrament.
Yeah, another first-time starter in here. Big price at 35 to 1.
Jay's Little Man looking for win number 1 in start number 11.
Yeah, 0 for 10 so far. 5-year-old may have the seasoning edge over his 3-year-old rivals.
He's 9 to 2 as number 10 is Pacific Harbor. Huge price off the claim for Federico Villafranco.
First off the claim, Christian Torres' rider already has a win on the card today.
Yeah, Northern Woods, another one first off the claim. Took money in the debut but did no running.
Yeah, first time Lasix, Ron Moquette. This one's taking some money again off of a debut where this horse did not run a step.
Here is a firster that is taking some money. Macho Ronnie Al Cates will team up with longtime rider Kelsey Hart.
Yeah, so this horse has 3 works since January 30th and seems to be working well. Had a bullet gate work at Louisiana Downs back in November before the 2-month gap. 4-year-old gelding making his debut. He draws all the way outside. You know, he's one that I was not interested in, Maggie, but now that he is 4 to 1 and essentially, you know, there's a point separating 3 of them, 2 points separating 4 of them, 3 points separating 6 of them. This horse is taking a lot of money on this tote board.
I'd say. And I mentioned Kelsey Hart because we've seen her riding on this circuit for a couple years now. She does Arkansas and Canterbury, and Al Cates is one of the local trainers that has always supported her, and she's galloped in the morning. Most of his horses, so I'm assuming this is one that she has been on quite a bit in the mornings.
Yes, I would assume that as well.
Well, 4 to 1 on the outside. What did you think about Northern Woods? Are we going by where there's smoke, there might be fire?
So I think we need to talk about Northern Woods. We need to talk about the other two favorites in here, the 3-year-olds against the Older, right? I think it's a good example. The race that Peace Dog comes out of. Peace Dog got beat by UVC and E.V. Sherman. UVC was Older. E.V. Sherman was the 3-year-old. And I think it was a big reason. I think that 2 lengths was a big difference for that. The year between the two is a big difference for the 2 lengths. And, you know, it's just a few weeks later. It's not like it makes that much of a difference, I don't think. I would think you have to give, and you see somebody's acted up there. Might have been the 2, obviously, 2.
Yeah, the 2. First-time starter.
Yeah, he was on his hind legs. You know, what do you do with Northern Woods? Again, he was a 3-year-old. Now, he debuted against straight 3-year-olds for the tag.
Right.
So essentially, he's going up in class because he's facing 3-year-olds and up now for the same tag. And he didn't do any running. He gets the Lasix, but I mean, he didn't even run like a horse. It looked like he just didn't run from the bell.
He didn't. He seemed like pretty green. Just didn't pick up any pieces whatsoever. And getting back to Peace Dog, trainer Ernie Witt, while it's not a very big sample size whatsoever, but we are dealing with someone with a smaller string. Maiden special weight to maiden claiming drop down. He's 3 for 9, so he does tend to deliver with these horses.
Yeah, no, if Peace Dog was an older horse, he'd probably be 8 to 5 in here, and I would think he'd be a lead pipe cinch. But the fact that he's drawn inside, and the fact that he is, giving that experience and that maturity away to some of his rivals there. The horse going in now, the number 9, Jay's Little Man, is 0 for 10. The barn's 1 for 38. I never, ever, ever pick these horses, but he's going from the rail to the outside. He's dropping in. I'm going to try him at a little bit of a better price at 5 to 1.
But to be fair, he has been at this level before.
He has. Yes, when he was a 3-year-old. Yeah.
Well, they are moving into line. We see number 2, who was acting up. Looks as though they're putting him in now. No problems there. As we'll get it out to Vic Stauffer with the call here of race number 4 from Oaklawn Park. Next race coming up is the Honeybee. Looking forward to Secret Oath for the legendary Hall of Famer safety, Wayne Lucas, coming up after this one. Vic Stauffer, though, with the call of race 4.
They're at the post. And they're off. Hello, Henry broke very well. Royal DB ducked in, and that was no good for Peace Dog, who got slammed and pushed towards the rail. Macho Ronnie is taking the lead from Roll De Niro Roll and Hello Henry. Then Northern Woods, Orbital Star, and a recovering Peace Dog. Next goes Pacific Harbor and Heart-Headed Arky, followed by Jay's Little Man and Sacrament. At the back of the pack, obviously, 2, and the very rank Royal DB. It's Macho Ronnie and Roll De Niro Roll 1-2 around the far turn. Roll De Niro Roll at the rail, Macho Ronnie alongside. Northern Woods now emerges in third with Alo Henry fourth at the rail and 2 from the front. Orbital Star is fifth. Now he's about to be joined and passed by Peace Dog. Here's Peace Dog. He's 6th from the lead. He'd be a half an hour the best if he got it. Then Jay's Little Man, followed by, obviously, 2, Macho Ronnie the leader. Macho Ronnie off the top of the turn. Alo Henry is at the rail. Roll De Niro Roll, and here is Peace Dog, and it might be 2 hours the best. Look at this guy blow by for Conchari. It is Peace Dog now 3 in front. Macho Ronnie, Alo Henry. It is Peace Dog well in front. Big win. Watch the head-on of this race. Peace Dog won by 5.
Interfered with severely at the start. Peace Dog had to make up a ton of ground, picking his way through traffic. And he was just so much the best here in race 4.
Yeah, it just didn't matter today, right? Once Alex Conchari got this horse's legs back underneath him, this one, he's all over the place, Maggie, right? He's looking to lug in. Looks like his legs are going in 4 different directions, but they're all going straight, and that's all that seems to matter here as he runs away and hides from the rest.
We did see some speed from the well-backed firster. That was Macho Ronnie, settled for 3rd here, just behind Hello Henry, who does pick up yet another, picks up a check.
You do that so well. So I'm hanging out with that Morley guy.
Experience, yeah. Back here at Aqueduct, a promising looking field of mostly debuters and some horses that have run, getting back to the races. As on the outside, currently at 5-2, you're checking out Mystic Quest. He's a first-time starter from the Todd Pletcher barn, and this guy has a pretty serious pedigree.
Yeah, 1 of 2 shipped up here. This horse is a full to Graded Stakes winner, Point of Honor, a half to Graded Stakes winner, Wicked Whisper.
You know what's funny about that?
I don't.
About them, the sisters?
What's that?
They both won the Black-Eyed Susan.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Excellent call. And to one of the points I was looking to make, maybe this one needs a little bit more ground.
Right.
Right?
Because 2, I watched the workout, the 2-back, working with Goddess of Fire, who is the half-sister to Mind Control. She was 2nd in the Rachel Alexandra last time. And he started off a bit in front, and he kind of had to be niggled at to keep pace with her. And then on the gallop out, he looked that much better, whereas the other horse in here for Todd Pletcher shipping up, he looked like 6 furlongs is going to be his limit, as we do kick things off here with the post-spray Takeover Cash.
Yeah, 40-1 from the rail. This horse is going to need to do some running in here today to make any kind of an impact, you would imagine. A son of Takeover Target, maybe Turf is what is in his future.
Possibly, as number 2, Strapped, a Son of Candy Ride.
The other Pletcher on the van up from Florida. This horse is out of a mare who was 4 for 11 and won the Mother Goose over at beautiful Belmont Park.
Solo warm-up for number 4, Actualize. We'll see Night Lead at the end of this post parade.
2-time runner, has finished 3rd in both of his starts, 1 for a tag, 1 for special weight. He's as fast as they get on the grounds here.
As there is Jester's Song, yet another reference with McLean's music.
Yeah, 2nd-time starter, ran well. 2 lengths behind one of our Gotham contenders from another mother last time. I can't believe this horse is 4-1 right now.
Thought it'd be shorter?
I did.
I did too. Highly Respected comes out of the highly respected Chad Brown barn.
Dan was over 6. Dialed, son of Dialed In, they paid just $65,000 from him, but he's taking a little bit of money at 6-1.
Half brother 2, Sanford winner. By your side, his Fluid Situation looks to get back on track. This guy had speed in his debut too at Saratoga.
He did a contested pace. He gets Lasix and the hot riding Jose Gomez in the saddle.
Tony Dutrow, he will send out Flowing River, a first-time starter by Lauban, New York bred.
State bred, yeah. Trying older open company, 0 for 6 dam. Decent enough work to have a couple of strong ones back in December and January.
And there's your current 2-1 favorite, debuting here with Kendrick Carmouche aboard Mystic Quest.
Yeah, we talked about this horse's pedigree. This horse has a nice work tab apparently down at Palm Beach Downs, got on the van, came up here. Again, I thought this horse pedigree, maybe this horse wants a little bit more ground, but the tote board's telling you if this is the one over the other barn mate Strapped, and here's the number 3.
Yes, number 3 hit the track last for George Weaver. Yet another horse shipping up from Palm Beach Downs.
Yeah, I wonder if they all share the van together. Chip in. Yeah, 16 to 1 on this horse, not much pedigree here. They paid a lot of money for this son of Street since $240,000. We'll see what he does on debut. And what looks like, we've said it a couple of times, this could be a nice little maiden race.
Yeah, he did bring that 240 at the Fasig-Tictum Timonium sale. He worked 10 and 2 that day. He was asked a bit, but I noticed he just looked as though he moved really well and galloped out favorably too. Wonder though if he, like we question your favorite though, Anthony, might want a bit more ground, but he's 17 to 1,
yeah.
So not taking much money.
And that's the difference, right, though,
right.
Maggie? If you want to take a shot with a horse who's 16, 17, now 18 to 1, look, I know it's Todd Pletcher, it's Kendrick Carmouche. Mr. Quest has the most attractive pedigree in here, if you will, but do you really want 2 to 1 in here? I don't know.
Now, here's a horse that you thought would be shorter, currently 3 to 1. Do you think that's a product of A, the lower profile Human Harkey riding for Jimmy Bond, but also the fact that he was down on the gold rail last time?
Yeah, he was on a good rail, and he followed the winner, who was a short price. This horse still ran really well in his debut, right? I understand the bias. I got it all. This horse went 7/8 in his debut. He didn't really give up that much ground to a horse who could very well be okay for Ray Handling from another mother. He's been good so far. Yeah, he's going to be in the Gotham next week, and he's not going to be 25 to 1 in the Gotham next week. You know what I mean? So this horse comes out of a race where he could be okay, and he's 3 to 1 right now.
Don't forget, Human Harkey does work a lot of horses in the morning for the Jimmy Bond barn as we check in downstairs with the MIG.
Well, what a loaded, good-looking group of horses this is. A nice 3-year-old maiden race. The 2-horse Strapped out of a Grade 1 winning mare, winner of the Mother Goose, Buster's Ready. He was acting up behind the gate just now, unseated Jose Lascano. Didn't get away, didn't go anyplace. But I'll be honest with you, both the Todd's horses shipping up, they both could look just a touch fitter to me. They're both carrying a little bit of weight. They probably can run. They've got pedigrees, but, I think they'll improve with racing. They may be good enough today despite that. The 3-horse Night Legend out of a mare that's had 5 foals, all winners. I love when you see a mare that's a producer. Boy, he was a handful in the paddock. He was studdish. He went out last. He was screaming at everybody. Seemed like he settled in nicely on the track. Eric Cancel did a good job getting away from the pony, being by himself with him. I thought he did a really good job. Justice Song, nice impression, ran well first time. First race didn't shake him up either. Came over your focus, settled, looked good for the Jimmy Bond barn, who's been doing quite well here this winter. And then towards the outside, the 8 Flowing River, who'll be ultimately my top selection. A New York bred against Open. I think that's a vote of confidence. A horse that does have a pretty snappy work, 3 works back, and just looked very fit to me for Anthony Dutrow. I like what I saw from the 8 Flowing River. And the 9 Mystic Quest, another horse coming up from South Florida, a full to Point of Honor, a Grade 2 winner, half to Wicked Whisper, a Grade 1 winner. Look great, but I still think both of Todd's horses will improve with this start. Like I said, they may be good enough guys, but they still look like they could tuck up just a little bit more.
Great insight there, Meg, as we have seen Todd, though, shipping up horses from South Florida to Aqueduct, and they have delivered here.
They have delivered. For the most part, they have delivered, yeah. We'll see if one of these 2, Strapped or your current favorite, Mystic Quest, who's on the board now, taking even more money, Maggie, all the way down to 3 to 2 right now.
Yeah, you went with the higher priced Todd Pletcher in here, 9 to 1 on Strapped.
Yes, 9 to 1 on Strapped. You heard Richie say he acted up a little bit behind the gate. He seemed to be settled now. He walked right into the starting gate. We'll see how this son of Candy Ride behaves in his debut.
Well, Mig, the New York bred, going with, we saw the 4 kind of jump in there. Just got a little unsettled there, so both of those ones backed out. But Mig Flowing River, a New York bred against Open Company. Maybe a horse after his own heart here, as he is going to go with the horse that was 10 to 1. The last flash I saw, as they'll work to get number 4 back in line here. That's Actualized for Charlie Baker, looking for his second win on the card, as we will get it up to John Embrial with the call here of race number 5, kicking off the late pick 5 here at the Big A.
Mystic Quest now stepping up, last one to go in. All set for race 5. And they're off. And from the inside, it's a Night Legend. And right alongside is Actualize. Actualize and Night Legend with Highly Respected sitting just off them in 3rd. Down on the inside is Jester's Song, who is racing in 4th. On the outside is Fluid Situation, who is running in 5th. Then comes Takeover Cash at the rail in 6th, followed by Flowing River in 7th. Mystic Quest is 8th at this point, 5 lengths back to Strapped, who trails the field in 9th. The quarter went in 22 and 1/5 seconds. They're going around the far turn. Actualize steps away here. Actualize has opened up a 3.5 length lead. Highly Respected giving chase in 2nd. And then farther back, it is Fluid Situation running in 3rd as the field heads for home with Actualize trying to hold off Highly Respected. It's Actualize and Highly Respected. Now they're right together as they come down for the 8th pole. Highly Respected on the outside. Actualize down at the rail continues to battle on. Actualize and Highly Respected. Highly Respected on the outside. Actualize on the inside. The two of them battle it out to the finish with the first-time starter, Highly Respected, getting the nod. Actualize was 2nd, and Jester's Song finished 3rd.
Have to a precocious horse by your side. Highly Respected wasn't respected at the windows, going off at 7-1 for the ever dangerous Chad Brown barn. And really, you look at win percentages, Chad's hitting at about 44% here.
The only one we didn't really talk about that got on that van from South Florida, right? This horse actually had to work over at Belmont on the training track. Looks like a maintenance breeze. The maintenance breeze gets you 7-1. On this Saturday afternoon here at the Big A.
I kind of find it really shocking this horse was 7-1. I mean, yes, his works aren't flashy, but Chad's horses are never very flashy in their morning works as far as recorded times. You have to watch him, and you could watch his horses, one of his breezes, and he just looked like a fairly big, powerful-looking animal. I mean, not to, you know.
I think you hit the nail on the head. The Todd Pletcher horses have come up here and have done really well off the van.
And people
they
saw it.
just dumped on Mystic Quest, and he just did not fire today. Neither did Strapped had a little bit of a poor break.
Yep.
Made a big middle move and just flattened out. I'd want to watch Strapped next time over Mystic Quest.
Coming up next at Oaklawn, it's a Grade 3 Honeybee where the legend, the coach, D. Wayne Lucas, he'll send out the heavy favorite in Secret Oath.
Yeah, as long as the fire keeps burning, you know we staying hot. Yeah. Boy, I just know where to go. Doesn't matter what you throw. Never find me running low. Always here to run the show. Born and raised to be a pro. Jump my hurdles in a row. Yeah, I'm here to play the part. This ain't just a cameo. It's a new way for a new king.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 three-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
For decades, he's trained some of the best three-year-old fillies in the sport.
Ladies Secret has a lead, then Majestic Folly and Mom's Command. It's Ladies Secret in front.
History-making three-year-old fillies.
Carrying the hopes of California all the way to the Kentucky Derby. Winning colors, magnificent.
Champion after champion.
And Serena's Song still holding on. Heavily prized, closing late. Here's the wire. And it is Serena's Song.
So who's next? Just how special is this filly?
And she is running up the score. Secret Oath to win the Martha Washington.
50 Kentucky Oaks points to the winner. The Honeybee Stakes is next.
You look back over history, he has changed the game, and many of the fillies and mares that he trained have left a pretty big mark on our industry too. And Secret Oath, she's looking to step into that spotlight.
Absolutely amazing. The Triple Crown Trail and the Kentucky Oaks Trail are always more interesting when the coach is on either of them. And this filly, boy, she has done very little wrong in her career. The one toe stub really in the Golden Rod, and other than that, I mean, the two races locally, Maggie, have just been awe-inspiring.
And the coach himself has said that as a horse person, she's just so exciting to watch because you can tell in her races, she's just waiting for the rider to give her her cues, and then she explodes. But has to be incredibly exciting for Secret Oath's owner and breeder, Robert Mitchell, as he is standing by now with Lafitte Pincay.
Rob, you've been in the business for more than 20 years, owning and breeding horses. Can you describe the sense of pride being here? You own and bred Absent-Minded, and to have this filly, her daughter, Secret Oath, about to run in the Honeybee.
Yes, I have her dam. I have her second dam. There is a sense of pride, but there's also a sense of humility with this because this business is so hard. There's so many good fillies in this race that you can't pick one. And right now we're going off as the favorite, but as you know, in horse racing, the favorite wins about a third of the time. That means 2/3 of the time you're the favorite and you lose. So odds are against us.
Breland Farm, what's the philosophy in that in those 20 years, the next horse that you race that you didn't breed would be a first? It's pretty rare in this sport.
It is rare, and I know there's a lot of syndicates out there now, groups that buy horses off the track, and that's fine. I think that's good for the business. I mean, I don't complain about that business model. My model has just been, I'm a simple country boy. The horses that are born on my farm, I race. I haven't bought a horse in 20 years. I just race the families, tend to keep the mares. It's just the way I do it. I mean, to me, it means a lot when you plan the breeding and you take care of the mare, the foal is born, and we deliver it on our farm, and you watch it grow up, and then you watch it come in a stakes race. She may win, she may lose, but that's what we're going to find out in the next few minutes.
Best of luck, Rob.
Thank you.
Maggie.
Lafitte, thank you. And Breland Farm, located just outside of Lexington, 90 acres, and they purchased it back in 2000. But wow, they've done quite a remarkable job with the mares and the foals that they have produced, raised, and raced.
Yeah, Namely this one, right? And you see the coach's long list of Honeybee winners, 5 to be exact. And we'll say 1 to 5 to add win number 6 to the Honeybee list today.
And a lot of people thinking he will, and she has 10 points as far as the Kentucky Oaks leaderboard is concerned, but this is one of the few that we've seen so far, 50-point races to the winner. So if she wins this here today, that would catapult her to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, right to the top with 60 points. Long way to go till the first Friday in May.
I'm picking up the feeling you don't really like her.
Come on, Maggie, don't give it away. Not that I don't like her. I think she can get beat today.
Okay. Are you going to keep it close to the vest? Are you going
Well,
to enlighten everybody?
Milady, we're about to go to the post parade.
Well, trust me, they take forever to turn around there.
I know they do. I like you, Geary, today.
Okay.
I'm a Yu-Giri fan.
You taking horses off the layoffs.
I'm a Yu-Giri
Tall
fan.
task.
Yes, I know. I'm the ultimate underdog. I like to root for the underdog every now and then.
Grade 3 Honeybee. They are on the track with 1 to 5 Secret Oath, and she's just blown the fields away that she's faced. It seemed as though since she turned the corner, look, she won that race 2 back nearly as a almost turned 3-year-old. And look, she's still not technically 3 yet, but she just really turned the corner after that goldenrod.
Yeah, she has. And, I wonder if it's getting down to Oaklawn Park. Her 2 races at Oaklawn is so much better than the 3 races she ran at Churchill Downs. It's not even funny.
Do you like that, though, for getting back to Churchill?
Sure.
Is that a negative, though, that she didn't run quite as well at Churchill, or is it just an age thing?
I think it could be just a maturity thing, right? Just could be an age thing.
Optionality. She is 3 for 7 in her young career, on her toes there.
Yeah, Tyler Gaffleone going to ride this daughter of Gun Runner for the first time. Imagine she's going to be on the lead today.
There's one you like, your Guri. She's going to have to come back off the layoff, but she did beat Secret Oath.
John Velasquez picks up the mount here. He's, I would imagine, going to be sitting second to Optionality in the early running.
She is classy. Look at her, Secret Oath on the track.
Yeah, nice, good-looking filly. Strong, sturdy-looking filly.
Tall.
She's done nothing wrong at Oaklawn Park.
Number 4 is Ice Orchid. This one, John Ortiz sends out much the same connections as we see with Barbara Road.
She's gotten incrementally better as the distances have gotten longer. We'll see if maybe down the road she can play a little catch-up with these other fillies.
Back in the barn, Carl DeVille's Free Like a Girl. The Lawbred has won 6 of her 11 career starts so far.
Yeah, that's impressive, right? Mostly against fellow Louisiana breds. She's a big price in here at 11-1.
And the outsider in the field rounding out this post parade off the claim for Gennaro Garcia, Red Queen.
Yeah, $30,000 claimer, 2. Arguably the toughest 3-year-old filly in the country right now in Secret Oath. We'll see how she training anyways. We're waiting for Zulu Alpha to return.
We'll see.
Echo Zulu.
Echo
rather.
Zulu.
Zulu Alpha she'll beat.
She has had, wrong surface. She has had a couple workouts down at the fairgrounds. We'll see where she ends up, but we know where we are now. We're checking in with Jonathan Kinchin. He is one of your NHC champs. And JK, what do you got cooking here in this Honeybee coming up?
Yeah, I kind of see the race the same as Anthony does. I mean, obviously, Secret Oath has been pretty darn good. But what I've learned when you look at these 3-year-old races, whether they're leading into the Kentucky Oaks and the Kentucky Derby, people fall in love with recency, and that happens very often. We fall in love with the horses that have run well. You'll see that a little bit later today in the Rebel with people loving what Newgrange did recently. I feel the same thing's kind of happening with Secret Oath. Sure, she is the best on paper. She could absolutely win, but I agree with Anthony. I think the 2, Yagiri is the one that you want. She has numbers back early in her 2-year-old, or late in her 2-year-old year, as a 2-year-old that make her fit if she takes that step forward that you sometimes see from these 2-year-olds that are turning 3. Now, she is coming in off of a break, which is a little bit of a concern, but remember, she won first time out, which is basically the longest layoff that a horse can come in off of. So, and Rudy trained her then. So Rudy knows what she needs in order to be ready to fire first out. Also, when you're trying to make the Kentucky Oaks, you kind of got to go on with it. You can't take too much time. You got to crank the screws a little bit tighter, and I think that they'll do that. And I just think you're going to get a much better price. They're going to bet Secret Oath like she can't lose, and I don't think that that's the case. I do think the 2, Yagiri, can win. My biggest concern is Gary and Lafitte, are they outside? Because when Lafitte and I hung out in Oaklawn, we were always outside freezing, so hopefully you guys are doing the same.
Tell the whole story, Jonathan. We were huddling in a heated bathroom behind the tote board there the entirety of the afternoon, and it was probably 15 degrees warmer that day than it is on this afternoon, Gary. The fillies here and the Honeybee coming up. A Secret Oath, so hyped. Already talking about her, taking on the boys potentially in the Arkansas Derby. Are you liking what you've seen from her since she's left the paddock and here on the track?
I've liked everything I've seen about her since her first win here at Oaklawn Park. She's improved. She really improved in the Martha Washington. Obviously, she's a different filly than she was as a 2-year-old. Wayne Lucas, he said, I don't know what caused it, but the light switch went on for whatever reason when she won by a margin of 8.5 lengths here, came back, won the Martha Washington. She's been training with a lot of confidence. She's got a swagger to her. When she walked by us right there, she has an aura of confidence about her.
One potential pitfall she must avoid in order to win today.
Well, just getting outrun. I don't see any factors. She's got other speed today that she didn't have in front of her, and I think those speed horses, those being the two, just to her inside, and the one horse optionality. Both of them carry speed.
I'm just asking because we had like 114 to 1 shot, won a $20 million race earlier today. Like anything goes. No such thing as a sure thing. You, Gary, who's at 3 to 1 here with John Velasquez. Your thoughts on her going in?
Well, look, she's a very, very nice filly, and she's already defeated Secret Oath, but that was as a 2-year-old when she did beat her. She's going to have to step forward as far as speed numbers go in here because Secret Oath has improved speed figure-wise. She ran an 80 by her when she was second in the Goldenrod. Secret Oath, she ran a 64 that day, but she ran an 88 in the Martha Washington being geared down.
And maybe we will see that quantum leap in improvement we see from time to time with a 2-year-old from their fall season following winter as a 3-year-old filly, 3-year-old debut, you, Gary. Optionality towards the inside. Secret Oath ran by her in the Martha Washington like she was standing still.
Yes, she did, and she's going to be a pace factor again today, coming from that one-post position with Tyler Gaffleone aboard today. Santana rode her last time, but I look for optionality in you, Gary, to go out, set the pace, and I think that only helps Secret Oath. She's going to be trailing probably 4 or 5 lengths off of the lead. That's what I'm forecasting that I see. But you, Gary, I mean, I agree with what J.K. said. Rudolph Brissett, he can get one ready off of the layoff. He's got the material over there to work his horses with. When I say material, other competition for him to get a solid workouts in him. So this filly, if she takes steps forward as some of the 2 to 3-year-olds do, then she's going to be tough for Secret Oath to get by.
Maggie, could be a big afternoon for star jockey John Velasquez. New Grange in the Rebel, and here you, Gary, trying to upset Secret Oath 2 to 5 as they approach the starting gate.
And Lafitte, it seems like a lot of our analysts on the show are on Gary here. And Anthony, you are one of them. Now, I will say, she did beat Secret Oath in that Goldenrod, but Secret Oath did have a little bit of trouble. Yuguri kind of had the run of the race.
Yeah, I'm not really concerned with that. I'm not even gonna use that as a focal point, to be honest with you. I just feel like Gary has kept some good company. I liked her racing the Goldenrod. Secret Oath has gotten really good at Oaklawn Park. But I think Jonathan brought up some good points. People fall in love with the recency. I think you forget about a horse like Gary, who's been pretty good. She did win her first start. She looked a little bit more focused with the blinkers last time. John Velasquez doesn't get himself involved in too many speed duels, right? Optionality is going to go. Free Like a Girl, the number 5, has some speed as well. I would imagine Johnny tries to sit the garden trip in here and maybe has first run on Secret Oath.
We shall see. Secret Oath, though, she is the star of the show. Can she get it done here in the Honeybee? Vic Stauffer with your call.
They're off. Perfect start. Ice Orchid and Optionality show speed. They are the 2 quickest, with UG Ree splitting horses and on the move. Free Like a Girl is away in 4th, then Secret Oath, and the early trailer is Red Queen. Optionality rides the rail at the clubhouse turn and leads UG Ree by a neck. A 3-wide Ice Orchid is a length and a half from the front. Free Like a Girl and Secret Oath are 4th and 5th, and 3 off the lead. Secret Oath is at the rail. Then 5 lengths last to Red Queen. They turn into the backstretch in the 35th. Honeybee and Optionality and UG Ree are matching strides. Optionality, a measured neck in front of UG Ree in second. Ice Orchid has backed off now. She's 3rd and 2.5 from the front as Secret Oath moves through inside of her. Then comes Free Like a Girl, put to a drive now and 5 off the lead. Red Queen has been outrun throughout. They leave the backstretch. Optionality and UG Re are still 1-2. Secret Oath could end up needing racing room because Ice Orchid is keeping her in type. And here is a resurgent Ice Orchid race riding Secret Oath around the far turn. Contreras is going to have to either split horses or wait and go around. He'll move within 2 of the lead. Then comes Free Like a Girl. Optionality's gone. UG Re. How about the rail for Secret Oath? And in 2 strides, she's 2 in front. Secret Oath has stormed to the lead. It is now a 3-length advantage. UG Re and Ice Orchid are watching her race away, and Secret Oath comes to the final furlong now with a 5-length advantage. UG Re and Ice Orchid, this is another dominant performance for a budding superstar, Secret Oath, to win the Honeybee. Make the margin 7. Ice Orchid second. UG Re third. Free Like a Girl finished 4th.
She is a superstar, at least as of now in these 3-year-old ranks. She has, as we wait for Echo Zulu to come back to the races, she has dominated this generation so far this year, Anthony.
The only drama was, where was Louis Contreras going to go? Was he going to try to split horses? Was he going to try to go around? And then Ugiri, I don't know how we're going to...
I think it's Ugiri.
I'm going with Ugiri as well. Ugiri kind of drifted, got a little tired off that little bit of a 3-month break, and she just scooted along the inside. She has some turn of foot, though, Maggie. Once she hit the far turn, this filly was long gone. She's as good as it gets right now.
Imagine if she didn't find trouble at some point as we get it out to Lafitte, who is standing by with the legendary coach, D. Wayne Lucas.
All-time leading Honeybee winning trainer, D. Wayne Lucas, a 6th overall here. Secret Oath, Wayne, what was going through your mind rounding the far turn when it looked like she was in trying to find room to navigate?
Well, they kind of convoyed her right in that pocket a little bit, and I thought, well, something maybe has to, bore out a little bit and give us some room. And then when she checked and her head went in the air, I thought, oh boy, this is not a good situation. But she's so classy. She doesn't let anything ruffle her feathers. She just dropped down and said, okay, adios.
How rare is that type of instant acceleration? We see it on grass, not so often on dirt. How rare is that?
Well, she's got a great efficiency of motion, Lafitte, and she gets over the ground so easy that when she accelerates, she just picks it up a little bit and she's gone. She breaks her heart at the top of the stretch. I mean, the 2-horse had dead aim on the wire and looked like it was, going to be in the fray, and next thing you know, she's 5 in front.
The win here, you're going to enjoy it, enjoy the moment, but I have to ask you about what might be next. In 1984, you won the Arkansas Derby with the filly, Althea, who beat the boys. Could we see Secret Oath take on the boys in the Arkansas Derby?
I got to get together with Rob and Stacy Mitchell and see how they feel about that. You like to take the softer one if you can, and certainly the boys would be a tougher job for us to take. But on the other hand, we'll see what the boys are doing today, and then we'll take a look at it. We got to see what they're doing.
Okay. Congratulations, Wayne.
Thank you.
The coach, guys, always talent scouting.
And boy, has he had some talents over the years, especially with these young fillies winning the Derby, winning colors, as we saw earlier before this race. And there his long-time assistant, Sebastian Bass-Nichols, who's just done a fabulous job over the past decade with Wayne's horses throughout the country. And she is special in here, Anthony. I'm really, really enthralled with what I've seen from this filly.
Yeah, you're in love with this filly. And listen, after today, it wasn't that I wasn't a believer. I thought Ugiri was going to be a little bit better today. This filly showed some, the fact that she's been making these nice big moves. And today she had to overcome a little adversity on the far turn, right? She had to deal with some traffic. I mean, you don't want to say traffic, but she did have to kind of pause a little bit in a new dimension. Her going to the inside and just exploding through there. That was nice to see.
She kind of had to do it in her last start, too, in the Martha Washington. She kind of hit a wall of horses going into the far turn, had to wait, and then she just exploded. And I thought Lafitte's kind of analogy with her in that she almost runs like a turf horse on the dirt because there's just instant acceleration with her. And she can get in a little bit of trouble and still respond favorably. You don't see that with lightly experienced, lightly raced horses, in that a lot of times if you kind of choke them down, as he had to going around the turn, they lose their heart, and she has nothing but heart.
Push button, right?
Yeah.
She's kind of push button at this point.
She is.
Yeah, we'll see what happens as the distances get longer. So far, so good. I'd be curious to see if they resist temptation to run her in the Arkansas Derby.
We'll see, but if everything goes accordingly, we will see her on the first Friday in May, the Kentucky Oaks at Secret Oath. She leads the leaderboard now. America's Day at the Races continues after this.
850, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Firenze Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Horses on the track for today's 6th race at Aqueduct. A starter allowance as they are traveling a mile. And we'll kick things off with a post parade and taking a look at the one horse. That's Blue Grotto for John Kimmel.
Eric Cancel rides 4th at Front Rider and 4th start. A couple of off the pace efforts and last out and 3 back make this horse a major player here.
First off, the claim for Rudy Rodriguez is Perceived.
Won a 3-horse field back in early February. A good price for a first-time Rudy off the claim.
Does jump up in class. Is number 3 is Rocco Strong. Where's that hood again?
Was last time the time when he got the job done just 20 days ago in the 42 Life race. 7-2 today.
Rock Sugar just went by as we'll take a look at number 5. That is Pure 40.
Good old Pure 40. 3 for 32 in his life, making his 3rd start for Juan Vasquez.
Looking good there on track. Oh, I tried him last time. That's Group Hug.
Yeah, Group Hug away from the pony. 4th place finish in his last 2. Kendrick Carmouche stays. We'll see if he can make maybe an earlier move today.
Manny Franco looking for win number 3. We just saw him on Extreme, as number 8 is Blake B.
Extreme should be the controlling speed in here. We'll see if Manny's aggressive. Blake B, first off the Jesus Romero claim. Big price at 37.01.
And rounding out the field, number 9, Dangerous Edge, back off the layoff since May.
Yeah, I haven't seen this horse in just around 9 months. He'll stretch out to the mile again.
Gary Siaka 0 for 21, 6-month plus layoffs on the dirt. As we check in with JK for his thoughts here on race number 6. And JK, congratulations on the recent engagement.
Thank you, Maggie. I appreciate that. Very, very fun stuff. Look, I think these are the types of races, starter allowances, in my opinion, are some of the most formful races in racing because of the way that the conditions are written. You have to fit in, being on, had to run for a certain tag at some point. So sometimes I think horses can kind of sneak in, get qualified for the condition, and then really just kind of pick up some checks. Usually there's a horse in there that kind of stands out, and there's really not one in here. And I think it usually is that way. I think the 7 Extreme can win. This horse has been running in starter allowance. Ray Handel continues to keep the horse protected instead of dropping the horse back in. He runs fast enough speed figures. He's drawn well enough. But I wanted to try the 6 here, Group Hug. This is a horse that tried starter allowance company last time for Michael Maker, caught a sloppy racetrack, was wide, didn't get a great trip in there. They're going to keep this horse protected. For an aggressive group with Paradise Farms, you see the black silks with the yellow circle with the P. This group, if they don't have a horse that can win for a condition, they drop. And they drop aggressively where they can win and get taken. And the fact that they're staying at this condition makes me think that Mike Maker and Kendrick Carmouche feel like maybe it was the trip last time that got them, and that they're going to try here on a faster surface and hopefully with a trip to save a bit more ground and a guy that loves saving ground at Aqueduct, my man Richie Migliori.
I'm right with you, Jonathan. I'm not only did I like saving ground, Group Hug's okay with me too. I like Group Hug. I thought he can improve off of that effort. I love the way he looked warming up. I love the way he looked in the paddock. Continued to love him on the racetrack. Kendrick gave him that patented warm up, and he's going to be my top selection. Horse that was second in that same race coming out, it was Blue Grotto. Blue Grotto looked terrific. Very well turned out for trainer John Kimmel. Could not look any better. Just don't think he's going to get as much pace help as maybe he needs to set up a closing run from him. And I think the 7 Extreme, who looked very, very good in the paddock, terrific on the racetrack. I think he will play out to be the controlling speed and could lead them a long way. But I'm all about the Group Hug as well.
Oh, should we just have a big group hug up here, guys? I mean,
I got to get 5-1 on Blue Grotto first. I'll hug anybody after Blue Grotto gets the job done.
They like a 5-1 shot too. I liked Group Hug last time too, and his last win did come on a fast track. He's getting a fast track here.
Yeah.
But why do you like Blue Grotto?
I know he doesn't have as much pace help as most people think, but that finds a funny way of working itself out around here. I think 42 Ace and No Burn, the horses that won the 2 races he finished second in, last out and 3 back, would be any price in here. You can name the price. I think he's run against better horses. He's consistently faster than what he's facing. And he's getting a guy in Eric Cancel on his back that, with his running style as of late, fits him to a T. I like this horse a lot today.
All right, Anthony, all over Blue Grotto, as we'll send it up to John and Brielle with the call here of race number 6.
6th race. And the rough. There's Blake B and Dangerous Edge on the Extreme outside, as Extreme now comes on through and Extreme grabs the lead. Blake B is racing in second. Rocco Strong has moved up into third. Perceived is gaining ground down at the rail and from fourth. Rock Sugar the Gray is next in fifth as they race up the main track now, and it is Extreme the leader. Perceived is running in second. Rocco Strong's in between horses. Blake B is on the outside right there in fourth. Then it's Rock Sugar, who is next in fifth. A Dangerous Edge is on the outside, passed there in between horses by Pier 40. Then a break of 3 to a Group Hug, who is next. And it's a big break. Back to Blue Grotto. As the field goes into the turn, the opening half in 47 seconds. It's Extreme down at the rail. Rocco Strong in between. On the outside is Blake B. It's 3 of them across the track for the lead. They've got 3 lengths on Perceived in fourth. Dangerous Edge on the outside in fifth, followed by Rock Sugar. Group Hug down at the rail. Pier 40 and Blue Grotto. They're at the quarter pole now. On the Extreme outside, it is a Blake B, but it is Rocco Strong who has the lead. Blake B on the outside. Extreme has dropped back. Perceived is gaining ground down at the rail. Dangerous Edge out in the middle of the track. And then a Group Hug. It is Rocco Strong trying to hold off Perceived, who continues to rally at the rail. It's Rocco Strong in front. Perceived is second. Rocco Strong the winner. Perceived was second. Group Hug finished third.
Rocco Strong goes back-to-back victories as Dylan Davis, well, he goes back on top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, another big effort from Rocco Strong, who was good last time getting a perfect trip. He worked out another really good trip today under Dylan Davis for his second win of the day. Carlos Martin getting it done for his sister Gloria, part of Britain Peak, and some others.
Dylan Davis guiding this one to victory. We saw Perceived rally up the rail. He ran well first off the claim. Jose Gomez doing what he does best. He sticks to that rail. He does not leave the rail often, and it usually pays off.
Yeah, Perceived ran really well in here. Also, just couldn't get to Rocco Strong, who, you know, we talk about horses who turn corners, right? We use that term a lot. Talk about a horse that's turned a corner. His last 3 starts, Rocco Strong, he was against it when Purple Hearted just took him gate to wire. He came back just 20-something days later and got the job done, and now he comes back 20 days later again. And this was an authoritative win, Maggie. He's part of this pace the entire way and is able to hold off of Perceived in the latter stages.
Must like that hood he's been wearing.
Maybe.
As he wears it to victory once again. Rocco Strong here in today's 6th race at the Big A. He goes off at 9-2 over Perceived, who was a decent price of 9-1 as well.
Yeah, 3-2 under the Rocco Strong, great story too, named after a young man who was battling cancers, had multiple surgeries. Yeah, and Gloria Martin and Carlos Martin do a lot of fundraising. We had a fundraiser for Rocco up in Saratoga this past summer, and they do great things. Gloria and Carlos do for Rocco and the family, and stay strong, Rocco.
Awesome. Love that story. And I'm sure watching the horse that he's named for keeps him strong too, to boot. As Secret Oath looking poised and beautiful in the winner's circle for the Grade 3 Honeybee. Lafitte talked to Robert Mitchell prior to the race. Now he gets to catch up, I'm sure, with a jubilant owner and breeder.
Here with Rob Mitchell, Breland Farm owner, breeder of Secret Oath, winner of today's Honeybee. Rob, you told me earlier today, you said a little bit nervous going in. What could you have possibly been nervous about after the way she performed today?
Well, as I said before, the favorite only wins a third of the time. Where else in life are you the favorite and you lose 2/3 of the time? And I thought she was boxed in on the back. Maybe that helped her a little bit. Maybe that didn't let her go out too soon. I don't know. But there's a lot of disappointments in this business. And, you know, it's nice. I keep telling Wayne I'll believe it when I see it. And he says, you keep telling me that after every race. I'll probably tell him after the next one. So we'll see.
Whatever that next one might be, which takes us back to a conversation we had a day or so ago, that to you, aside from the prestige of the race, the 50 Kentucky Oaks points, why this one? Why this filly might mean a little more to the sport?
Well, first I would say there's a lot of good fillies in this race. And we're very blessed to have her, and we're just very fortunate to have her. And Wayne has done a great job with her. But I just think it would be good, you know, if we could have someone step up and do well. You know, maybe that's her, maybe it's not. You know, we'll see. We'll see how that plays out. But I'm happy with the way she's performed now, and I just want to, it looks like she came out of the race well. We're just kind of regroup and decide what we're going to do from here. And I'll let Wayne decide. I told him, I said, Wayne, you can't overestimate the importance of me not doing the thinking. So I'll let Wayne do the thinking. He tells me I can't train a horse on a telephone from Lexington, and I'll just let him and talk about it, and we'll make a decision from there.
Congratulations to you and your wife, Stacy.
All right, thank you.
Maggie.
Lafita, I was wrong about jubilant. It's more like humble and grounded. That is Robert Mitchell. Very, very realistic with Secret Oath.
You'd love every owner to be like him. You really would.
Make the bar pretty low, and you deliver performances like that, and makes you look good. But Dwayne doesn't need any help looking good, as he is the coach, and good to see him win the Honeybee. You will not see us anymore. Well, you see me down in the paddock a little bit later, but that will do it for Anthony and I here on the set. as Greg Wolf and Andy Serling, they're going to take the reins and lead you the rest of the way here on America's Day at the Races, including looking and showing you today's Grade 2 $1 million Rebel as New Grain looks to go 4 for 4 in his career. And Barber Road, he'll try to turn the tables on him for trainer Johnny Ortiz. So much more coming up on America's Day at the Races.
We bought the Taproot filly out of Tisn't She Beautiful and will be trained by Todd Fletcher. Extremely athletic, a lot like him. We're excited to see him on the track.
Beautiful filly. She's out of a graded stakes mare that ran early as a 2-year-old, so I like that quite a bit out of her. This filly looks like she's going to be super early and precocious. Very good muscled filly, just a lot to like about her.
Taproot, standing at Gainesway.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Run Happy, the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. Run Happy is represented by Smile Happy, the Kentucky Derby individual future pool favorite. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful. Call Bernie Sams now and book your mare to Eclipse champion Run Happy right now. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
There's a saying in horse racing, pace makes the race, and it's true. Most horses have a preferred running style. Some of them are speed horses. They jump right out of the gate and head to the lead. Others sit off the pace. They're stalkers. And others come from way off the pace, and they do their running late. They're called closers. When speed horses run loose on the lead without being pressured by other horses, they're more likely to win. On the other hand, when there's a lot of pace in the race, many speed horses, they're going to battle and likely tire each other out, which sets up for a closer.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us on a big Saturday, including back on the Derby Trail in Hot Springs at Oaklawn Park. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Got a big one here in New York as well. Stymie and the resurgent career of Green Light Go.
No, it's amazing. You know, you almost forget, as you've pointed out a couple of times, he was favored over 'Tis the Law in the Champagne. And it seems like Jimmy Jerkins should have been his trainer all along because he runs his best for Jimmy.
He really does. And he's put together back-to-back big efforts. He's going to be the favorite in this Stymie. We'll see if he can deliver from the rail. Back at the 6th here in New York. Rocco Strong, Dylan Davis, Carlos Martin.
And he's really getting his act together. When you think about, you know, sometimes we look at horses, right, that cost a lot of money and they broke their maidens as a 2-year-old at Saratoga like they were going to be a good thing, and they're running for $10,000 2 years later. Rocco Strong's kind of the opposite, right? He started out like he couldn't really run at all, running in relatively, you know, lower level races, and he's really just putting it together. And this is his second straight, very solid win.
Getting good right now for sure. 3 for 7 here in New York, son of Shackelford. And Dylan Davis aboard, 1180 for the win. Perceived group hug, second and third, 3-2-6. They're in that 6 from New York. 6th at Oaklawn. Starts at pick 4. It is a $12,000 claiming race. 4-year-olds and up who have not won a race since October 26th of last year. sprinting 6 furlongs, and you see Tyler Gaffleone showing up on the 11th, Storm Hong Kong. Make the 6-year-old debut coming up off the claim. And he's been having great success really all over the country, Gary. Talk to us about Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, he's one of the most sought-after jockeys in the United States at this point of his career, and its early career. He's got all the weapons it takes and gifts to be leading rider in the country. Listen, when you get the phone call from Steve Asmussen or your agent does to come in and ride on a day like this, Rebel Day, for $1 million to fill in for Joel Rosario, to me, one of the strongest finishers in the game. Well, you try and match a horse up with a jockey that's going to fit him. Well, Tyler Gaffleone, he's one of the strongest finishers in the game as well. His upper body strength, he's very, very powerful. He's got great hands, and he rides the turf great. He rides the dirt great, and it doesn't matter what racetrack he rides. Gulfstream Park, he's winning races in bunches right now. He was leading rider at Churchill Downs this past year, and he's just super talented young man. Getting a test run here. Storm Hong Kong coming back in our Rebel Stakes on Chasing Time. Let's see what he can do. I mean, when I say he's got every gift that there is as a jockey, he really does. I'm looking forward to seeing what he and Chasing Time can do later on this afternoon. Mags?
We look forward to seeing him. I'll take it back over. Here's where a minute to post here. Chasing Time, what'd you make of that performance for Asmussen? He got a big figure.
Chasing Time? I'm sorry. It's hard. He stepped forward. It's still not fast enough to beat Newgrange, but I don't think Newgrange is such a big mountain to climb, and it is Steve Asmussen. I'm not a huge fan, but I won't be shocked if he steps forward. He feels like a horse that could be moving in the right direction for the right trainer. It's interesting with Tyler Gaffleone coming there. It's a great opportunity, as Gary noted, with Joel out of town. And if you're Matt Musiker, who's Tyler Gaffleone's agent, and it takes two to have the success, and obviously Tyler's the goods, but Matt Musiker has really brought him along to be one of the top riders in the country. You get this opportunity, and it's only going to pay off down the road when they get to Saratoga, right? When they're at Churchill Downs, to ride more for Asmussen, to be able to come in for Joel Rosario in this situation. Yeah, he's riding Chasing Time, but it's also a way to make yourself stronger in the barn.
Post time coming up. Let's bring in Jonathan Kitchen. JK, we saw Steve Asmussen hit the board in a $20 million race earlier today. Here he's got a horse he just claimed for $10,000.
Yeah, I mean, look, I grew up going to Lone Star Park seeing Steve Asmussen. He's everywhere all the time. In this spot, I thought the 3 Secretariat War was interesting. It's a horse that ran well last time, starter allowance, was wide all the way around there. But if you look at the race 3 back, this is a horse that can run down on the inside. He sat in the pocket in that race at Oaklawn, ran for a lot less, but did it well. So a horse that I know can handle the inside is a horse I trust drawn towards the inside. I'm going to go with the 3, Secretariat War here.
He used to be very talented back when he was a 3-year-old on the lawn. Now he's 8 years old, and he's become a dirt sprinter.
I imagine you were like me when you saw his name in this race. You said, I used to remember a horse that used to run on the turf a few years ago, and then realized, it's the same horse, right? I think Mike Maker may have had him. I feel like he may have been a 3-dime. Joe Allen actually bred him. I'm not sure. I don't think he's impossible. I think he's, a reasonable price. To be honest with you, I don't trust the 10 in this race. The Diodoro barn has not been going well. This is a big drop down for this horse. Clearly he's the horse to beat, but I don't love the layoff. And at similar prices, I think the 3, who's also very logical, is probably a better bet.
Ran a very good one last time out. We'll see if he can repeat it for Chris Hartman. Second off the claim. 2-1, he's the second choice on the board. As for the favorite, let's go back to that 10 for a minute. 8-5, Awesome Saturday. 8-year-old now. Coming in off a layoff. We haven't seen him since December 18, not a long time off, but not what he once was either.
Greg, he hasn't won a race since he won a race at Sam Houston on February 7th of 2020. He's run 12 times in 2 years, an 8-year-old, coming off a bit of a layoff, drops down. Obviously, he has races that are too good for most of these horses. But it's the intangibles that make races, right? Everybody can see the sort of obvious things, and sometimes it's very obvious, and they just win. Sort of like Secret Oath in Honeybee. But when you're dealing with these older claimers, I'd much rather go to a horse like Secretariat War, who at least has been running at lower levels and is actually being more aggressively placed. So I'm with Jonathan.
There he is stepping in, 8-year-old, that 3-horse by Warfront. Now with Chris Hartman, he's been popular too in the claim box. He's gone from Wayne Potts to Diodoro, Doug Danner, Gennaro Garcia. See what happens here. It's still the 10. The favorite at 8-5. Awesome Saturday. Diodoro, the 8-year-old, making his 2022 debut here coming up with David Cohen. Let's go to Vic Stauffer for the call.
Sky Scanner is ready. Last to load, Raven's Reflection. They're at the post. They're off. Big Fudge and Secretariat War, Lonely Private, Raven's Reflection, and Awesome Saturday. Replete is next. Then to the outside, and Storm in Hong Kong, followed by American Joey towards the back of the pack, along with Stomping Hot Rod, and the trailer is Sky Scanner. Up the backstretch, Raven's Reflection crosses and clears for Travis Wales. He's a length and a half in front of Secretariat War, Lonely Private, and a 3-wide Replete. 2 lengths further back to Big Fudge, Awesome Saturday on the move 3 deep, and between horses, Storm in Hong Kong. Stomping Hot Rod has 5 lengths to make up. He's a length in front of American Joey, and Sky Scanner is the trailer, and Raven's Reflection is still the leader. Raven's Reflection, top of the lane, a length in front of Lonely Private in second. Secretariat War is third, then Replete to the outside, final furlong, and here comes Lonely Private. Outside of Raven's Reflection, Stompin' Hot Rod is Stompin' Hot Rod is making a move. And at the rail comes Secretariat War, and now it's down to Storm in Hong Kong and Secretariat War. Secretariat War, Storm in Hong Kong, to the wires, Storm in Hong Kong, Secretariat War. Boy, that could be a dead heat. It is an inch either way, Lonely Private and Stomping Hot Rod. The win is a whacker.
On cue, as Gary was talking about Tyler Gaffalione, he's outside on the 11. That 3 Secretariat War on the inside. Francisco Arrieta, I'm not sure.
I'm not either. One thing I've noticed, and I was talking to our friend Frank Miramati, who calls it Santa Anita, who used to call it Oaklawn, and he said that in his experience, a lot of times the inside horse in close photos has a bit of an edge. And we saw that close one the other day with a 70-1 shot, and the inside horse won it. But this might be a head bob, you know, Greg. It's very hard to see.
Seemed just like all that momentum outside. It's just so tough to tell from that angle.
I'll bet $1 on the inside. You can win a dead heat if you want.
7-5 if it's Secretariat War, 6-1 if it's the 11 Storm in Hong Kong. And regardless, pretty shrewd claim for Steve Asmussen with the 11.
Got to keep it going. You know, you got to get to 10,000. I mean, he'll probably be there by the time we get to Saratoga. We can celebrate that. And Awesome Saturday. Nowhere to be seen, and that's a barn right now, the Diodoro barn. I'm sure they'll start winning again, but until they do, tread lightly at short prices.
Yeah, not used to saying that, especially in Hot Springs, with as well and potent as he is there. Secretariat War looked like it's going great right here, but here comes Tyler Gaffalione, and this is a 6-year-old off the bench putting together this performance.
Yeah, no, he ran well. They both ran well. I mean, Secretary Ward just got a tremendous trip under Francisco Arrieta. Not that Tyler did anything wrong. He had an outside post, and the other one had an inside post, and it can make a big difference. They posted the 3. That might be the first time I think that Frank Miramati actually said something helpful to me in my entire life, and I've known him a long time.
Secretary War, the 3, goes off the 7-5 favorite. Second off the claim, Chris Hartman, having a terrific meet as well. It's 8-year-old. The one-time turf star, picking up the 7th win of his career under one of the leading riders at the meet. When we come back, we'll talk the feature here in New York. Green Light Go, looking for just the 2nd stakes win of his career after he won the Saratoga Special as a 2-year-old, battling the improving Waxman for Pletcher.
Honor AP. A mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. New for 2021, only at Lane's End.
The 2016 Ballerina Grade 1 at Saratoga is my favorite race for a number of reasons. One is the fact that we won it with Have You Gone Away that year, just made it extra special. It's a race with an enormous amount of prestige, and it was our first Grade 1. There's something very special about the Ballerina. I don't know what it is, but the nerves had been building up and building up and building up. Remarkably, probably the time I was at my calmest was on race day.
They're off in the Ballerina.
I loved the post that day, and at this stage you're just hoping that you get a clean trip. We wanted a bit of pace to run at, but on paper there didn't appear to be a lot. So I said to Johnny, just make sure that she brakes cleanly and you get a nice position on the outside. I was hoping that we weren't going too wide around the turn, but Johnny really just stepped on the gas here a little bit, but he was also very careful not to hit the front too soon and not to give away too much ground, he said to me afterwards.
Here's Have You Gone Away on the outside, and she's coming with a rush.
At this point, I still thought we were going to be second, but she just in the last 5 strides got up.
Have You Gone Away has won.
After the race was a bit of a blur, to be honest. I remember the trophy presentation and some of the interviews, and then I remember just trying to digest it all, and I actually struggled a little bit, I have to say. It was an extremely emotional time, and it was also kind of a little bit lonely in that the owners weren't there, Maggie was still working, it was Travers Day, and I went and sat at a stall by myself for hours and hours on end, just hung out with us. Maggie and I went through a lot with that filly. We owe Have You Gone Away an awful lot, we really do. She was our first flagship horse. God, it still sends shivers down my spine watching that.
What a great moment. There's Tom Morley, as we got to share that on our program a few years ago, and I love that picture of him sitting in the stall by himself. It shows you all the hard work that goes into this and what it means to win on that stage.
Yeah, I mean, that was listen, there's so many parts of the game that are exciting. I mean, and one of the things about betting is, you get to participate. It's like you're renting a horse for the race. But for owners and for trainers, I mean, to win a Grade 1 at Saratoga, there's so much hard work that goes into it from so many people, and that's the pinnacle, right? What could be bigger? I mean, a Breeders' Cup, I guess, but a lot of ways you're in New York all year round. Winning a Grade 1 in Saratoga is as big as anything you can do, and Tom has had a lot of successes, and he's won his Grade 1s, but he's not a guy who's got a barn and it's full. He's done great claiming horses, but he doesn't get the opportunities with expensive yearlings, and for that to happen, just incredible for him.
Well, here's his runner he's going to send down to this 7th here. Zoomer's going to have the rail. He just claimed this horse for $50,000, and it was a win last time out as the favorite when the horse won for $50,000.
It's interesting that this is a reclaim for trainer Tom Morley, but for different connections. He has this horse in the past for different owners, and now he has it for Flying P, who he had so much success with winning that stake, the Temperance Hill back at Belmont. He ran well last time, a bit against the track, didn't break that sharply. That was a weird race, a 5-horse field that wasn't that contentious, but he's run some fast races. Not an easy race, though. The race complexion changed, though I don't think it really hurt him, when the 2 confirmed speeds, the 7 and 10, both enter tomorrow, obviously came out.
Yeah, it changed things quite a bit. Let's look at the entry. 4 to 5, you have the Withers winner from last year, but here's the entry mate that's taken likely the majority of this money here. Monster Effort back on January 8th at Aqueduct.
And I think the scratches really helped him, because you look at this horse. He was entered in a $40,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime claiming race, and they opted to scratch to run in this race to give him another chance with allowance horses. But if you look at his last race, it just makes no sense for any of his other races, and you have to ask yourself, what happened? Now, maybe the light bulb went off, or maybe he realized that going to lead, he's a different horse. And he's a horse that didn't have speed in his first start because his gait malfunctioned, which is why he ran for purse money only, and he broke 5 lengths behind the field. I got to think they're going to be aggressive with him again, and there's some other speed, but nothing like there was before the scratches, Greg.
Yeah, and that's why this entry is so short. What about risk-taking back off the bench here? We haven't seen him since Saratoga last summer.
He's a horse that had potential in a lot of ways, though, was disappointing. I mean, when you win the Withers, when you're favored, you're one of the favorites or is the favorite in the Wood Memorial, and your season goes the way it did, it's a disappointment. So he's getting started again. His chances were better before the scratches, right? There was going to be more pace. Yeah. It is nice, though, to have an entry and have one be a speed and one a closer.
Well, we just saw risk-taking. Here's Sound Money. He gets post 7 with Kendrick Carmouche.
Got to be aggressive again with this guy.
4 to 5 in the entry. The rail, Tom Morley's reclaim, as you mentioned, Zoomer from the inside.
The nice thing for Zoomer is he has enough speed to put himself in position. The field is tougher, but he has run good races.
007. Son of Heartspun, 68 to 1.
Yeah, he will make James Bond proud if he can move up and beat this field.
2 Boss. Todd Pletcher, the gray son of El Padrino.
Ditto, of course. A Pennsylvania bred coming in here. Ran second to Milton the Monsters in the stake.
Yeah, we're going to see him in the Stymie. He's been brilliant on wet tracks. Croatian, 27 to 1.
Yeah, he cuts back a little for Tony Dutrow. He has back races that actually give him a chance to get a piece if you want to look for a price.
Super John, here is the 6. He went gate to wire at a mile in the slot last start for the win.
Yeah, he was very much with the racetrack that day against much lesser off the claim. He's going to have to step forward.
Danny California, he's been on the circuit for a long time, the son of Fleet Alex.
He's my top choice. He was against the track last time out. I liked him with more pace in the race, but I'm still going to remain cautiously optimistic.
Mo Gotcha, huge number at 65 to 1.
Yeah, he will blow up the tote board.
And the 2 outside runners, 7 to 1. Captain Bombastic taking money for Steve Asmussen.
He's very dangerous, especially with the scratches. He's the one who could be forwardly placed with the 1A.
Jose Lizcano rides there, and then outside the Sound, Jimmy Jerkins, who we're going to see send out. Green light go in the feature. Blinkers on.
He looked like he was a budding superstar a year plus ago with that triple-digit buyer, and it's been all downhill and progressively worse since then.
See if he can sort of refine form. He has a bullet drill, gate drill coming in. You would assume with the equipment change, blinkers on. JK, minute to post here coming up in the 7th.
Yeah, Andy mentioned the reclaim, and it's a thing that I always pay attention to. You have these trainers who get to know these horses. They know what they're capable of. They typically know what they're worth. And when they lose them and come back and get them again, it's a sign to me that they really wanted to keep that horse in their barn. They didn't drop the horse to lose the horse. They dropped the horse to be competitive, lost, and came back. So I think it's interesting with the 2 Zoomer that Tom Morley does dip back in. I also thought that Zoomer ran extremely well last time. I think you probably wanted to be inside that day. This horse was wide, broke slow as well. And I think that Zoomer really could take another step forward. The biggest problem for Zoomer is that Sound Money is in here, and if Sound Money runs the race that Sound Money ran last time, I don't care what Zoomer does, they're all running first, second, and it's always a nice insurance policy to have the one risk-taking. But Richie, I did want to ask you, how did you handle riding an entry when you had the same owner? Were you aware of the other horse and wanted to kind of stay out of the way of the other horse if you weren't going to get the job done, or did you just treat it like any other race?
No, Jonathan, absolutely. You were aware of your entry. Usually the strategy involved one showing more speed, another being more of a closer, and you definitely didn't want to get in the way of your entry with the same ownership. You know, nowadays horses will run from the same stable, but different ownerships, they won't be coupled. Then it's basically you won't pay as much attention to it. But when you were a coupled entry, you definitely tried to complement each other. And psychologically, it's an edge. If you're an entry in one speed, other riders are reluctant to go with that horse because they don't want to set it up for the other horse, and sometimes that can allow a speed horse like Sound Money to kind of get away, get comfortable because people aren't going to be as inclined to engage. I mean, listen, I walked out of the little office getting warmed up there. The first horse I saw was the 1A Sound Money. He hadn't had his tack on yet. And my first question was like, wow, who is that? I mean, both Chad Brown horses look fantastic. I'm going with the 1A Sound Money, but I certainly like having backup as well. Zoomer, incredible horse, looks fantastic for Tom Morley's been claimed 9 different times since he started his career. And then the 8 Danny California looks terrific. And if it was a mile and an eighth, he would be my top selection. I just worry about the mile maybe being a touch short for him, guys.
All right, Mig, thanks. A lot to take in there. Danny California, nice appearance. Who you like in here? And he's 7-1 right now, that 8 horse.
Yeah, he's not taking a lot of money in here. I mean, I guess with the entry, such a big favorite, everybody else is a square enough price. I like his chances, but I'm scared of the entry. Obviously, I'm scared of the 1A, and I do hope they run well in here. I also think Captain Bombastic is dangerous with his outside post. So, sort of an interesting race. This is a very high quality, not where's a 2.
Yeah, Captain Bombastic, that New York bred for Asmussen. Multiple stakes winner.
Yeah. And with a horse like Sound Money, Greg, you just don't know because his last race was so good, but it was also out of nowhere. And you just sometimes these horses run those races, and then 4 races later, you're asking yourself, where the heck did that good effort come from?
You think with this barn, Chad Brown, it gives you a little more confidence.
100%, and that's the thing about barns like a Chad Brown. You have more confidence, but still, horses sometimes surprise people, and they turn back into a pumpkin quickly. I don't think it's going to happen, but you don't know until they run.
There's the last year's Withers winner moving in. That one risk-taking entry mate, the 1A Sound Money. The reason this entry is such a short price. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the 7th from Aqueduct.
They're all in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, Captain Bombastic and the Sound. Now, Super John moves on through to be up close. On the outside is Mo Gotcha, who's racing in 4th. 007. Down towards the inside in 5th. Sound Money advances on the extreme outside in 6th. Danny California is next in 7th. Then it is Zoomer in 8th, followed by Croatian in 9th. Two Boss is 10th, and Risk Taking is the trailer in 11th as the field races up the backstretch through a quarter. Sharp 22 and 3/5 seconds. The Sound, big long shot here, steps away to lead by 4 lengths. The Sound is in front, with Captain Bombastic racing in 2nd. Sound Money on the outside runs in 3rd. Then comes 007 next in 4th. Danny California is on the move from 5th. Half mile, 44 and 3/5 seconds as they go into the far turn. And they're closing in now on the Sound. Here comes Captain Bombastic, and here comes Sound Money, and the two of them go right by the Sound. So it's Captain Bombastic and Sound Money. Danny California moving up on the outside into 3rd. Down at the rail is Zoomer. Risk Taking is on the far outside as they head for home now. 3/4, 109 and 3. And it is Sound Money and Captain Bombastic as Risk Taking continues to gain on the outside of Danny California with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Sound Money, Captain Bombastic. And then comes Danny California, Zoomer, and Risk Taking. They come down for the finish. It is Sound Money narrowly. Late charge here, Zoomer and Danny California. 3 of them hit the wire together. Zoomer, Danny California, or Sound Money in a blanket finish.
Looks like Zoomer might have got this in the final stride.
It does. This was a very interestingly run race, and Sound Money ran very well in defeat. We're watching the finish here right now, and Zoomer got the money over Danny California. A tremendous ride on Zoomer to get the money. That was Dylan Davis saving ground and splitting horses. They were flying up front. Sound Money got left, and obviously it cost them the race, as it turned out, but they were flying up front. You see those fractions. And it just started to collapse late. Risk-making was making a little bit of a move, but he hung badly, and Zoomer just made that last move. He was back in the back of the pack, and as it turned out, Greg, as the race collapsed, that's where you wanted to be, and Zoomer gets it done. I know they were 3-5, a tough beat for the entry. Danny California, as it turned out, maybe he moved a little earlier than helped him, but you can't blame the rider for that. It's just one of those things, you know, a lot of odd things happen. And once the Sound, Greg, ran that huge pace, it really changed the whole complexion of the race, right?
He backed out of it fairly quickly when the real running started. In the end, 9-2, Zoomer reclaimed for Tom Morley. And Source has a nose for the wire, doesn't he? 10 for 33 lifetime.
He does, and he got it done. Tough beat for my 7-1 Danny California, though he got a pretty good trip overall. This is an excellent ride by Dylan Davis, and it really was a tough beat for Sound Money. I know they were a short price, but he didn't break. I mean, he was back to last, I believe, after the start of the race, and then he ends up chasing and moving soon into that wicked pace. I mean, I know the track is quick today, but that's a fast pace. He ran very well in defeat.
Yeah, considering that big effort for Sound Money. With a poor break in the end, between horses, Pink Silks. Zoomer up for the win at 9-2, 2-8, 1-8, 11. Here in the 7th, our feature, the Stymie up next. Meanwhile, going to hit the Triple Crown Trail in Hot Springs. Steve Asmussen looking for a 5th Rebel. He'll have 3 shots at it with Kairama, Stellar, Tap, and Chasing Time.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. You can play all the action we bring you by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, download the app, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Zoomer had a poor break last time out. He still got up to win. This one comes from the back of the pack and just up in time between horses.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great job by Dylan. Because the thing about it is, he's not that slow a horse, but Dylan just was very comfortable sitting back, and it's much like a ride he gave earlier today when he ran a lower-level race for Charlie Baker. He had a horse that could have been more forward, and he was content to sit in the back of the pack and did the same thing, moved up inside of horses, split horses. And it's one thing about Dylan. He's pretty fearless out there. He's not afraid to go inside of horses and find that seam, which is not always easy to do. A lot of things went well for him to win the race, but a lot of it was because Dylan rode him as well as he did.
3-win day for Dylan Davis. $11.40 for Zoomer. And Tom Morley off the claim. Did he stay with Tom Morley?
I would doubt he was claimed, but maybe he was. I mean, listen, Linda Rice claimed him.
Wow.
No. Well, this wasn't bad, though. They claimed him for $50. They won an $84,000 race. They made an extra $12,500. I think that was pretty good for Flying P.
Yes, it was. Back at Oaklawn 7th, here we saw Great Escape go by. Rudolph Brissett, Call Me Jamal for Mike Puich. And here's Costa Terra.
This is obviously a race that was dramatically affected by the scratch, and this one for Steve Asmussen, you have to hope he's found an easier spot.
Vodka and Water 12-1. Fed Biz 3-year-old.
He feels like one of the only ones in this race that would be sort of surprising.
Yeah, I agree. Sky and Sand, Asmussen stretching out for the first time.
Believe it or not, it's not a great move for Steve Asmussen stretching out from sprints to routes off maiden wins. Not bad, but not something he has a great record with.
Third to Zandon in his debut, Sky and Sand. He had the lead in that race. And D. Wayne Lucas already having a big day. Secret Oath, winning that Honeybee on the road to the Kentucky Oaks, or maybe the Arkansas Derby. Here's Ignitus.
And he's got a shot in the Rebel if you and I are right, because we're both fans of him in there. Did he just improve on the wet track 2 back? I didn't think he was impossible. Does get Lasix for the first time. Should the 5 be this big a favorite, Greg?
It is surprising. We'll find out. Stretching out for the first time. Let's check in with Lafitte Pin guy Gary Stevens for more.
Yeah, Greg, just time for Wayne Lucas and Louis Contreras to get greedy, right? They got the Honeybee out of the way. As you mentioned, Ethereal Road in the Rebel. And Ignitus here, Gary. Contreras, Lucas, a combination. They've had a lot of success together over the years.
They have had a lot of success over the years, and they're going to continue to have a lot of success. Listen, this guy, he's won the biggest races in Canada. I'm talking about Louis Contreras, multiple Queen's Plates up there. There's a mutual respect between Wayne Lucas and Louis Contreras.
Now, here with Ignitus, a horse who was on the Arkansas Derby Trail, a deep closer, finishing third in the Smarty Jonesy Southwest, didn't work out. Softer company today. What are you expecting from him?
Blinkers are going on. I expect him to show more speed than what he did in his last race in the Southwest. He broke flat-footed that day, and the chart actually says flat, did not fire, and that's exactly how he ran. So I expect him to be placed into the race, maybe sent a little bit from Contreras to get him involved early on.
See if Ignitus can turn things around. Another closer, Ethereal Road in the Rebel Stakes. His last win was one of those get up out of your chair type of moments. From the start, an absolute mess, Gary.
Yeah, he's a big colt. He's 17 hands and plus. Stumbled leaving the gate, then took an awkward step, and was completely, as Wayne Lucas says, in another area code. He started firing going into the far turn, passing horses with every stride. Looked impossible task that he was going to get up and win. Since that race, maiden breaker that Southwest day, he's gone back to the starting gate. I was at the starting gate the morning that he broke out of there. He broke like a giant cat. No stumble, nothing, just clean. And he picked it up at every pole. It was a brilliant workout, and I look for him to lay a lot closer to the pace today.
I don't know what to make of the performance, because visually it's like, wow. But then the speed figure, it was slow on paper. He's going to have to step it up if he's going to run with the likes of Newgrange in the Rebel. Ethereal Road for D. Wayne Lucas, looking for a stake sweep. You mentioned breaking like a cat. Here's Wayne Lucas in a cat. Lucas talking about whether or not Ethereal Road can step up, come through in the Rebel.
Here's where we're at. It's very simple. Can we see it again? Will we see it again against quality horses like the Rebel? I'm anxious to take him over there. He's doing super. I've worked on the gate part. I think he'll leave there on his feet this time. But it's going to be exciting to see if he can make that run, that half-a-mile run that he made in that maiden race. The good ones have that ability. I always said that if you're in the Kentucky Derby, you want to have a horse that can make a run from the kitchen. That's the 3.5 pole over there. I always call it the pole by the kitchen. But if he can make a run from the kitchen, you always have a chance to win and on that first Saturday in May.
if you can make the run from the kitchen, Gary, what's that mean?
Well, what this means is when I rode Winning Colors, he told me the kitchen sits right at about the 3/8 pole.
At Churchill.
He didn't say move at the kitchen. He said move at the second window of the kitchen. That's going to put you at the 3/8 pole. He said try and open up an insurmountable lead from there. So that's what got to move from the kitchen.
From the kitchen, Greg, could be a big afternoon for D. Wayne Lucas later. Ethereal Road right here, Ignitus.
How quickly do you move out of the kitchen, Greg? I'm usually pretty carrying a few things. I'm a little slow. I don't have a half-mile move in me, I'll tell you that.
I'd stay in the kitchen, probably. I don't have the ability.
Spending too much time in the kitchen, I am.
Gary Stevens, of course, teaming up with D. Wayne Lucas to win a couple of Kentucky Derbies, one of them with the Philly winning Colors. We'll see. If this horse can break better, I mean, that speed figure could have been a lot faster. I mean, even with the bad break, then the horse was just sort of walking.
I agree. And the other thing is, it's not like it was a fast-paced race that incinerated. He was sort of running in just a completely different race than everyone else. He's the intriguing horse in here. Can he come back and run that kind of, he stumbled after the start. Will he break more cleanly? Will he be as effective if he's closer to the pace? All questions be answered. This race at Oaklawn, Greg, listen, I won't be surprised when Sky and Sand wins. I think you're supposed to bet against him. I think he's supremely overbet in this race. I would fool around. Here's what I would box 1, 2, 3 in this race and maybe press the 2-3 box. I would try to beat the 5. I think he's way overbet. I know that's not a particularly clever play, or maybe I just box 2-3 and try to get lucky.
Meanwhile, D. Wayne Lucas with Ignitus, outside horse, was third in the Smarty Jones to Dash Attack. It was a sloppy track. Obviously disappointed, really a non-factor at all in that Southwest. But a lot of changes, blinkers, gets Lasix, and it gets a lot easier company.
It worries me that best effort was in the slop. Now, in his prior 2 races, one-turn sprints, he ran respectable races, but his best effort was in the wet. Lasix, blinkers on. I don't think he's impossible. I think only the long shot, the 4, is impossible, and I believe that Sky and Sand is dramatically overbet, even though he's probably the speed. We'll see.
Tyler Gaffleone on board there, the 5 favorite at 6-5, stepping in, that Gray Son of midshipman. 7th here from Oaklawn. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
Wayne Lucas. They're at the post. They're off. Beautiful start for Vodka and Water. Sky and Sand is close up, and Great Escape is showing speed. And there goes Great Escape all the way up to take over the lead. Ignitus will be 4 wide or have to take back. Then Call Me Jamal, and the early trailer is Costa Terra. It's Great Escape sharp off the layoff, and he leads by 1.5 lengths from Sky and Sand and Vodka and Water together 2nd and 3rd. Then it's 1.5 lengths to Ignitus. Here's Costa Terra making a very early move, and he splits horses to go all the way up into 4th now. And he's in a tough spot. Ignitus is next, and then at the rail goes Call Me Jamal, 4 lengths first to last. Great Escape the leader. It is Great Escape, 3/4 length from Vodka and Water and Sky and Sand. Sky and Sand puts his gray head into 2nd. Then a lineup of 3, all towards the back of the pack. Call Me Jamal, Ignitus, and now Costa Terra has dropped all the way back to 6th and last. They leave the backstretch. Great Escape is the leader, with now Call Me Jamal moving through inside of Sky and Sand. Sky and Sand still 2nd. Ignitus is moving up in the blinkers, and there goes Ignitus 3 wide. He's got a chance. 2.5 back to Costa Terra, Call Me Jamal, and Vodka and Water. Meanwhile, Great Escape is still the leader. Sky and Sand looks to be dropping out, and he is. So it's Great Escape and Ignitus at the top of the stretch. Call Me Jamal just took over 3rd. Costa Terra's 4th, top of the lane. And Great Escape and Ignitus are 1-2, and Great Escape has turned away Ignitus. Call Me Jamal, a fresh challenger in the center. Costa Terra 4th. Great Escape, Call Me Jamal after him. And now it's down to these 2, and here's Call Me Jamal to take over the lead. Great Escape is back to 2nd. Call Me Jamal in front. Call Me Jamal beat Great Escape. Ignitus was 3rd. Costa Terra finished 4th.
Call Me Jamal, impressive when he kind of kicked into gear here down the stretch. Giovanni Franco, Gary Stevens, Mike Puich.
I imagine Gary feels a bit like a proud father watching that ride, because this was a terrific ride by him. He really got good position with him early. You know, they went a little bit to start the race. He settled in behind, saved all the ground, angled out in the stretch. That's the way you want to ride. I mean, if you can get that trip every time with a horse that's not a speed, you're going to pay off for you. And much cleaner trip than the 3 God, who didn't run very well. But once Sky and Sand didn't make the lead, Greg, you knew he was in deep trouble in there, and he was just overbet.
Yeah, non-factor in this one. 2-1-7. Call Me Jamal. Great Escape. Ignitus for the coach, checking in 3rd. 7th in the books. It's the feature, the Stymie back in New York when we return. Green light go. He was sensational in the first couple of starts of his 2-year-old campaign. Now back as a 5-year-old and back with his original trainer. He's the one to beat in the feature.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. Good to have you with us on this Saturday program, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa.
Here's Title Ready on the outside of Vino Rosso. It's Title Ready with the lead. Vino Rosso battles on with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Vino Rosso coming back on the inside of Title Ready. It's Vino Rosso and Title Ready. And Vino Rosso is prevailing here in deep stretch. We haven't seen him since the Travers. He comes back to win the Stymie.
Love that call from Johnny I. That was the 4-year-old debut, indeed, in the Stymie. Of course, he'd go on to win the Breeders' Cup Classic that year.
I love that. You know, we're very proud of our winter home Aqueduct. It takes an unfair beating sometimes, and the public sometimes forgets the good horses that have raced here in the winter. It's Tricky, a multiple Grade 1 winner, Cloud Computing, who won the Preakness, and this horse, Vino Rosso, who went on to some really good things, especially the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Well, this year's edition, Waxman for Todd Pletcher, of course, campaigned. Vino Rosso, this horse has put together back-to-back wins. He'll be cutting back in distance today from 1 1/8 miles.
And you and I were trying to figure out if maybe his name for the noted chef, Jonathan Waxman, actually talking about that yesterday. He's obviously an improving horse, and even though he ran his best race last time at 1 1/8 miles, I like the cutback. I think that'll work well for him. He ran well last time. We saw the 3rd-place finisher, Southern District, come out of that race with a huge performance. And, you know, Todd Pletcher, obviously at this point, he could try to find a non-winners of 2. In theory, he could have run in the last race, right, with him, the non-winners of 2. But it's kind of time to put up or shut up. And this horse ran well enough that it's worth taking a shot. When you're second choice in a stake, that's what you do. But he's going to have to run well or hope Green Light Go fails to show up to beat that horse.
4-5 on Green Light Go, who's got the inside post. And Jimmy Jerkins, his trainer, admitted that last win. He got a 101 Beyer. He won by 9 lengths. May have been aided a bit by the racetrack, but it was the quickest mile race that's been run at the winter meet.
I don't think it was a hugely biased racetrack. Early, it seemed like the rail was good, not later. And yes, he was on the rail in the stretch, but he was outside earlier. And I think Jimmy's one of these guys he's a humble guy, sort of low-key guy. And I don't think he's inclined to say, look how great my horse ran. And when you look at his prior race, where he really didn't run that much worse from a speed figure angle, he was against the track that day. The rail was good. He made a wide move. Dylan probably after the race wishes he cut the corner a little more and saved more ground. So it's not like this race came out of nowhere. And you got to see where he's going, because cut back to 7 furlongs to Carter, a grade 1. Big performance here, and he's going there.
Brief break, and she's right back to work. Let's go to Maggie.
No rest for the wicked. We'll take a look at Waxman, though, Greg. And he does continue to fill out and gain a little bit of focus. That was his problem early on. And then once Todd Pletcher added the blinkers, he's been undefeated in them. And while I do think 9 furlongs is probably best for him, I really like the way he's coming into this race. As we'll check in with the horse that is coming off a bit of a layoff. That's number 4, Doubly Blessed. He looks sensational. I don't think I've ever seen this horse look this good. He looks strong, but yet looks fit. And you know me, it's usually my complaint with maker horses coming off layoffs. Sometimes they just look heavy. Not the case. Doubly Blessed looks like a fit, happy, healthy horse, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. Here is Waxman. So, yes, blinkers going on, and now he's 2 for 2.
There's nothing not to like about him. The question ultimately may come down to whether he's good enough to beat the 1.
3-1 second choice. Pletcher, Jose Lezcano. Here's the 3, Hanales Houdini.
Distant second, Green Light Go, but he justified that race by going down to Maryland and losing the horse that came back to win the General George in a photo.
There's the one Maggie thought looked so good. Doubly Blessed, who was just second to life, is good in the Kelso.
He's got a race or two that give him a shot, but he's going to have to find that form off a layoff.
Milton the Monster, he has been a monster in a couple of races on sloppy tracks.
He wishes they ran this race yesterday.
No question. Not getting the weather he probably prefers. Pirates Punch at 20-1.
I'm going to take a shot and play a 1-6 exact on this race, or in a little 1-2-6 try. I think he's an interesting player, cutting back and getting a little class relief.
Here's a New York bred, Our Last Buck with Kendrick Carmouche.
I actually think he's a little interesting. He was way against the track against Danny California in his last race in Seafoam, and he's got some races give him a chance to get at least a piece.
Well, this horse has completely resurrected his career. Dylan Davis on board looking for his 4th winner of the afternoon. JK, your thoughts on Green Light Go?
Yeah, look, Green Light Go showed us at a very young age that he had a lot of talent, and it just didn't always kind of materialize throughout his career. Now he's back with Jimmy Jerkins, and he kind of ran the last 2 races kind of to what we thought Green Light Go was. So in this spot, he makes a ton of sense. He's a little bit short on the board for me, and because of that, I'm going to give the 5, Milton the Monster, a little bit of a chance. This is a horse that ran extremely fast last time at Parks, and a lot of times when you see that big, fast number jump up, and it seems to be kind of an aberration, one of my favorite things to do is to look to see what horses in that race, what their figures have done out of it. Because a lot of times, if the number is inflated, horses will run back, and they'll run slower numbers. 3 horses that have come back from that race have run the same number or faster, which makes me believe in the figure that the 5, Milton the Monster, ran. I'll go with him at 8-1 here, but don't get it wrong. I do think Green Light Go is extremely live. I just don't like the price.
None of us do at 3-5. But when you win like he did last time out, and even the start before that in the Fall Highway, he was very good. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, 3-5. You know, the 3-5, does it say to you that he's got a big edge in a lot of ways in the 2? I thought it could have been a little more competitive between them, but as usual, David Aragon, the morning line maker, was right. They're just really saying it in the 1. And I have to agree with the public, and I think you do too. He is way the horse to beat in this race.
Let's head back down to Maggie.
Well, maybe to make JK feel a little bit more confident, I didn't necessarily love Milton the Monster in the paddock. He looked fine. He just wasn't necessarily a standout. But watching him warm up, this guy just has that extra bounce to his step, which I will say sometimes is indicative of a horse that does like, especially a sealed type of track where they can really bounce off of it. But it does feel as though this track is pretty tight today, and watching him in the warm-up, it certainly looks as though he can get over this Aqueduct strip quite nicely. So definitely one that was upgraded once they hit the track. Now, number 1, that's Green Light Go. I've been a fan of his for, since his 2-year-old year, and I'm so pleased that he's back with Jimmy Jerkins. So today, he got a little over the top in the paddock. He got hot, he got washy, he was very aggressive, and that's not necessarily out of character. But it's not warm. It's pretty cold here at the Big A. He has calmed down a little bit since getting out on the racetrack. All I'm saying is he just didn't do that last time. And so, yes, the price is short, and so that kind of just pushed me a little bit more over to Waxman, who I'll take a shot with here. And then longest price on the board, Andy was talking about Pirate's Punch. I wanted to make a case for him in that he looks fantastic for the fact that his coat, his flesh, I just wish he was a little bit more energetic in the prelims. He did get a nice warm-up by Jorge Vargas, and it looks as though he's livened up a little bit as we approach post time, but he feels like a horse that does his best running on the front end, and I just don't think he's going to be able to get it over several of these in here. So we'll see what kind of trip he pulls in this Stymie, Greg.
Well, we all agree on this with Pirate's Punch. He is just way too big a number. 23-1 right now.
It doesn't make it. He's not just the longest shot on the board. He's 50% higher than the second to longest shot on the board, and that's Handicapping Houdini. I don't get it.
Real quick, you can get a $20 bonus today when you bet on select races with Naira Bets. For every selected stakes race, you bet $50. You get $5 whether you win or lose. Today's races, this one, the Stymie from Aqueduct and the Rebel from Oaklawn. You got to opt in at Naira Bets. Being told there's a late scratch here, the 3.
Number 3 is coming out, and that was the second longest shot. That was Handicapping Houdini. Hope he's okay, but
back to the point you're making
with Pirate's Punch. Okay, what was he going to do against Mandaloon and Midnight Bourbon last time? The time before that, he ran respectably. You look going back, he's got some fast figures against some good horses. And I think the cutback from a 2-turn race to a 1-turn should sort of accentuate his kick. And I don't want to dismiss horses switching to William Morey. He's 27%, 13 for 49 off trainer switches on the dirt with a positive ROI.
Not to mention 36% here at the meet. There he is. Pirate's Punch. Jorge Vargas Jr. will be aboard. Huge price at 23-1.
And I know you're looking at him going, he looks good. I know you. You love that. You love a bowed head.
No,
it's a good look.
You know who else looked good today? Mishriff looked sensational on the track. He finished last.
Yes.
Doesn't always work out.
Well, he's a good horse. Sometimes they look good.
Yeah.
Yeah. He caught lightning in a bottle last year, and that was good enough. If you run a $20 million race and you win it 1 out of 2 times, if you run last the other time, you're still okay.
Pretty good. 1-2 now on Green Light Go. Just a massive favorite. And obviously, one thing at a time. You got to see what happens here. But what could potentially be the path forward for him?
Well, every horse wants to be in the Met Mile. And while Flightline's connections are saying they expect to make it, he's a major uncertainty. And life is good. If he goes to Dubai, don't know if we'll see him there. It's the biggest races of the year in the world. So everybody's looking at it. But the Grade 1 Carter on Wood Memorial Day, I have to think a good performance by anyone, but particularly Green Light Go. He's going to be in the Carter. We saw a horse in Florida, Reinvestment Risk, who we'd seen run well as a 2-year-old, make his return. He could be there. That could come. Rudy Rodriguez with the New York bred.
What do you think now?
What do you think now? You got to think he's going there, and that could be a very exciting race. But first things first.
1-2 favorite from the inside post. Green Light Go trying to get his first stakes win since the second start of his career back as a 2-year-old when he won the Grade 2 Saratoga Special. Back now with Jimmy Jerkins and back in the best form of his life. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with a Stymie here from Aqueduct.
They're all in line. And they're off. in the Stymie Stakes. Green light go, broke well from that inside post position and is up close. It's Pirates Punch from the outside with Milton the Monster right there. And our last buck as Green light go advances, and Green light go is going on with it here. Green light go has a head in front of Milton the Monster with Pirates Punch racing in third. Then it's a little more than a length to our last buck, who's on the outside of Doubly Blessed. It's a half dozen lengths back to Waxman, who trails the field in sixth. The quarter 22 and 4/5 seconds. The favorite Green Light Go leads by a half length. Milton the Monster on the outside in second by a length. Pirates Punch is next in third with Doubly Blessed down at the rail. Then our last buck, almost 5 lengths to Waxman, who continues to trail. The half, 45 seconds. Green Light Go leads by a neck. Milton the Monster right there on the outside in second. Then it's a length to the duo of Doubly Blessed and Pirates Punch. Another 2.5 to our last, the buck, and 3.5 to Waxman, who continues to trail the field as Green Light Go takes the field to the top of the stretch. It is Green Light Go in front. Green Light Go ran 3/4 in 1:09 and 1. Green Light Go leads by 2 lengths. Doubly Blessed looking to get out there from the inside. Right alongside is Milton the Monster. Then comes Pirates Punch. It is Green Light Go in front by almost 3. Doubly Blessed down at the rail. And then Milton the Monster and Pirates Punch. And it will be Green Light Go to take the Stymie Stakes. And it's been a super Saturday for jockey Dylan Davis. His 4th win on the card.
Green Light Go, first stakes win since August of 2019 when he was a 2-year-old.
Yeah, and I'm really happy for Jimmy Jerkins. It's got to be really satisfying for him, right? You have this horse. He looks like one of the best 2-year-olds in the country. Things don't work out. You lose the horse. And for him to get the horse back and win this stake after the race last time, it's just got to be incredibly satisfying for Jimmy. And I couldn't be happy for him. Done such a good job. This is a nice race. They were moving up front. I will say one thing. The final time flatters race number 7 in Zoomer, doesn't it? They were pretty similar times. And he won fairly comfortably in the 8 stages. Obviously a big disappointment with Waxman. He didn't break sharply, Greg, and he just never, ever got into the race.
He did not. As for Green Light Go, on to bigger and better things with this Stymie victory. You would think potentially the Carter next?
Got to go in the Carter. I mean, you know, he's a horse, so he can stand at stud. And a win in a Carter makes him a stallion, and that's what it's all about. And that's, you know, as far as for the Stronach stable who owns him. And I can't say it enough how happy I am to see Jimmy, you know, with this horse, because of all the horses, right? To think of what he went through with this horse, to get him back and to show, you know, this is a horse I should never have lost in the first place.
It's really one of the great stories of the meet, coming back to his barn and blossoming the way he has now as a 5-year-old. Rebels still to come on the road to the Triple Crown, and Dallas Stewart going to take another shot against Newgrange with Ben Diesel. He'll have 61-year-old John Court in the irons, trying to do better than last time out.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run.
Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner. It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's Improbable to win the Whitney.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2, our program is brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The Stymie, it goes to green light go. 4-win day for Dylan Davis. It's only part of the great story here. It's the return of this horse back to his original trainer, who he won the Saratoga Special with back as a 2-year-old. And now he's in the form of his life, returning to the Jimmy Jerkins barn. Pays $3.10 for the win, owned by Stronach Stables. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Jimmy Jerkins here, green light go. Jimmy, a horse that you had so much success with as a 2-year-old. How rewarding is it to get him back in your barn and now to win his first stakes since that Saratoga Special?
Feels great because, you know, we didn't know if he was going to make it back. You know, when we first got him, his campaign in Jersey, and then went back up to Canada, kind of really knocked him out. And when they shipped him back to us, and it took us a while to get him going, but you can see he's big and strong now. So I just hope we can keep it up.
What has been the key in his training? You mentioned that he did have, that injury earlier on in his 3-year-old year, right? That set him back a bit. But what has been the difference getting him back to this level?
Just for some reason, he just kicked in and got strong. You know, that was his whole thing. He said, well, you see how upset he gets before the races, and I wish we can get a little better handle on that. But I guess being as he's older, he's able to do that and get away with it a little bit, especially as big and strong as he is now. And I think he likes the cooler weather too.
Yeah, a horse that does get hot like that. Now, Jimmy, obviously enjoy this victory, but what is kind of the loose outlook for him over this next year?
I'd like to sit and wait for the Carter. I think cutting back to 7, he could probably, hopefully, stalk and pull out and finish. I think, he was getting a little tired, I thought, but today, now after seeing, maybe 7/8 will be perfect for him.
Well, Jimmy, congratulations. Really job well done in getting this horse back to top form.
Thanks, Maggie.
Green light go. Well, it looks like it could be quite the showdown if everybody stays on their path to the Grade 1 Carter coming up on Wood Memorial Weekend, Greg.
Could be a tremendous weekend, and it's getting here a lot closer than you would think.
Yeah, we'll be on the turf. I mean, we'll be on the turf in like about 5 weeks here. Pretty incredible when you think about it.
Cross country, pick 5, follow along. If you had Emblem Road, you're in good shape if you're still alive.
I think the question is whether or not anyone's going to have 5 of 5, right?
Yeah.
Looks like a mistake when you see that price. You feel like somebody wrote it up wrong, right?
Well, people punch the L button.
Yeah.
No question. Maiden special weight at 1 1/16 that's coming up next here at Oaklawn. This starts a pick 5 here in Hot Springs. We have the 4 to 5 favorite, Quick to Blame, Brad Cox.
He's way the horse to beat on paper, but Greg lost last time at 4 to 5 to Ethereal Road. Lost time before at 3 to 2. He's starting to run out of chances.
That was Call Me Jamal, who we just saw win. Ethereal Road, so impressive. 3 to 5 now.
Does a big win move up Ethereal Road? Like you and I need more of a reason to lose money on him.
Grand Festival, a first-time starter on the street since.
1 of 2 for Patty Burns, who I'm not familiar with. We'll see.
41 to 1. Alex Conchari rides 14 to 1 on Millard's Smile.
Was claimed out of a maiden claiming race, moving up and stretching out second time.
Another big number in the 5 first-time starter for Patty Burns.
I'm disappointed the odds changed, Greg, because both of her first-time starters were 41 to 1. Sort of amazing, right? They're 43 and 42
Extremely close in the wagering.
Right.
It's strange. That's a son of Union Rags, the 5. Here's Western River, Rudolph Brissett.
Ran in the dirt off the turf first time out, didn't do much running. Trying the dirt with a tappet. 30,000 for a tappet is not a good sign.
Here is a Mastery colt who was very expensive, ordered $50,000. This is the debut.
Always interested in seeing these Masteries, and I respect Phil Bauer. I think this horse is an interesting firster.
Life on the Nile, Jerry Hollendorfer.
I hope I never find out what Life on the Nile is like. duel with Quick to Blame last time and got drowned by him.
Yeah, Ethereal Road as well. Curly Tail. Dallas Stewart is going to send out Ben Diesel later in the Rebel.
He broke a little slowly last time. Like Ethereal Road, he came from behind, but he didn't really have much impact.
And Riders Special, start number 2. They stretched him out to a mile, and he had to go against Dash Attack.
And he caught a sealed track that day. He was a little bit wide after braking slowly. I thought he made a little bit of a run. It's not impossible. But I got to tell you, I'm interested in the first-time star, the number 7, who's taking some money, Ludwig. I got a feeling if Phil Bauer ships this horse to Oaklawn, he's got a runner.
Meanwhile, with more on the Dallas Stewart-John Court connection, let's go to Lafitte.
A strong combination for years, Greg. And by the way, like, the atmosphere has completely changed here at Oaklawn Park. Like, now it's a party. These chants of Pig Suey as Arkansas has just upset Kentucky in the basketball game. So yeah, now it's a party atmosphere. And getting closer to that Rebel Stakes, less than 2 hours till the Rebel. 3-year-olds going a mile and a 16th. And as you mentioned right here, 3-year-olds going a mile and a 16th. Yeah, Dallas Stewart, John Court, teaming up with Curly Tail, number 9 at 6-1 at last check, about 7-1. It's been a little bit of a struggle so far. 5 starts off the board in each of those. Like, not a lot of early speed, not a lot of late speed. That switch needs to be thrown. We need to see that improvement if Curly Tail's going to graduate, earn that first career win in this upcoming 8th race in just a few moments here. The synergy with the Rebel is Ben Diesel coming in, exiting one of the hottest races in terms of last year's 2-year-old. Remember how good the Breeders' Cup Juvenile was a couple of years back? Essential Quality and Hot Rod Charlie and Ron Bauer exiting those races. This race is the hot one now. The Kentucky Jockey Club, Smile Happy, Classic Causeway, White Abarrio, all legit Derby contenders. Ben Diesel finished 4th against those on that particular evening. Hasn't won this year just yet. Decent effort in the Smarty Jones. From the outside, showed a lot of speed on that particular afternoon. The last race was a little bit puzzling in the Southwest Stakes, where he had that really good inside post, and we expected John Court to be a little bit more aggressive right from the start. Maybe the pace setter, the way it looked on paper. Instead, they took him back. Terrific trip, saved all ground, and when it came time to run, he came up a little bit short late. So what tactics will be employed on this afternoon in the Rebel Stakes with Ben Diesel? He does have the talent. What will the approach be this afternoon? And keep in mind, he is by Will Take Charge, who won a Rebel owned by Willis Horton. Would be a sentimental win for him. Will Take Charge, the champion 3-year-old in 2013, guys. And of course, Dallas Stewart, as we have learned, never sleep on Dallas Stewart in a big stakes race. Pulled off the biggest upset in the history of the Kentucky Oaks, and also saddled a couple of 50-1 shots. The second place finishes in the Kentucky Derby. Jonathan, we've just about reached post time. 8th race here at Oaklawn. By the way, did you have Arkansas upsetting Kentucky this afternoon?
No, I can't do that. I went to a Duke basketball game one time and wore a Duke sweatshirt, and all the Kentucky people flipped out. So there's no way I would ever admit to something like that. Look, I like the 8 Life of the Nile. I mean, Andy mentioned a little bit. This is a horse that came in off of a break, hadn't run since December 4th, comes in January 29th, attends the pace, makes the lead, is going fast, and just gets tired late. This horse is going to run better second time off of a little bit of a layoff, and hopefully won't have to work as hard. I love horses that show early speed in fast-paced races. It gives you a clue that there could be a lot of energy left late if they can somehow find a way to conserve some of that energy, and I'm hoping Life on the Nile does so.
12-1, JK, there he is. The 8 here, Son of Pioneer of the Nile. Tiago Pereira for Jerry Hollendorfer as we take a look here at the 2 and all the money here. Wow, 3-5 on Quick to Blame.
Yeah, he's obviously much the horse to beat in this race, and it'll be interesting. Is he going to take as much pressure as he did last time from the horse Jonathan likes, the 8 Life on the Nile? Can it soften him up? I feel like when horses are in races that they're supposed to win and they lose, it's always a black mark against them. When it happens twice in a row, it's another black mark. Now listen, I understand. If we're right, the Ethereal Road is a contender and turns out to be a major contender, he just lost to a better horse. But still, I just got a bad feeling. 3-2 loses, 4-5 loses. I just don't like, I like to bet against these horses because the problem is they don't move forward. They may move forward, they more often move backwards. And I just find them good bet against. Now, I'm guessing with a first-time starter, Ludwig, but Ludwig is bet in this race. And $450,000, Phil Bauer does not run a lot of horses at Oaklawn. He's 1 for 6 in the meet with a second-place finish. I've been very impressed with him in Saratoga. He's shipped up, and it's not easy to ship up there like he has done and been successful over the last few years. I'm interested to see what this one does, running a 1:16 first time out.
That is tough to do, too. Going 2 turns, going around the ground in your debut makes you wonder a little bit about what Phil Bauer's plans are here with this horse, who obviously, look, Mastery stands for $10,000. He sold for $450.
No, that's huge, right, when you see it. I mean, a lot of times the multiples are what tell the story, right? Let's do a comparison to the one inside of him. Now, he's run a few times. That's a Tappet that sold for $30,000. I mean, that's got to be one of the cheapest Tappets you'll ever see.
Who stands for $185,000.
And probably was standing for $250,000 at the time this horse was sold. So that's, obviously, he's on run, he's not much horse, but that's a lot for Ludwig. It's got to be one of the more expensive Masteries, and I'm really interested to see how Mastery pans out. He's standing at Claiborne, and he's a horse that could have been a very, very good horse, so unfortunately his career was cut short.
He's 7-1 as he steps in, but it's a big ask trying to win at this distance in the debut. We'll see if he's up to it. There's the 8 stepping in, Life of the Nile. Curly Tail, the 9 for Dallas Stewart. John Court going to team up with Dallas with Ben Diesel and the Rebel still to come. We are set for the 8th. It's the inside. Quick to Blame the 2, the 3-5 favorite for Brad Cox. Here's Vic Stauffer.
They're at the post. They're off. Ludwig wins the break and goes for the front from Life on the Nile. Riders Special a close third. Quick to Blame is 4th at the rail, then Curly Tail, followed by Millard's Smile. Then Western River, and at the back of the pack are the stablemates of Grand Festival and Jackpot Boy. Life on the Nile will clear off to the backstretch, and he's an aggressive leader. Life on the Nile, 2 lengths in front of Quick to Blame and Ludwig. Quick to Blame in a tough spot here. Might have to slam on the brakes for Johnny V unless he can get through into that 2-path. 2.5 back to Riders Special. He's a length and a half in front of fellow Willis Horton horse Curly Tail. Then it's 5 lengths further back to Western River and Millard's Smile. Another 6 to Grand Festival, and Jackpot Boy is desperately last. Midway on the backstretch, and the leader is still Life on the Nile, but now Quick to Blame has moved out, and he's in the clear and on the attack. So Life on the Nile is a neck in front of Quick to Blame in second. Riders Special moves inside of Ludwig, and here's Riders Special into third, less than 2 from the front. Curly Tail has 5 lengths to make up. Western River is 8 off the lead with Millard's Smile inside of him. Life on the Nile still the leader. Quick to Blame with every chance to outfinish him in second. Riders Special stays at the rail, third, 2 from the front. Then comes Ludwig and a Curly Tail. Life on the Nile turns away. Quick to Blame at this point, and now leads by a full length. Quick to Blame is second. Riders Special is third, then Curly Tail to the outside. Life on the Nile. Curly Tail and Riders Special alongside Quick to Blame. Western River emerges as well. Life on the Nile. Curly Tail trying to get him. Now it's down to these 2 with Western River third. Life on the Nile. Here's Curly Tail in time. Curly Tail beat Life on the Nile and Western River. It is very close for second.
61-year-old John Court. I apologize. Feel like we have to say his age every time he wins, but it's such a remarkable story. He won his 700th victory at Oaklawn alone in early December of last year, and he's still going strong.
I don't know if he's talking about this race, but I think the last thing Lafitte Pinkai said was, don't fall asleep on Dallas Stewart. And, I mean, he got a nice trip, and John Court rode him well. I feel bad for Jonathan. He made a great pick with the 8, Life on the Nile. That was a tremendous pick and a tough beat. I feel bad.
Finale coming up from Aqueduct when we return. Dylan Davis, the hot hand today. He's going to look for number 5 on this one right here. Honor Among Men. Mike Maker off the claim, the current 2-1 favorite. Stay with us.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconti, standing at Gainesway.
Back in America's Day at the Races. Live look at Hot Springs, Arkansas. Rebel Stakes still to come on the road to that first Saturday in May in the Kentucky Derby. 50 points to the winner. If it's anyone but Newgrange, essentially going to book that ticket to that Run for the Roses. Here, Curly Tail, Dallas Stewart, John Court. They're going to have Ben Diesel in the Rebel. They win with this 6-time starter who would never hit the board the previous 5 starts.
Another son of Curlin. Those Curlins just keep running and they can handle the distance. Nice to see Dallas get in the winner's circle. And, you know, we said it before the race, can say it afterwards. Quick to blame when trainers like Brad Cox, you know, Todd Pletcher, Chad Brown, when they have maidens that are short prices and they fail 2-3 times, play against them at short prices going forward. Guys like that, they win when they're supposed to win.
Strange to see. That was a short number that should not have been. Nightcap in New York coming up, and there's the favorite. And Dylan Davis looking for number 5 on the afternoon. Let's go to Maggie.
What a day for Dylan Davis, who reassumes leadership in the jockey standings over his brother-in-law, Trevor McCarthy. But we'll take a look at his mount here. That is number 8, Honor Among Men. And to be honest, he's a bit of a standout, at least looking at these horses physically. And last time out, albeit back in October at Santa Anita, he was just run down late by the favorite that day. And he comes in today, he looks fit considering the time away from the races, really well conditioned in here. And I just like what I'm seeing from the favorite, who's just quite honestly pretty logical and does look as though he could control as well from the onslaught. Now, another horse coming in off of a layoff, a bit of a longer one, is number 1, Me and Sap, who excuse me, early on in the wagering has taken some nibbles here. Now, going back to the dirt, looking at him physically, he just is one of those horses that's a little bit on the versatile side. And honestly, his form kind of speaks the same way in that he runs similar races on either surface. But to be fair, a lot of those dirt races were against a little better company. Maybe this is just a starting point, but he has done well in the interim, now returning as a 5-year-old, for the fact that he's just gone on, once again, a bit physically, filled out, grown, etc. He is very quiet here, and he looks probably 90% fit. It feels like this might just be a tune-up race. So, well, I'll take the wait-and-see approach here with Me and Sap. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll get to the post-parade here coming up in a moment. I want to remind everyone, get signed up, started. Perfect time to do it with the Rebel Stakes still coming up. Our nightcap here in New York. Go to NYRABets.com, download the NYRABets app. Promo code for new members, there it is, bonus 200. And take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus at sign-up. Yeah, let's take a look at this 8, 9-5 favorite. Gets the endorsement on looks from Maggie. Honor Among Men. Mike Maker off the claim.
he got an enormous scratch when the number 9 Swinton came out, because Swinton is a very fast horse, as is Honor Among Men, a horse that's involved in paces out in California, where they really know how to lay it down on the front end. He's quick, but Swinton's quick too. With him out, no one can run with him early. It worries me a little bit that this is a horse that's lost consecutive races at 2-1 and 5-2 in this class, not ours a 2 lifetime, but $16,000 level. So he's lost 2 races that he could have won with a lead in worse races kind of than this. Now, this is not the strongest of fields for 25,000, and Victory Built, who's the second choice, is 1 for 29 with 10 seconds. I like the 5 Magnificent Chrome.
6-1. There's a leg up to Omar Hernandez Moreno on the 5. What'd you like about him?
Well, he ran a race 2 back that would make him very tough. He was involved in a pace that completely collapsed, and he was the lone survivor. He came back and was on a dead rail last time out, which is something I'm sure Jonathan noticed as well. And I just think he's a little interesting. He runs back to his race 2 back. He can win.
Got a 69 buyer in that performance, missed by a neck for the same condition. Called a post. They're coming onto the track for a post parade here in this Saturday finale on the Aqueduct card. Plenty more coming up from Oaklawn, though, including that Derby prep, the Rebel Stakes, and Newgrange trying to stay perfect for Bob Baffert. Here's the one, me and Sap, David Donk.
A little interesting for David Donk coming off that 8.5-month layoff, going back to the dirt where he did break his maiden. Or I'm sorry, he didn't break his maiden. He's actually never won. Little interesting.
Divinacris, Donk as well.
He does have the big figure 2 back, but that was earned under very favorable circumstances.
You know, sloppy racetrack, too. Forest Spirit, blinkers coming off.
Not impossible, getting back to a fast track, but he's run well in all sorts of surfaces.
The 5, who you like at 7-1.
Yeah, I like this horse's chances. His last race, he lost all chance because of position on the racetrack, and his race 2 back was terrific.
Here's Victory Built, Gregory DePrima.
Doesn't matter how well he runs, he doesn't win. 1 for 29 in 10 seconds.
Yeah, maybe a horse to use underneath. Hanger 1 at 17-1, Jackie Davis.
It seems right that the horse outside of Victory Built, who's got 10 seconds, is named Hanger.
1 for 24 lifetime with Hanger. And Jackie's brother having quite a day.
Yeah, he's having an absolutely terrific day. He's the speed. He's the one to catch. Speed's done well today. He's the favorite and the one to beat.
Looking for his 5th on the favorite. And then 15-1 outside, Mr. Winston.
He is surling off. I have tried him in a couple of races unsuccessfully. I bet him last time, but his form is just falling apart.
2 minutes to post here in this Saturday finale from New York. Let's go to JK.
Yeah, I wanted to try to get creative here, but to be honest, it just felt like the 8 Honor Among Men was the kind of horse that I'd be interested in. You know, it's one of those West Coast types of kind of dirt horses who's shown some speed out on the West Coast, and then switching to, and no offense to the previous connections, but switching to a trainer like Mike Maker who can move a horse up. Dylan's obviously been riding lights out. I like the outside draw for this tactical horse. And although there is some other horses in here that I think are interesting, I do think the 8 Honor Among Men is the one you want. And I think the scratch of the 9 Swinton helps the 8 Honor Among Men quite a bit as well.
So 2-1, Maggie, JK both going with the West Coast speed, shipping out here to New York. Let's check in again with Maggie.
Just a quick look at number 3 in here. That is Forest Spirit, taking the blinkers off, second off the claim. And he's a horse that kind of wears how he's doing on his sleeve, so to speak. And when he looks good, he does usually show up on the track. And I like the way he appears before this effort. A horse that sometimes struggles to carry his conditioning across his top line. That looks good today. His coat is what I would like to see, especially for a horse that has spent the winter here in chilly New York. I don't know if he, is a legitimate player here, but he does get the services of Trevor McCarthy, and he was with the racetrack last time, but he does get back on a fast track here for the first time in 3 starts, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Now down to 8-5 on Honor Among Men. It's been his day. We'll see if he can keep it going here. Dylan Davis theme on this Saturday afternoon. This riding title, too. We have 14 days left, I believe, in this meet?
13, right?
Okay.
Tomorrow, after today. 1 tomorrow, and then 4
and
3-day weeks.
Several riders in the mix.
Yeah, no, Kendrick is right there as well. It'll be interesting to see. But Dylan's, it's a fun matchup. And, of course, as Maggie said, brother-in-laws, Trevor and Dylan, because, of course, Trevor is married to Katie, Dylan's sister.
3-2 now. On Honor Among Men, making his 5-year-old debut. Dylan looking for number 5 as Forest Spirit moves in. Let's go upstairs. Here's the nightcap on the Saturday card from Aqueduct. John Imbriel, take it.
Waiting now for the final horse, number 10, Mr. Winston. Set for the 9th race finale. And they're off. Bit of a bobble there at the start for number 1, Me and Sap, and he's towards the back of the pack. Up front, it is Forest Spirit out for the lead, along with Victory Built. Victory Built goes on with it. Now Honor Among Men ranges up on the outside to grab second. Then comes Magnificent Chrome, along with Forest Spirit and the Gray Hanger 1. Those three right together. It's another 2.5 lengths. Back to Divinicris, followed on the outside by Mr. Winston, and at the rail by Me and Sap. The quarter, 22 and 2/5 seconds. Honor Among Men now grabs the lead from Victory Built. Honor Among Men by a half length. Victory Built down at the rail runs in second. Hanger 1 is on the outside. And then it is Magnificent Chrome who is moving up a spot. Farther back in the field is Forest Spirit, who's racing in 5th, and Me and Sap and Divinicris. Honor Among Men leads the field into the stretch, the half and 45 and 4. It is Honor Among Men with a 2-length lead. Magnificent Chrome is all out, running in second. Down at the rail is Victory Built, and then Forest Spirit. Now Magnificent Chrome switches to the rail, trying to catch Honor Among Men. Honor Among Men and Magnificent Chrome, and they come for the finish. Magnificent Chrome gets up at 9-1 to beat the favorite, Honor Among Men.
Magnificent Chrome. Omar Hernandez Moreno ducked down to the inside on the fence and able to get by the favorite for the win.
Yeah, you could see he was running from the start. I mean, he broke very sharply. He let the others go. Dylan did not get the lead early, which was surprising, as Victory Built did. But this horse was running, and he just ran out of gas late. His last 3 races, the 8s, have all been mirrors of each other, right? And Greg, I think that's one of the first times I've said, come on, Omar.
Doesn't get a ton of opportunities, just his 3rd winner of this meet, young rider. Still learning. Let's go back to the beginning here.
Yeah, you see it. The 8 he doesn't break badly, but Dylan doesn't feel any sort of sense of urgency. Now, he's not that kind of rider, but I think he's that kind of horse. But, Greg, I don't think it mattered. You know, he took over quite easily. At the end of the day, you look at the 8. He's run the same race 3 times in a row. 3 races, he sort of had it wrapped up, and he just doesn't finish the deal. And Magnificent Chrome, a horse off a dead rail trip. Well, he got a good trip today, and he got it done.
5-8-3-6. 4-win day, still pretty good for Dylan.
He'll take it. I'm sure he's just happy for Omar.
No. Yeah, I think everyone should be. Doesn't get a lot of chances.
Yeah.
And able to run down the big favorite here. Good for him.
Yeah, no, I'm very happy. You know, I mean, it's this horse that, as we had said, he ran very well 2 back, and then he just got caught in a dead rail. And there have been a lot of these biases, and if you're paying attention to them, there have been opportunities for horses at prices.
He had a decision to make in the stretch, go inside, stay, go outside.
Did he lug in and bring him there? I don't know, but whatever he did, I'm happy about it, and it worked out. So congratulations to him and the connections. Magnificent Chrome.
We're going to take a timeout. David Cohen, Kenny McPeak, they're going to team up with Dash Attack, winner of the Smarty Jones on New Year's Day. Disappointed in the Southwest. Can he get back to what he showed us on New Year's Day in the Rebel?
Run Happy, the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. Run Happy is represented by Smile Happy, the Kentucky Derby individual future pool favorite. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful. Call Bernie Sams now and book your mare to Eclipse champion Run Happy right now. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire Maker Extraordinaire, Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
We're back at America's Day at the Races card in the books here in New York. You can play it all, of course, with Naira Bets. Download the app, go to nairabets.com, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Good call here, Andy. Magnificent Chrome. Omar Hernandez Moreno slipping down to the fence, 9-1.
Yeah, no, good week for Randy Persotti. Had a 13-1 shot win here the other day, and you know, just a horse that a little unlucky last time, but got the right trip today, and a nice ride by Omar.
Take a look at the move here again. It's got to be frustrating for Dylan Davis because he probably felt things were shaping up real nice for him here coming out of the turn.
Right, you're 3-2, you're in front a couple lengths, coming to the 8th pole to win 5 in a day, and Dylan will have other chances, but you don't get that many chances, and those are the kind of days. And listen, as you said, a 4-win day is pretty terrific. Maybe he was lugging out a little bit, and maybe the 5 was lugging in a little bit, but went over the fence and really kind of energized him late. But it just seems like Honor Among Men is a horse that has trouble sealing the deal wherever he is, and he might be a horse that's vulnerable next time he runs as well.
$20 winner to close things out here in New York. Son of the Derby champ, California Chrome. Pick 5, $3,231 with an odds-on favorite. Back at Oaklawn, race 9 is next. Money earned allowance, 2-turn mile ahead. Let's check in with Lafitte and Gary.
Well, Greg, we were going to discuss Palace Coup in this upcoming 9th race here at Oaklawn Park. We scratched. But we're going to focus on his jockey and David Cohen and his mount in the Rebel Stakes. He'll be riding Dash Attack. He was undefeated, Gary, going into Southwest Stakes. Didn't work out in that particular afternoon. He was a little bit flat, finished off the board. Kenny McPeak said that he was light on his training going into the Southwest Stakes. Both he and Cohen also said he didn't handle that loose cuppy track. You've watched him work. What have you noticed?
His last 2 workouts have been in company, and they've set off of horses, and he's run them down. Worked fast, galloped out decent, looked good. The question I have is in the Southwest, for some reason, Kenny wanted him more forwardly placed in that race. And I wonder if they didn't take him out of his game a little bit by trying to keep him closer if he wasn't handling that racetrack. It'll be interesting to see if he allows him to drop back as he did in his previous race in the Smarty Jones this afternoon. But he has trained more forwardly since the Southwest.
It feels like that would make sense given that far outside post position. Just take him back, get to the rail, save ground, and make one run.
Yeah, I don't even think they have to take him back. That's his style of running. He's done that since his first 2 races. He likes to drop back and scope his horses out in front, put a target on him, and make that big run. And I think that they, even though he wasn't handling that track, they may have taken him out of his game a little bit.
Do we see Smarty Jones' version of Dash Attack today or Southwest version of Dash Attack today?
Well, he's going to need to run a Smarty Jones version and some today.
Maybe it rains before the race. Maybe it rains before the race. He's been very good on a wet racetrack, but if it doesn't work out for trainer Kenny McPeak, with Dash Attack. He is loaded with 3-year-olds in his stable with Derby aspirations. Smile Happy, that very good second in the Risen Star to Epicenter, who's on everyone's short Derby list. Rattle and Roll, the winner of the Breeders' Futurity, when we have a chance to see him again. And Tis the Bomb, who it sounds like is headed overseas.
Yeah, Tis the Bomb has been mentioned. They've got their sights on the 2,000 guineas in Europe and England with eyes on the Epsom Derby. Kenny McPeak is a dreamer. He loves to send his horses all over the world. He's had success doing it, so it'll be interesting to see the path that he chooses with Tis the Bomb.
And JK, that deep, talented roster for 3-year-olds. Kenny McPeak has never won a Kentucky Derby. Like, if not for this guy, he would have in his debut, 1995. He won on Thunder Gulch. McPeak had to settle for a second-place finish with Tejano Run.
You got to watch that guy, Gary. You know, he'll mess things up. I thought this was a tough race, and this is a race that in the cross country pick 5 that obviously ended in the desert this morning or early this afternoon. I thought the 2 inside horses were interesting here. The one, Pat's Property, is taking a ton of money, but the other horse that was interesting was the 2, Saints Dumont, who was 12-1 on the morning line. Now, I don't typically get carried away with morning lines and there being changes and things of that nature, but I do think the 2. Santos Dumont does make sense, is taking a lot of money, and if this horse can run some of those back numbers that he once ran for Steve Asmussen, this could be an indication of why he's taking so much money.
Still relatively lightly raced. 5-year-old's going to be making his just 7th career start, the 2. At 7-2. We haven't seen him since April of last year at this meet.
Yeah, I like him. He's actually the one horse today I kind of wanted to bet on. Now, I don't think the scratch of Palace Coup helped his chances because he was injecting even more speed in the race, and he's just not that fast early. But he's not that slow that I think he can still get position. And I like his chances. I thought he made a lot of sense. It just seems like these Chris Hartman horses are running very, very well.
Beat Dean Martini to break his maiden, who would go on to win the Ohio Derby.
For
Tom Amoss.
The legendary Tom Amoss.
What a claim.
Yeah. That was the first start after claim, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. Somebody else must have recommended that claim.
Pat's Property we will see first at 2-1. Horse was 8-1 morning line.
I look at the time form U.S. pace projector, and they have the 11 as the speed. I believe this guy will be in front.
He is quick. Yeah. He's drawn where he has to take advantage of it.
I think he's going to be in front. And listen, he ran well last time. He's a legitimate favorite.
And he beat 2-back Prioritization, who's going to take a lot of attention here too, the 10. Here's Santos Dumont, so long time off.
I don't think Jonathan and I have agreed on a horse that's won. I think since he started working on the show, so that may be a bad sign for Santos Dumont.
Quarterback Dak, blinkers going on.
Where did his race 3 back come from? If he runs that, he can win. He can't win if he runs any other race he's ever run.
Never seen it before or since. Bizarre. That 92 buyer at Keeneland. Myopic at 6-1.
Diodoro, once again, I'm staying away from the Diodoro barn, but he makes some sense based on his races.
Faced Run and Ray, pretty good one. Last time out, he was a distant second to him in the slop. Hunt the front for Nick Zito.
5 seconds and 12 starts with 1 win. More pace, the merrier for this guy. He needs him to be flying up front.
For Toby Keith's Dream Walkin' Farms, teaming up with Zito here, 13-1. The 8, Catholic Gilt's 3-time winner. They've all come here.
Yeah, the competition gets tougher, but to be fair, the figures are okay.
10-1 next door on Calibrate, who, when he debuted at Saratoga, thought could be a future star.
He looked like the goods, right? I mean, there were some highly touted horses in that race, and he just never really panned out, though not impossible. Second of last, his return was awful.
Prioritization coming off a win after getting beat by Pat's Property.
Yeah, he's got to work out a trip, though, from a tougher post today.
C falls 23-1. He has speed.
Well, he's also a trainer switch to Chris Hartman, who has the 2 in here. So at the very least, he's going to be moving up front, which will help the 2.
Well, let's take a look at Prioritization. Trained by Scott Becker. He's 9-2 on the board right now. So he's beat by Pat's Property 2-back. He comes back and he wins for $50,000 starter allowance. And here is that race, January 7th.
Yeah, now, the horse he beat in there, that was in case you fell asleep, I think. Been known to put people to sleep. But hey, the horse he beat, Leading West, came back in a $16,000 non-winners of 3 lifetime race and ran 1 buyer point worse, and I think finishing 3rd. So this is a tougher bunch than he faced in that race. And also, he broke from post 3, and he got a very nice position early. he's going to have to do more work just to make position in this race. Now, I'm not saying he's impossible in here because his form is good, and his trainer is a high percentage trainer. I mean, look at the year he had last year. Guy won 33% of his starts with 265. I mean, one of the things I like about Oaklawn, I feel like when we do Churchill, we do Oaklawn, for me, I'm learning a lot about trainers and riders that I just didn't know about. And Scott Becker's somebody I wasn't familiar at all. I think he maybe Chicago a lot of the time. But obviously this guy wins.
33% last year.
Incredible.
Approached 100 wins. Not bad.
Yeah. 265 starters. Wow. And he's been having a good meet so far, by the way. I mean, you look at his, right, he's hitting the board with almost half his starters, winning with over 20%. And that's at Oaklawn, where the competition is very, very steep.
It doesn't look too like he has to have the lead to win.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't, and he can be forward in this race, and there seems to be some speed between the 1 and 11. But he's got to work to make the position. That's what I don't like about him. Whereas a horse like the one Jonathan and I like, Santos Dumont, because of the inside post, they kind of fall into position a little bit better. And I think that prioritization fell into position last time out. He's going to have to exert more energy to find that position. Not saying he can't win, but I think he's a last time was the time. And he beat a horse that couldn't win a non-winner's of 3 lifetime, $16,000 claimer in his subsequent start.
Meanwhile, we're trying to find him here in a moment. Pat's Property, a lot to like with him, except the price. 5-2. It's a third off the bench for him. Speed, drawn inside, and he couldn't last at a mile and a 16th last time out. Now he's going to shorten up to a mile.
Yeah, I misspoke. Actually, Leading West did win that race, but ran 1 buyer point lower. I think he's very dangerous in here. I have no argument with him being the favorite in this race. With the scratch of the 3 and the post the 11 has, he may have a real tactical advantage in this race. And I thought he ran terrific last time. I mean, the other speed did win the race, I believe. But, no, the other speed was Palace Coup, scratched. So he actually did run very well in there. He outran that horse badly. There's nothing not to like about the one, is there?
There's a lot to like. Yeah. Again, and these morning lines are off quite a bit at Oaklawn, so you probably were never going to get 8-1. But who now is going to put pressure on him, if anyone? I mean, C Falls, that long shot, it probably has no chance, but could be a factor early.
Yeah, listen. You know, if it was a straightaway, I mean, this is a horse who had the lead going down the hill at Santa Anita, and as you know as well as anybody and better than most, they go fast down the hill. So he's quick, but he's outside. But you have to think that with Chris Hartman, they're going to look to be aggressive with that guy. I prefer Santos Dumont, but I'm scared of Pat's Property.
Top 2 choices on the board, and Kelsey Haar is going to get the opportunity on Pat's Property. She's been on board each of the last 2 starts, including a win. First time move to the John Heron barn from Brad Cox. You can win moving from these top trainers.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's the good thing I think about claiming from a trainer like Brad Cox and a lot of these trainers is you're getting horses that are well conditioned. You know, I used to think when I was younger and more naive and thought I knew everything, even more than I actually think I know now, which is incredible, that why don't trainers claim from these low percentage trainers that never win? It doesn't work. It just doesn't work. You got to claim from horses where you feel like you're getting a horse that you trust the horse is in good shape. It's not always about improving them. It's sometimes just about maintaining them.
Yeah. And horses from those barns, too, figured to be probably near the top of their class anyway.
Exactly. There's a reason that some of these trainers win. They're also just giving them the best care.
Pat's Property, favorite from the rail, Santos Dumont, second choice next door. Let's go to Vic Stauffer. It's the 9th from Oaklawn.
The last horse to load is C Falls. They're at the post. They're off. Pat's Property broke very well and tries for the front from Catholic Guilt and a 3-wide C Falls. These 3 go quickly. Prioritization away in 4th. Then comes Myopic with Santos Dumont, Hunt the front, and quarterback Dak at the back of the pack. Pat's Property and Kelsey Haar to the front from C Falls, who takes back and will sit second. Pat's Property, the leader, just over a length. C Falls is second by a half length to Catholic Guilt, who's third at the rail in the yellow. Prioritization is 4th, and he's 2.5 2.5 off the lead from a pumped-up Calibrate. Calibrate is running strongly and pulling at Tyler Gaffleone. Then it's 2.5 lengths further back to Myopic and Santos Dumont. Quarterback Dak has 5 lengths to make up, and the trailer is Hunt the front, midway on the backstretch, finish line 16th pole, and Pat's Property trying to go all the way. Pat's Property just a neck in front of Sea Falls in the second. Then comes Prioritization. He's moved out 3 deep in third with Catholic Guilt and Santos Dumont right there. Then comes Calibrate and Myopic. They're 5 off the lead. Quarterback Dak second to last. Still the trailer Hunt the front. Pat's Property is still narrowly in front, but here's Sea Falls right alongside, and now these two sprint away. Pat's Property inside. Sea Falls outside. 2 lengths to Santos Dumont. Prioritization is next. Catholic Guilt and Calibrate top of the stretch. Pat's Property and Sea Falls, and they are shoulder to shoulder with Santos Dumont trying to find a way through between horses, and now swings to the outside. Pat's Property, Sea Falls, Santos Dumont. These 3 to the wire. Pat's Property, Santos Dumont to the outside. Now these 2, Sea Falls, Pat's Property, Santos Dumont. Santos Dumont beat Pat's Property and Sea Falls. Calibrate might have been 4th.
Streak's over for you and JK.
This horse must be like horse of the year to win with the two of us on his back. And very good ride by Arietta, sensing that this pace was slowing down in that second quarter and moving him up substantially and getting that good position. It was just a question of getting room. Kind of lugged in a little bit on him, Greg, around the 8th to 16th pole and made it harder than it should have been. Pat's Property ran well. I mean, the speeds held together, and the 2 came from well back to get it done. Good job there, and the one, Pat's Property, does come back and get second, narrowly beaten. But Santos Dumont, with the weight of the world on him, gets it done.
2 horses going from Steve Asmussen and Brad Cox to different barns, and both running big races. The win to Santos Dumont, though, now with Chris Hardman having a tremendous meet at Oaklawn. Wins it 7-2. We are a race away from the Rebel. Maiden special weight coming up next. We're going to take a quick timeout. We're going to look back to the Saudi Cup from earlier this morning, and one of the biggest upsets on the international stage that we have ever witnessed. Stay with us. We'll be back.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. And added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. A winner in Grade 1 placed at 2. Multiple graded stakes victor at 3 and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of Warfront has proven his class at every level. At Keeneland November, his first mares and foals sold up to $310,000. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
I think it got shifted or activated another number on the dial in my.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. We got a big one still coming up on that road to the Triple Crown. Grade 2 Rebel at Oaklawn. We're a race away from that one. Santos Dumont, Francisco Arrieta, Chris Hartman. Used to be with Steve Asmussen, and first time in the Hartman barn, off a long layoff to win.
These Chris Hartman horses are winning at almost 25% at Oaklawn. Not easy to do, and they're running first and third in here. And Arrieta really got a good trip on this horse. And he had to, because the two speeds ran 1-2 around the racetrack. Nobody else was making up ground in this race. Maybe nobody else was good enough. This one was. Lugged in a little bit, but straightened him out.
Francisco Arrieta vying for leading rider. Long way to go, obviously, at Oaklawn, but he's right in the mix. Having a tremendous meet. $9 for the win. Pat's Property. Seafall's hanging around in there, that speedster.
Well, he ran very well in there, actually, when you think about it with that post. He might have won if he drew an inside post.
Take a look at the cross-country Pick 5 follow-along with just the Rebel remaining. $229 winner to start it off. That is not an adjustment needed to your screen. Emblem Road, just a monster upset in that Saudi Cup. Zoomer, odds on at green light go, and now another non-favorite. Just that odds on winner, but you get a $220 horse in there, and very good chance no one's going to hit this.
I mean, I don't have Will pays. It'll pay 4 or 5, I believe. I don't know if it carries. I don't think it does, but I don't know. I don't want to guess on it. You have to think probably the favorite is covered in here. You know, maybe people singled green light go in him, as you say, in all. There's always somebody playing in all, though it's not easy to play in all in a 14 to 16 horse field.
No, it is not. The defending champ was back in the Saudi Cup. Mishrif, strong U.S. contingent. Mandaloon, Midnight Bourbon, who were meeting for the 7th time. Art Collector back. Country Grammar ran huge off a 278 layoff for Bob Baffert, but in the end, it's a local horse at a huge number, Emblem Road, who's now 7 for 9.
I mean, he made some run down the stretch. You know, obviously Mandaloon, a complete disappointment and no-show. Art Collector chased the pace. The pace fell apart. Midnight Bourbon, who rated in here, I think he showed he's belonged. He didn't seal the deal, but he's going to win a big race at some point. I know people think he's a hanger. I just think he's been a bit unlucky. Thought he ran well. Country Grammar, as you say, to run this kind of race coming off a long layoff. Tremendous effort by him, but Emblem Road for Wiggy Ramos, who hasn't ridden in New York in about 27 years, actually. In 1995, he was last year getting it done. This horse, Greg, has now won 7 of his last 8 races. His only loss was to a horse named Proven Reserves, who used to run in New York for Chad Brown and Clarvitz Stables.
How about this? And then doing this, completely ignored on this massive international stage under the lights. I mean, there were some serious racehorses in this group.
This was a much deeper, I'm not saying, with Charlatan and Mixed Go last year, it wasn't a good field, but this was a much deeper race. There was significant American participation, as you say, multiple grade 1 type horses. Mandaloon, obviously, a big disappointment. The horse from Japan, T.O. Keynes, who had run so well, he packed it in about 3/8 of a mile into the race. The announcer noted it right away. Pace was quick. It took a toll on Art Collector. I thought it was very nice efforts by the 2nd and 3rd horses, but down the stretch, the long shot Emblem Road, and just an incredible upset in this race. $80,000 yearling, bought as a 2-year-old, at OBS.
Unreal. Wins with that wide sweeping move on the outside. U.S. horses in the Saudi Cup. Country Grammar, again for Baffert off that long layoff. 270 days off, running 2nd. Midnight Bourbon 3rd. Mandaloon, tough day for him, and Art Collector, a non-factor in here. Let's get Jonathan's thoughts. JK, just a head-scratcher, even knowing the result, going back and looking at the form of this horse.
Yeah, no, it's one of those horses that you talk to your horse-playing friends with, and you say, yeah, I got beaten the first leg, and then they say to you, yeah, how could you have that horse? It's that type of horse. It's a how could you have that horse type of horse. But, look, the pedigree was there, right? I mean, I think a lot of times in these races we feel like the Americans are going to have the best chance because we're taking place on dirt. Most European horses are turf-bred. This obviously was an American-bred dirt horse who got a situation and it set up well. The others didn't really necessarily show up. Like Andy mentioned, Midnight Bourbon maybe should have been a little bit more aggressive and not sitting off of horses. Country Grammar, who ran extremely well well off of that layoff. Bob Baffert's kind of started to perfect this move of getting these horses ready for these big races. But I also think the important part about the Saudi Cup is that one-turn mile and an eighth. I think that it plays more like a mile and a quarter. So I feel like in those situations, maybe some of these horses just got a little tired, and Emblem Road was one that didn't. It's a lot of fun to have these big races to kind of wrap up the year. You get the Pegasus, you get this, and then you also have the Dubai World Cup. It's fun to kind of get some international involvement. And as far as the Pick 5 is concerned, the will pays are up, and there is a few 4 or 5s because of that $200 horse. The 1, the 3, the 4, the 6, and the 7 will all pay 4 out of 5.
How about that? Tough one to come up with. And even Jonathan and I talk about it a lot. Sometimes you're just trying to pair a little bit off. That's a classic almost all but one race.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard. I find these races very tricky. I mean, I enjoy watching them, but I'm not really interested in getting involved. And you want to see, you know, if you root for certain horses. Was hoping Bruce Lunsford would do well with Art Collector, but turned to a fascinating race, not an easy horse to have. His earnings went from $204,000 to $10,204,000. He's now made over 5 times what Forgo did.
And now maybe targeting the Dubai World Cup as well. Pinehurst, Bob Baffert hanging on the stretch out here to get the money. It's on a twirling candy.
Well, the one good thing for the connections were they weren't denied Derby points because there were no Derby points in the Saudi Derby. So Pinehurst got it done, and he gutted it out with Flavien Prat down the inside.
Probably about the limits of how far he wants to go?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, was that a mile
Yeah.
and then mile? Yeah, he's a horse that's run some good races, but he was sort of an in-and-outer. But he was second in the San Vicente in his last start. Vicente.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back on the Triple Crown Trail when we return. A race away from a rematch in the Rebel. Can Barber Road turn the tables on Newgrange, who puts that perfect record on the line for Bob Baffert? Top 5 finishers returning out of that Southwest.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with an eighth of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Introducing Giftbox, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Giftbox, new for 2021, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We're here at African Cemetery number 2. It's a historical landmark for the city of Lexington, really the state of Kentucky. But not only are there tremendous amounts of equestrian horsemen buried here, but you also have buffalo soldiers and very prominent African-American class people in terms of doctors, lawyers, attorneys, and dentists. Most importantly and most notably is Oliver Lewis, who as a 19-year-old African-American jockey will ever be remembered as the first Kentucky Derby winner in 1875. Then followed by James Soup Perkins. He won the Kentucky Derby at age 15. And then lastly, the great Isaac Murphy. Isaac was a three-time Kentucky Derby winner, 1884, 1890, and 1891. He rode in 11 Kentucky Derbies. He was able to really bring people together. You know, white and black alike flocked to the track to see this man and all his glory. And Isaac's 44% winning percentage will probably not be eclipsed. Isaac was really able to, you know, communicate with the horse through his hands and his warm personality. We just felt like there needed to be representation in terms of the African-American contributions to horse racing. We formed a nonprofit, the Project to Preserve African-American Turf History, with the goal of an ongoing running project that really paid homage to this forgotten past. We created the Isaac Murphy Image Awards to honor or to recognize prominent African-Americans in business, education, entertainment, and sports. And we wanted to do that by bringing them to the Kentucky Derby, learning a little bit of history, and what better way to recognize them with an esteemed Isaac Murphy Image Award. The overall mission of PATH is that we wanted to find ways that we could integrate the history into the equine industry and really have some outreach and outgrowth in terms of setting the next generation up in terms of learning about this forgotten past. I think it's, you know, when we really get down to the nuts and bolts of it, this story gives us a lesson in terms of diversity and inclusion that I think is very relevant today. It provides us with a blueprint to really amplify that message and that story nationwide, especially in times like this. Horse racing in its earliest days set the foundation for a sporting culture that far exceeded anyone's expectation. And I think, you know, if we can get the sport back to where its days of glory and its prominence, but more importantly, its impact on diversity and inclusion, I think everyone wins in that situation.
Well, you saw that marker in the piece of Isaac Murphy in honor of Black History Month. We continue our look back at some of the great African-American jockeys of the late 19th century. Isaac Murphy, he met the area's growing racism head-on by just continuing to win. Won the Travers Kentucky Derby 3 times, and he was the first jockey to be inducted into the National Museum of Racing Hall of Fame at its creation in 1955. They didn't keep the stats back then, but by his own account, he won 44% of the races he competed in.
Unbelievable. He's a legend. I mean, he's a true legend in this game. Died way too young in his mid-30s, but sensational career by him. 40% as a jockey.
Incredible.
That's pretty straight. Must have had a terrific agent.
Would have liked to have been his agent.
I think Ron Anderson was his agent, actually.
Could have been. Next week at Aqueduct, it's a big one. We've got the Grade 3 Gotham, Busher Invitational, Grade 3 Tom Fool, and the Heavenly Prize all on that schedule. We hope you join us. It's going to be a very fun Saturday at Aqueduct next weekend. Steve Asmus and Tyler Gaffleone, they are teaming up again, looking for Rebel Glory, chasing time. Big performance back on January 14th. Pick up the second win of his career. He'll have his graded stakes debut coming up.
And Shotgun Hottie, oh, it's a photo finish. Is early voting, who was on top right from the start, and early voting wins the Withers, wire to wire. God-eyed, and he's going to win the 117th running of the hopeful
Echo Zulu wins the NetJets Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies by 5.5 lengths.
3 Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Back on America's Day of the Races on FS2. You can play all the action by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Download the app and go to nairabets.com. ABR Race of the Week. Grade 2 Rebel. The prep for the Arkansas Derby, which is, of course, a prep for the Kentucky Derby, but a win in this Rebel is going to basically get you into that starting gate that first Saturday in May. Right now, it's the 10th, though, preceding the big one. Maiden special weight here, 6 furlong sprint.
Yeah, it's an interesting firster towards the outside, taking a lot of money that we'll talk about. A lot of firsters, but some that have run pretty well. Is Bringer of Rain a bad name for a horse, the one? I mean, that's like, he's got to be like the least popular horse in training. Nobody wants to see him in the entries, right? It's like,
I hope he can run well in the slop if he ever gets it.
Get him, you know. And Raylu's riding him.
2 starts as a 2-year-old.
Raylu's going to become like, this like a sensation, like a Madonna. He's like a one-name rider. He's our first, nobody thinks Raylu Gutierrez. Just say Raylu, right? It's a real sign of a star. Yeah, it's a...
Kendrick, too, a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit. Raylu, not a lot of Raylus around. Not a lot of Kendricks, but not a lot of Raylus. And everybody loves Raylu.
One to beat here. It's not a surprise. Stayed in for a half. He was second to a horse named Zozos for Brad Cox, who stretched out in start number 2. He won by 10 1/4 lengths. And he received an 88 buyer. Brad Cox, off that performance, said he's going to give him one swing to try and get into the Kentucky Derby.
I mean, you almost have to, don't you? I don't know where he's going to end up, but you and I were watching that show race together, and we're extraordinarily impressed. How couldn't you be? He was powerful down the stretch. I agree. And he ran 18 buyer points better. The third place finisher came back to win 5 buyer points better. He's the favorite. He should be.
Right behind him, stayed in for half, who finished ahead of a horse who would come back to win. Stretching out as well. Strong quality. He won with a 72 buyer next time out. $500,000 Son of Quality Road. Flattered his form.
Of course, this one's from a Yes It's True dam. Yes It's True. More of a sprinter type, I believe.
What'd you think of his debut performance?
I thought he ran very well. I think he's supposed to be the favorite. If he runs back to it, it's going to take a good horse to beat him. There might be one in here, though.
Here's Bringer of Rain. So big price, Raylu for Ben Colebrook.
Please no. He hasn't brought rain so far, so that's good.
A Briar win. Son of Curlin debuting.
This is, the assistant to Peter Miller, the training. Not the 2 foals in the dam did very little running.
Mumayas, he's had 6 opportunities, only hit the board once.
He's got that one good race, right? 4 back, and the rest of his races are bad. He cuts back. Not a move, though, that works a lot for Danny Pites.
41-1 on a first-timer who has a bullet drill, quickest to 94, and the dam actually won her debut with a 99 buyer at Belmont.
And sired by Dialed In. We saw a very impressive first-timer from Dialed In win at Aqueduct today. Maybe he'll have another one. The dam was okay. Yeah.
Blame Eli, 25-1 firster.
There was 1 good foal from the dam and 3 that didn't do much running, not taking much money.
Son of Blame. Here's Lundberg, the 6, Uncle Mo.
Lundberg is the one who's taking a little bit of money in here for Brad Cox. But Brad Cox just seems to get bet first time out. More turf from the dam side.
Summer in Malibu, 14-1, Francisco Arrieta.
Cuts back in distance. I like that. Decent price. His last wasn't bad.
Stayed in for half. So here's the favorite, 8-5.
Not the favorite anymore, Greg. A big punch just came in on the first or the 11 to change things. We'll get to that horse, but he's the one to beat.
Al Yanabi, first-timer by Nyquist.
Yeah, for Danny Pites. It's a Shadwell bred, and Danny does train for them, but it's a different owner.
Dam did produce a horse that won his debut. Magnificus at 17-1.
We love those, Charlie. Those practical joke horses, and this one is a house horse. Louis Sella has him.
The 11, 9-5. So the dam produced a multiple minor stakes winner named Jake and Elwood.
Yeah.
A grade 2 winner, Lucy and Ethel.
Yeah, who won the Prioress at Saratoga, and a very famous Andy Beyer story from that show, actually, 3 of 7. This one worked 9 4/5 at the 2-year-old sale, and right now is favored. That's a good sign.
Wow. And Clown Oil, first-timer on the outside, awesome. Again, 3-year-old, 51-1. Let's head back to Lafitte and Gary for more.
Yeah, Greg, little surprising. The North America's all-time leading trainer, Steve Asmussen, has not won a race here today. Maybe that changes in a moment with Stayed In for half, Gary. What he does have is some very good 3-year-olds. It was around this time last week. Asmussen saddled a son of Not This Time named Epicenter, won the Risen Star Stakes. Asmussen has 3 more going in the Rebel today. Another son of Not This Time looks perhaps the best of the 3 in chasing time.
Yeah, I think so. And I'll tell you what, I'd analyzed this horse for me, my racehorse partnership And 2 races back, I saw him, I just said, I can't wait to see this horse go 2 turns. Well, I got to see him go 2 turns in the Southwest, or in the allowance race, excuse me. And what a performance that was of the
emphatic performance. And while you watch him widen in the stretch, gliding under the wire, it was what happened on the first turn that was so impressive. He made the lead. He was ambushed by this 30-to-1 shot. Most horses would have thrown him off their game a little bit. He didn't flinch for a second.
No, he didn't. And his best races sprinting were when he came from off at the pace. He's got speed, he's got early speed, but he is rateable, and he proved that day. His professionalism turning into the backstretch, went ahead, let the other horse, the runoff, take the lead, and then exploded coming into the stretch.
Seeking a 5th win in the Rebel Stakes. Long Range Toddy, upset Improbable. A few years back, Curlin, Preakness winner, eventual Horse of the Year, Windward Passage, and snuck in Will Steve Asmussen. J.K. rack up a 5th win in the Rebel Stakes. And by the way, energy really picking up here as we get closer and closer to the Rebel Stakes.
It's an energetic place, Oaklawn Park. Also kind of sneaky. Hot Springs, Arkansas has good pizza. Who would have thunk? Andy made a point, and I'm going to kind of elaborate on it as well. The 11 Plausible Denial is getting a ton of money. Now, DeVito's good with first-time stars, got good stats, 19% in his career, so it's not like it's a 4% trainer who's got the situation. But they're betting this horse into the teeth of a Steve Asmussen runner who has run well on debut. They're betting this horse into the teeth of a Brad Cox firster, an Uncle Mo. So the fact that this horse is taking this much money is a huge indication to me that this horse has some ability. And Giovanni Franco should be very excited to have an opportunity to ride a horse like this. And he should probably thank his agent for getting him on.
Good call, JK. That, of course, would be our own Gary Stevens. I mean, that is a ton of money. It's not, as Jonathan said, into the teeth, not only of a horse who's for Steve Asmussen, it's into the teeth of a horse who ran second, not far behind a horse we could see in the Kentucky Derby.
I agree. You know, if you're tipping this horse and betting this horse at a short price, you almost have to be right. You know what I mean? Because he's not going to win this race in all likelihood with a 68 buyer. He's got to be the goods to beat Staden for a half. Now, he only ran a 70 buyer, Staden a half, but as we said, the winner 18 points better the next time. The third horse 5 points better. Steve Asmussen, he has him ready first time. This one was ready, but it was 20-1 first time. You got to be right if this horse, if you're betting this horse at a short price. I'll be interested to see what he does.
A lot of money, post 11, some sharp works coming in for the son of Pioneer of the Nile, but it is stayed in for half. The experience here, start number 2. Can he improve off that debut? If he can, he's going to be very tough here in this 10th. The Rebel is next. First, this maiden special weight with 3-year-olds traveling 6 furlongs. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
Call Them All and Magnificus. Here comes Blame Eli. Plausible Denial. The last 2 to load are Lundberg and Clown Oil. They're at the post. They're off. Stayed in for half, broke sharply and goes to the front from Summer in Malibu, Call Them All, Mama Yaz, and Plausible Denial. Then comes Bringer of Rain, followed by Lundberg and Clown Oil, then a Briar Win, and to the outside Magnificus, and the trailer is Alianabi. Up the backstretch with Stayed in for half, sharp past the half-mile pole, a 2-length lead over Mama Yaz, Call Them All, a 3-wide Summer in Malibu, and a 4-wide Plausible Denial. Then 2.5 back to Lundberg and Magnificus. At the rail goes Blame Eli. 3.5 more to a Bringer of Rain. A Briar Win has 2 beat. They are Alianabi and Clown Oil. Stayed in for half is the boss at the top of the stretch. He leads it by 2.5 lengths. Now Plausible Denial is beginning to run after him 4 wide. And here's the first-time starter, Plausible Denial, within 2 of the lead. Stayed in for half, has the lead. Mama Yaz has now taken over second. Plausible Denial back to third, and Stayed in for half is the leader. Past the 16th pole, and now he's got a nice lead. It is 3.5 lengths from Mama Yaz, and Plausible Denial might get second. He won't get first. Stayed in for half. Stayed in for half, won by a full 4. It is very close for second between Mama Yaz and Plausible Denial. Close for fourth between Blame Eli and Summer in Malibu.
Stayed in for half. He broke sharp, took command early under Tyler Gaffleone, and goes gate to wire.
I mean, if I told you this horse paid $560 and you weren't watching, Greg, you would have said to me, no, he paid $360.
Yep.
The 11 didn't run badly. He was hung out in the middle of the track. No real sense of urgency with him. But stayed in the half. He broke like a shot. And frankly, the race was just over right away. It's a nice horse. The 11 may be okay. This is a good horse.
And he was very wide early. Got a little education here in his debut. Battled it out, trying to get second, but stayed in for half. Impressive here. And that even flatters Zozo's form even more, who wait to see where he will land for his potential one shot at trying to get into the Kentucky Derby.
Kind of think they're going to stay at Oaklawn, right? For the
mentioned a few spots.
Really?
Bluegrass among them.
Well, I am looking forward to seeing him run. And, he's the kind of horse that you don't know, rushing. Who's the last, not too many horses have gone in the Derby. I think that horse in California did it justify.
Still to come, John Court going to have a big mount in the Rebel. Won it with Long Range Toddy back in 2019. We'll have his story for you when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
This proven son of A.P. Indy has sired over 50 stakes winners and well over 100 stakes horses. Recent top performers include Search Results, winner of the Grade 1 Acorn Stakes and a hard-fought second in the Kentucky Oaks, plus these standout performers. In the auction ring, his progeny continued to command top dollar. 2-year-olds by Flatter sold up to $625,000. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. It's almost time for the Grade 2 Rebel on the road to the Kentucky Derby. And a full field lining up, including the top 5 finishers from that Southwest Stakes. You can play it all, of course, by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Download the app or go to nairabets.com to get involved. Stayed in for half. He was impressive here second time out.
I agree. I mean, the only thing surprising is the price. 11 was live, the firster, and he did run well. He did not get the best of trips in the air with that hung out wide the whole way, but stayed in for half. That's turning out to be a key race so far, right? We'll have to see who else ran, as he also ran in that race, Greg. Look for some of them.
Or the co-ownership group here, or the other Silks in the debut that are Jackie's Warrior Silks, wins in the Stone Street Silks.
That's right. You know, I learned something new. I had never noticed this. Kirk Robeson. I thought it was I never noticed it wasn't Robinson. I don't say owners' names that often, and I had not noticed that.
I wonder, well, since he won, I wonder if they stay with the Stone Street Silks.
They probably alternate, right? But maybe.
ABR race of the week. It is next. Grade 2 Rebel, mile and a 16th. In a big race on the road to this year's Kentucky Derby. Newgrange opens at 3-5 for Bob Baffert, putting that perfect record on the line. He was the best of the 5 that returned from that Grade 3 Southwest win on January 29th.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was a silly morning line at 9-5. He was always going to be odds on. He's the horse to beat, but I'm not going to be surprised if the result is a little bit different than people expect. What I'm surprised about is 15-1 in Ethereal Road, and he's a big price in doubles as well. He's going to be a long shot.
That is surprising, and we all expected him to take a lot more money. Road to the Derby. Well, it's today with this Rebel, and then a 100-point race in the Arkansas Derby. There may even be a filly in that race for Dwayne Lucas. Speaking of Ethereal Road, he had Secret Oath win impressively earlier today. He's toyed with that idea. We'll wait and see the decision. Southwest Stakes, Newgrange, best of the bunch. He was favored in this race.
Yeah, I can't really make a strong case for the ones that finished behind them. I will say that Barber Road ran fine in here, was wide the whole way around the track, 4 wide on both of the turns. It was a solid effort by him. I just think that Newgrange is probably better than him. But honestly, he did run respectably in there. I can't knock his effort. I bet the 3rd place finisher in there, Ben Diesel. I mean, John Court gave him a sensational ride. I thought I was Gin coming through on the inside at this point. It just wasn't good enough. Cavode is the controlling speed on the inside over Newgrange, but I just feel like Newgrange is going to be stalking him, and he's a better horse. So if you're trying to beat Newgrange, I think you're supposed to do it with either Chasing Time, the new face for Asmussen, who beat a moderate field last time, or Ethereal Road, and I'm going to try Ethereal Road, especially at a big price.
Oh, that one horse checking in 3rd, diving down to the inside, that is Ben Diesel. John Cordy had the rail that day. He's going to be in post 7 coming up this afternoon. John Court, of course, he is quietly becoming one of the great feel-good stories of this Oaklawn meet. He began riding back in 1980. That's when The Empire Strikes Back was released. That's how far back you have to go. Now, 43 years and over 4,000 wins later, Court is proving there is no age limit on having fun and winning races in the process. John Court is a 61-year-old jockey.
Right, I'm very fortunate that I pursued a childhood dream and that I'm still living it at this late stage in my career.
Those in the game aren't the least bit surprised he's still riding in his 60s.
It is Loveness.
John's been the man for a long time. That's my homeboy.
But I'm very fortunate and blessed, I would have to say, that I can do it. My body's still functioning, my mind's sharp enough. I still have the skills as if I was still young. And I feel remarkably well for 61.
Last December, Court became just the 5th rider to win 700 career races at Oaklawn.
So it was very exciting. It was just something that was overhanging me, and I was ready to get it done and move on.
Here comes Unbridled Twister to take over the lead.
When we turned for home, I felt like I had a fresh horse underneath me.
Bridled Twister and John Court are well in front.
I felt pretty confident then that it would be the 700. I rode her on in with confidence.
Unbridled Twister in front. 61-year-old John Court wins 700 races here at Oaklawn.
Court won his first race at Oaklawn in 1981 and was leading rider in 2000. But his most thrilling moments occurred in the racetrack's signature race, the Arkansas Derby, when Court won consecutive runnings in 2010 and 2011.
It is Arch, heavy to hold off Nero at the wire. Arch, the winner of the Arkansas Derby by a head.
It was a very exciting moment in my life as well as my career. And here in Arkansas, it's always been a dream to win the Arkansas Derby.
As far as retirement goes, Court feels it's something others think about more than he does.
It's kind of up in the air when I'm going to take off the white pants, so to speak, but it comes up quite often in conversations. And it's only in my mind because people are constantly reminding me, which is fine. I actually am enjoying it and having fun with it in this stage of my life. I often think about it and pray about it, and I'm just going to continue not to worry about it.
Just amazing. Like, in what other sport is there an athlete at the age of 61 doing what John Court is doing, Gary? You rode until you were 53, and my old man wouldn't have ridden until he was 150 if he could have. What is it that keeps you guys going?
Actually, I made it till I was 56, and then the neck, the knees, they all said, that's enough, Stevens. Listen, it's the greatest game played outdoors. He's an athlete. He stays fit, stays healthy, comes out every morning. He's not afraid to work. He's not afraid when it's cold, and he's not afraid to go out there and go 40 miles an hour with the young boys. He's seen everything happen in this game, and he's able to put everything that's happened in his career. He sees things in slow motion out there, and he can still finish with the youngest of the guys that can finish. Don't mess with John Court when he's on a live one.
Hey, you give him a shot today in the Rebel with Ben Diesel?
Absolutely, I do. He was away not so good the other day in the Southwest. If he gets away from there a little cleaner today, gets a cleaner trip. Look, he only got beat about 4 lengths the other day, so I think I do give him a chance. I never count John Court out.
61 years old, in search of a third Rebel victory. When we come back, horses will be in the paddock for the Rebel Stakes as we look back at some of the greatest recent winners of the Rebel. Smarty Jones swept the 3-year-old prep series at Oaklawn before nearly capturing the Triple Crown in 04. 2007, Curlin, Monster, Rebel winner, Preakness winner, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Horse of the Year, and American Pharoah. This is where it all started in 2015 before he captured the near impossible.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
There's a statue in front of Oaklawn Park. It stands for good reason. To honor the colt who ended the longest drought in Triple Crown history.
American Pharoah is finally the one! American Pharoah has won the Triple Crown!
That moment, every horse racing fan remembers exactly where they were. But do you remember where his journey began? Right here, Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas, where American Pharoah first raced as a 3-year-old.
And it's all American Pharoah answering this test with flying colors. American Pharoah will romp home in the Rebel.
Today at Oaklawn, the same race that launched Pharaoh's Triple Crown campaign. The undefeated Southwest winner is back from California.
In Newgrange to the outside in Barber Road. Newgrange has now taken the lead. Barber Road and Ben Diesel. Newgrange, Barber Road, Newgrange in front.
Same Hall of Fame trainer as American Pharaoh, but this time, very different circumstances. Different circumstances for this colt today. Highly regarded, but he's never run in a stakes race. Is he ready for this?
Chasing time, yes.
He does have North America's all-time leading trainer in his corner, Steve Asmussen. Also represented by the colt he saddled to a record-shattering 9,446 win last summer.
This is going to be a Saratoga memory for the ages. With this victory by stellar tap, Steve Asmussen is now North America's all-time leading trainer.
The $1 million Rebel Stakes is next. "70 days until the 148th running of the Kentucky Derby, and here 85 points on the line. Kentucky Derby qualifying event, the Grade 2 $1 million Rebel Stakes. The fans are fired up. It's getting dark, it's getting cold, rain is on the way, horses in the paddock, and we're getting ready for this Rebel Stakes. Gary, you've been in this situation so many times. For the humans involved, the breeders, owners, trainers, jockeys, what's the biggest difference? What separates a major Kentucky Derby prep race from any other big race?
One word: points. You've got to get points on the board to get into the Kentucky Derby to qualify. So that's in the back of your head when you're walking out of that jocks room. If you can't win, you want to run second. If you can't run second, you want to run third. You've always got another race at this time of the year to come back and earn more points. But the more points you can put on the board, the better the chances are you're going to get into the Kentucky Derby.
Path to the Kentucky Derby through Hot Springs has been so productive. Two-time Triple Crown winning trainer Bob Baffert, having won it 8 times, that's a record. American Pharaoh, the Triple Crown winner. He's here with Newgrange. How good of a colt are we talking about here? Undefeated, coming in 3 for 3.
I think we're talking about a very good colt here. He didn't handle the track according to Johnny Velasquez in the Southwest Stakes. Bob wasn't even going to bring him until a workout last Monday, the day of entries. He worked 58-3. Bob loved his workout, decided to enter him. That's why he's here today, because of that workout. Talked to Johnny V earlier today. He likes this track. It's a different track than what he had in the Southwest, Lafitte.
For Bob Baffert, the Hall of Famer. On Monday, Medina Spirit was disqualified from his victory in last spring's Kentucky Derby by the Kentucky stewards for a medication violation. For Baffert, his record 7th Derby win vacated. 90-day suspension. Baffert and his attorneys have already appealed the ruling. And this is not to be confused with the 2-year suspension. Baffert is already serving from Churchill Downs. Remember, can't run horses at Churchill properties, enter horses in the next 2 Kentucky Derbies, nor can Baffert-trained horses earn points in Kentucky Derby qualifying races. Should Newgrange win today, it would be the 3rd Derby qualifying race he wins, and still with 0 points. Something to monitor moving forward. Gary, Newgrange odds on. And then you have Barber Road, who's 2nd in the Smarty Jones, 2nd in the Southwest Stakes. What does he have to do to turn the tables on Newgrange today?
Well, he lost a lot of ground in the Southwest. He was wide in the first turn. He was wide in the second turn. He was way back early on. He closed good ground to come on and be a decent second in there. So it's important for him to save ground around the first or second turn. He's going to have to get the right kind of trip to turn the tables today.
Greg, it is very loud here at Oaklawn Park. Enthusiasm running high as we get closer and closer to the $1 million Rebel.
I don't know if there's anywhere they can go with the excitement in that place where we can hear them. It is loud. They are ready for the big one. It's an exciting race. There's a lot to look forward to here and potentially some stars, and we'll see who steps forward this afternoon. Barber Road, he's going to try and turn the tables on Newgrange. He was second to him in that Southwest. What does he have to do differently today?
Probably save some more ground, number one. I mean, he didn't draw well. If he had drawn inside, you really could have made a case for him. Let's say Newgrange drew the 9 and he drew the 2 because he was 4 wide in the first turn, 5 wide in the backstretch, 4 wide in the second turn, and he really kept on grinding. I'm not sold on how good that Southwest was, and I think that Newgrange, while he's undefeated, is going to have to run faster if he's going to compete in the best races. And Barber Road could beat him because he did, cover more ground. Newgrange, he seems like he's kind of a little unprofessional, but he was professional too back. Ran the same figure in both of his starts. There are some faster horses out there. But Barber Road, if he can work out a better inside, save some ground somewhere, he has a chance to beat him.
Meanwhile, Ethereal Road, the 10, not only were we wrong in this horse not getting heavily bid down, which we thought off this brilliant debut, is actually floated up in price. Completely goes to his knees and then even just sort of walks out of the gate.
I agree. I mean, watch it. It's not that he breaks significantly slowly. He broke a little slow, but then he stumbles.
It's like he forgot he was in a horse race.
Right, and then he just drops out of the race. And what I found so interesting in watching the replay is I was trying to figure, because you lose them here, right? You don't know, and there are a few other horses out there. So when they sell the backstretch, I'm going, now, is he the one on the inside? Is he the one? Which one is he? And what I failed to realize is he's not even in the picture yet. And then he makes this big, wide run. And I know that the horse who finished second disappointed earlier today, but the other horse on the pace came back and lost a tough photo. So I don't think, that horse losing hurt him. I think that the horse who ran fourth came back and it actually sort of flattered Ethereal Road. He's obviously got to get faster, but the thing is, what if he breaks cleanly and he doesn't take himself out of the race and he's more professional?
Could absolutely run faster.
Yeah, I mean, people say he exaggerate starts. I think it's fair to say that he cost himself 4 to 5 lengths with that.
No question. Well, D. Wayne Lucas would love to be back in the Derby, a 4-time winner of the Kentucky Derby. What does Ethereal Road have to do moving forward to stay on that path? Here's the coach.
Here's where we're at. It's very simple. Can we see it again? Will we see it again against quality horses like the Rebel? I'm anxious to take him over there. He's doing super. I've worked on the gate part. I think he'll leave there on his feet this time. But it's going to be exciting to see if he can make that run, that half-a-mile run that he made in that maiden race. The good ones have that ability. I always said that if you're in the Kentucky Derby, you want to have a horse that can make a run from the kitchen. That's the 3.5 pole over there. I always call it the pole by the kitchen. But if he can make a run from the kitchen, you always have a chance to win and on that first Saturday in May.
He is a very exciting prospect off what he did in that maiden score. And that was the 4th start of his career. Maybe just putting it all together, if he can show a little more professionalism today, as you said, who knows what D. Wayne Lucas has on his hands.
And I'll tell you something, he's not that slow. He was in a prick-paced race in his second race at 7 furlongs, and he was 5 lengths off at 22.25. He doesn't have to be that far out. And the truth of him is, his race, while it was a giant improvement, didn't come out of nowhere. He probably wants more distance. He didn't run that badly in his second start, and then he caught a muddy sealed track. I'm very curious to see what he does. And I'll tell you one thing, Greg. If this horse wins or even runs second today with a big close again, he's going to get a bandwagon. People love deep closers. They're exciting. And there's the potential. There's also the potential he just bombs. But there's a potential for him to be a very exciting horse on the trail. And having Wayne involved just makes it more fun.
Horses on this Derby trail can always step up and surprise you. What about a long shot, Jonathan, in this Rebel?
Yeah, look, by no means am I saying this horse is going to win the race, but a lot of people like to play trifectas and exactas and superfectas. I think the 5, Texas Red Hot, is very interesting, just for a couple of reasons. We talked about it earlier on the show with these 3-year-old races. A lot of times people fall in love with the recency factor, who they've seen win the race before this, who's been running. A horse like Newgrange wins the Southwest, gets the fast figure. Oh, he's got to win, right? Well, yes, of course, sometimes that is the case, but I think there's an opportunity for horses that haven't run in a while, horses that are making their first start as 3-year-olds, because on paper, their speed figures are going to look a little bit light, because they were running in October, November, and sometimes even earlier than that of their 2-year-old year. They can only run so fast when they're that young. Then, when they start to get a little bit older, there's an opportunity for them to mature. Texas Red Hot has a race a couple back at Churchill Downs that if he can find 10, 12 points in maturity, this horse can absolutely hit the board. And at 40 to 1, there's nothing wrong with that.
Not at all. Even if you like Newgrange on top, use that horse underneath, try and create some value. Tickets on sale for this year's Belmont Stakes, 3-day Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. It is June 9th through 11th and is jam-packed with excitement, featuring some of the best racing in all the world, headlined by, of course, the third and final leg of that Triple Crown of the Test of the Champion on Saturday, June 11th. Don't get shut out. Attendance capped at 50,000 this year. Go to BelmontStakes.com to get your tickets today.
And it's going to sell out. It's going to be a great day of racing, and you got to buy your tickets. I'm serious, because 50 is not a lot. We can get 100 in there. This thing's going to sell out. You need to be there. It's a must-see day of racing.
Coming onto the track, Post Parade is next. Here is Dash Attack. He looked impressive in that Smarty Jones. He did not take that move forward in the Southwest.
First of all, he didn't draw well. And also, as of this point, you're starting to think he needs a wet track.
Yep. First 2 wins when he was undefeated, both on off tracks. Has come back to work sharp, though. But, yes, certainly not done any favors with this post position for him. That first turn comes up pretty quick.
It does. I mean, he's not a horse with that much speed, so maybe he can drop back. A similar situation for the 10 Ethereal Road. And draws are important in these races because it's not that far a run to the first turn. And clearly Newgrange got a very favorable draw. Isn't Cavode an overlay at 54-1, by the way?
I thought he ran a very good race in the Southwest.
I agree. What a claim for 50,000. Unbelievable. They're already well out with him. It's a nice horse.
Just shy of 300,000 in earnings. He is quick. He wants to be on the lead. Weakened late in that Grade 3 Southwest. Francisco Arrieta, Chris Hartman. Here's Newgrange. He's undefeated.
Listen, he's run well in his races. I mean, hasn't run super fast, but he's gotten the job done. We'll see if he can take that step forward that he needs to, but it doesn't matter. He's not getting points. He's not going to the Kentucky Derby, this guy.
Bob Baffert, John Velasquez teaming up. Here's Kairama, one of 3 for Steve Asmussen.
I thought he got an excellent ride by Giovanni Franco last time out, and he just wasn't good enough.
A New York bred showing up here in the Triple Crown Trail, who was second in the Grade 3 Withers, Un Ojo.
I'll tell you, he took advantage of the fast pace set by the winner early voting. A good performance by him will really move up early voting.
Horse Jonathan was talking about at a big number, 39-1 Texas Red Hot.
I get what he's saying with him. I'm not a fan, but I'm not knocking 40-1 shots, and hope he runs well for Jonathan.
Ricardo Santana Jr. on a 39-1
Doesn't
shot.
hurt.
Wow. Yeah. Stellar taps Steve Asmussen as well with Christian Torres.
I think a lot of us, myself included, thought this one might be really the goods after that sensational debut, but he's one that has not gone on with, and his pedigree says he's supposed to get better with more distance.
His trainer, that record-breaking win that we covered this summer at Saratoga, last summer I should say. Ben Diesel, John Court, Dallas Stewart team up.
I bet him last time, and he just got such a great trip in there. He really should have gotten it done. But he's a nice horse. He's not impossible, but man, he got a good trip.
Chasing Time went by for Steve Asmussen. He was impressive last start, and here's Barber Road.
Once again, Chasing Time and Barber Road. I think those are the 2 biggest obvious threats to the favorite.
Ethereal Road, that maiden win was just visually so impressive.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what this guy does. And maybe it'll be nothing, but I'm betting a few dollars on him. He could be kind of a really fun horse.
And Dash Attack, outside post, Kenny McPeak, David Cohen.
He's going to have to show he's not just a wet track wonder. I'll tell you what, with those silks and that white blaze, much like his win in the Smarty Jones, he looked like Smarty Jones coming down the stretch.
Want to remind everyone you can get up to a $20 bonus today when you bet on select races with Naira Bets. For every selected stakes race that you bet $50, you'll get $5 whether you win or lose. Today's final race, the Rebel, coming up here from Oaklawn. You got to opt in. Don't forget to do that at NairaBets.com. Let's go back to Lafitte and Gary.
Well, the rain has arrived, guys. Perhaps not in time for Dash Attack, but it has arrived, Gary. So we know what the race looks like on paper. We know what's at stake. And now let's take a look at strategy and what to look for right from the start. Who do you think makes the lead when they hit the first clubhouse turn?
Cavad's going to make the lead, in my opinion, out of that one post position with Newgrange just to his outside going into the turn. Johnny's got to secure his spot going into that turn so he doesn't get shuffled back.
Newgrange with John Velasquez breaking from post position number 2, the current favorite. Some of the other contenders and what to look for early on. Chasing Time, Tyler Gaffleon takes over for Joel Rosario. Made the lead early on in that allowance race. We look back at what do you think his best spot is today strategically?
He's got good gate speed. I think he gets away from there in good order, gets into the first turn and sits just off the hip of Newgrange and Cavad.
And then Barber Road, Raylu Gutierrez, far back in his most recent in the Southwest, finishing second to Newgrange. What do you expect Gutierrez to do with Barber Road?
I think he's got to save ground. He's got to catch some breaks around the first turn, second turn. I don't think he's going to be good enough to circle 5 wide into the stretch, lose that amount of ground. Who knows how much he's going to improve today, but I think it's essential that he does get through, get some breaks during the race. Listen, you're going to ride these horses in today's race just like you're going to try and ride them in the Kentucky Derby. You're going to put them in positions that they may not necessarily like today, but they're going to be able to overcome it. That's when you know that you're riding a possible Derby winner.
What an opportunity for trainer John Ortiz. J.K. just celebrated his 36th birthday a couple of days ago. Says he normally doesn't like celebrating his birthday. This, he said, would be a real birthday present.
Well, happy birthday. I see you guys got soft and went inside. I'm not judging. I like the 9 Barber Road. Look, Newgrange on paper with the figures he earned. It's Bob Baffert coming to Oaklawn Park. We know how well his horses run at Oaklawn because it is a track that I think that being forward and being aggressive, it works well, and that's who Newgrange is. I do think the pace is going to be a little bit quicker today. It was honest last time, but I think the 9 Barber Road is the horse that could offer a little bit of value. Now, I don't want Barber Road to go 11, 12 lengths back like last time. I want a Barber Road we saw prior where a horse was a little bit more engaged in the race, a little bit closer. And this is a horse that broke slowly last time and lost a ton of ground, was wide around both turns, and not just kind of wide, like 5, 6 wide around both turns. And I think that this horse is going to run better here today and will hopefully come picking up some of the pieces if Newgrange doesn't show up. And I think that the price is right on the board at 7-1. But like Gary mentioned, Raylu has to find a way to get over and save some ground this time.
Well, let's go back, Andy, to the favorite for a moment. Newgrange, he showed sprint speed in his debut.
Oh, he's quick. I mean, Kavod may outrun him, but he's going to be right up there.
Where does he ideally want to be? You're John Velasquez. You're probably thinking you're on the best horse in the race.
I don't think you fool around with the best horse. I'm not saying he's going to outrun Kavod, but I'm with you. I think what you're implying, and I agree, is that he's going to be very forward. And I think he's going to be right outside of Kavod. I don't think he wants to let him get away that much. You know, I mean, the best thing for him would be to create a little separation so that he can get in a comfortable sort of stalking spot, right? The last thing you want is to slow down the field a bunch and get in that situation. He's quick. Kavod's faster. But Newgrange, I mean, it's not impossible that Newgrange's career ends up being better going shorter, right? I'm not convinced he's not. I'm not saying he won't go long, but I'm not convinced his best races might not be going a little bit shorter.
3-5 favorite. He steps in. There he is, the 2 under Hall of Famer John Velasquez for Bob Baffert. Perfect record on the line. Back-to-back graded stakes wins on this road to the Derby. Points he cannot collect. And the favorite here again in the Grade 2 Rebel. Can he remain perfect? Vic Stauffer with the call. The Grade 2 Rebel on the road to that first Saturday in May.
Then the last 2 to load will be Ethereal Road and Dash Attack. They're at the post. They're off. Good start for all but Kairama. Newgrange and Kavod right to the front. Chasing Time very close to those 2, and those are the 3 early. Then comes Unoho, Texas Red Hot into the outside Ethereal Road. Next comes Barber Road, followed by Stellar Tap and Ben Diesel. At the back of the pack are Dash Attack and the slow starting Kairama. To the backstretch, Kavod now sprints away, and he leads Newgrange by a full 2 lengths. Kavod the leader. Newgrange is second by a length and a quarter as Chasing Time has moved to the inside, and he's third and 2.5 from the front. Ethereal Road is close to the pace, so is Unoho to the inside. He's fourth now, and alongside Chasing Time. 2 lengths to Stellar Tap. Barber Road is at the rail, and he's moving up. Then comes Texas Red Hot, Ben Diesel, and Dash Attack. They're all about 7 from the front. Kairama has trailed throughout. At the half-mile marker of the 62nd Rebel, and it's Kavod in front. Kavod leads Newgrange, now only 3/4 of a length. Unoho Chasing Time between horses and a 3-wide Ethereal Road. They're all 2 from the front. Barber Road still has 5 lengths to make up. Ben Diesel's outside of him, and so is Stellar Tap, and Cavad has the lead. Cavad is in front, but New Grange is alongside in second, and Ethereal Road is running a big one 3-wide in third. Unahoho is back to fourth. Chasing Time is 5 off the lead, and here's Ethereal Road outside of Cavad, and these two are matching strides, and they've put 2 lengths on New Grange. Barber Road is next. To the outside, Chasing Time. It is Ethereal Road and Cavad coming to the wire. Ethereal Road has the lead. Cavad, Unahoho to the inside. Ethereal Road, a final charge from Unahoho. The 62nd Rebel goes to Unahoho from Ethereal Road and Barber Road.
It looked like Ethereal Road had this race wrapped up. Sensational performance, but the New York bred Unahoho, 75-1, takes the Rebel.
That was an excellent, excellent ride and trip on Unahoho. And I think to say it flatters early voting and suggest that Withers wasn't a much, much better race than it was would be foolish. Clearly, the 10 was best in here. He was 4 wide in the first turn, 4 wide on the second turn. He was close to a pace that essentially fell apart in the late stages. This was a tremendous performance by the runner-up, a terrible beat for those people like you and I who bet him. The horses that beat him saved ground the whole way. The horse who finished third, the late-running Barber Road. And New Grange, he's just not that good.
Much better beginning for the 10 Ethereal Road this time around.
Yeah, he broke almost too well. And there's no question if he had an inside post, he would have won. I mean, look where the winner is, right? He's on the rail right inside of Ethereal Road, who's out in the 4 path, the absolute 4 to 5 path. He never saves any ground from there. He's never inside the 3 or 4 path at any point in the race, and he just kept on running. Now, Cavad, we talked about, he was game. I mean, what did he lose, by 1.5 lengths in the late stages? He hung in very well. New Grange, it doesn't matter if he gets points or not. He's obviously going nowhere in this race. But I'll tell you something. A lot of people laugh that they shipped the New York bred down there. And he was, believe me, I was one of them. But if you don't think this flatters early voting, who did all the dirty work in that race, this were sucked up for the pieces in there. Was he a little lucky to win today? A little bit. But when you're 75-1, you're allowed to get a little lucky.
What a performance. A New York bred son of Lauban, Ramon Vasquez for Ricky Corville. At a huge number, as we said going in on this Triple Crown Trail, chaos can happen, and we just saw chaos. If you're Dwayne Lucas, even in defeat, you got to be really excited what you saw from Ethereal Road.
Well, one thing you know about Wayne Lucas, he's got 20 points on the Triple Crown Trail. He's not coming down. It's a silly call, but whatever. As long as Ethereal Road is sound, he will be in the Kentucky Derby. You can be sure of it. And I'll tell you something, not without a chance. This race might not come up particularly fast. I doubt it's going to be a stellar race, but Ethereal Road, he's going to the Derby.
So, objection, you see the 10 Ethereal Road and the 1 Cavad both flashing on the board, the 2nd and 4th place finishers. See if we can get another look at it and what exactly stewards are not going to be dealing with.
I don't know. It's hard to believe that that's relevant, but we'll take a look at the head-on. Why don't I just make $1 back wheel or something, Greg?
75-1 Unahoho, and yeah, beat by early voting, who got, what, a 79 buyer in that win?
78 or 79, but a pace, that's a race where my friend Craig Mulkowski, who makes the figures for Time for US, thought it was faster than the buyer did, and because the pace, he moved it up to a very, very high number. His number was close to a 90 buyer, taking pace into account because how fast the pace was. Unahoho was taking advantage. Send it to Lafitte?
Yeah, let's go to Lafitte.
Yeah, guys, with John Velasquez, who just rode New Grange, the odds-on favorite finishing off the board in the Rebel Stakes. John, what was the difference today? What went wrong this afternoon?
I don't know. I just think that he doesn't really like the track, though. He won last time, and I thought maybe having the race on the end of him, it got a little bit wet. And by the time I got to the second turn, he's sleeping, and the other horse got to him early, and I couldn't get away from it, though. He didn't stop, or he didn't actually go on, though.
How early on could you tell that it wasn't going to be New Grange's day?
As soon as we got to the second turn, he thought the bridle. I'm trying to get him back into the bridle. The other horse got next to me in the 3 pole, and I'm trying to get an Ivan. I went for the whip to wake him up, and he didn't respond. He's just going to stay the same way the whole way around.
I appreciate the time, John.
Yeah, thank you.
Greg.
Lafitte, thank you. Hall of Famer John Velasquez, always gracious, even in defeat. To make time for that interview has to be a very disappointing performance on a horse that he had to feel very confident coming in on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in some ways, if you're John Velasquez, it's a lot easier to take when the horse runs as badly as he did. I mean, Johnny, there's one thing Johnny will be saying. He won't be second-guessing himself for anything he did. I mean, he rode the horse perfectly. He's not that good. At the end of the day, his figures were okay. Obviously, he didn't show up. We never saw the head on of this, but it's not a race that came back pretty fast. It's going to get not that high a speed figure, but still, you have to tip your hat to the New York bred going there, right? We're here in New York, and we support the New York breds, and congratulations to these connections. And what a great ride Ramon Vasquez gave him.
Saved all the ground, got to the inside, and shortest way around proves best here in the Rebel, but even with this victory, huge performance from Ethereal Road, getting second. The 9 Barber Road checks in third, and Kavad hanging around for fourth in the end after setting the pace early.
Yeah, Kavad, we talked about it before. Kavad's a really neat horse. You know, I'm not saying that he's going to win any big races going long, but doesn't he feel like a horse that, you know, a Woody Stevens, and, you know, we'll see how good he is, but a kind of horse that could cut back at 6 to 7 furlongs that we could see do well. And my gosh, what a tremendous claim for $50,000.
Incredible.
Could sell him for more right now. A lot more.
Yes, indeed. That phone's ringing probably for a lot of these. Un Oho, New York bred son of Lauban out of an AP Indy mare. Risk a chance for Cypress Creek Equine. That objection sign is still up.
Even, you know what, Greg, I wish I had a 410 and I was sweating out the inquiry. Because, first of all, I'd have a chance to win. Second of all, if they took him down, I could really whine to you. You know, if you have a 410 exacta or you have the try or something, it would just be disgusting to get taken
Nothing's
down.
ever easy in this game, is it? Even if you get that home.
I know. You always got to suffer a little bit. We haven't seen a head-on, so without seeing the head-on, it's tough to determine anything. The good news is with the inquiry, now maybe we'll get home around 9 o'clock tonight. But, hey, the Nets game doesn't start till 8:30, so that's the good news.
Here's a look at the head-on. Let's see if we can decipher what's going on here. So white blinkers come on.
Yeah, this is preposterous. Why is it still blinking? I think it's
right
down. It's down. The inquiry's down, I think. I think the inquiry just came down.
Okay,
yeah.
It did. You saw late, though, did come over a little bit, take away some ground, but in the end, it looks like the result will stand.
Thank God.
So, Un Oho, you come out of this race, look, it's good to have a New York bred on the Triple Crown Trail, earning some points. You got Dwayne Lucas, who won earlier today with a filly, who may be heading to the Arkansas Derby. I would certainly think this horse is as well, Ethereal Road. Let's go back to Lafitte.
Massive performance, Ethereal Road, for trainer Dwayne Lucas, having to settle for second in this Rebel. You were just talking to your rider, Luis Contreras. What did he tell you, Wayne?
Well, he didn't think that the objection, would be called, so that's the first thing. But I'm really pleased with the race. You know, the thing, Lafitte, is we don't want to be in our best in the last of February. We'd like to, progress, and I think we're progressing. I think this is very, very important for this horse to show the speed he was. He laid up there, fourth, fifth a couple times, and for him to move like that and make that big move, we can build on this. We'll be okay.
After his first few races, a little lackluster, and then that big maiden win, you were asked, what was the difference? You said, if I knew that, I'd be a better trainer. Have you been able to zero in and figure out exactly what the difference has been in terms of improvement for Ethereal Road? Does I almost get run over here?
We've been working on that. We worked on the gate. We worked on his move, trying to make that big move. We picked up his gallops, trying to teach him a little something. But I think that he's got that ability to get the 2 turns even at the further distance, and I think that we are in really good shape right now, the 1st of March.
Do you walk away saying, we almost won the Rebel, we were so close, or do you say to yourself, we have a live one for the Derby?
That's right. I think we're in the picture. We picked up some points. We're not disappointed. Disappointment is some of the others. Look at the numbers out there, 75 to 15. I mean, if you had the superfecta, you could retire.
And by the way, pretty good 3-year-old filly in your barn, Secret Oath.
Yeah, she's pretty special. We've had a great day. This game's been so good to us, and we've been so blessed. And I didn't give a fortune for this colt when I bought him, and I think we got a pretty good colt.
Congratulations on a terrific day, Wayne.
Thank you.
That close, Greg. That close to a stakes sweep at Oaklawn for the coach.
Well, it's like the old days for D. Wayne Lukas. Stealing all the headlines. Take a look at the Derby points leaders, and Un Ojo vaulting into that second slot with 54 points now.
Well, the New York bred will be going to the Kentucky Derby. That'll make my friend Najah Thompson, who had the New York breeder, so he'll be excited. He'll be able to go now, too. So it's all good. A lot of racing to go. But Un Ojo, most of us thought they were absolutely nuts to ship this horse down to Oaklawn. Well, they weren't, and they just won over $600,000.
And how about a day that started with that Saudi Cup and a $200+ horse and ending in this cross-country Big Five with this?
Yeah, I'm going to say that this was one of the ones that wasn't covered. What do you think? How about if you had Ethereal Road in the Big Five, the cross-country Big Five, right?
Take a look at the cross-country. Here it is.
Not bad, 4 or 5, almost 3,000. All you need was one of those two horses.
Wow.
I had 3. I didn't use Green Light Go.
Close to impossible to have either of them. That's how difficult.
Wow.
The beginning and anchor legs were. Un Ojo, New York bred. Looks like he is moving on to Louisville. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back.
Consistently versatile with 22 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Spectacular return for Charlatan in the Run Happy Malibu Stakes.
But it's Nashville. Nashville under no stress whatsoever, winning it.
Lexingtonian comes back on the inside to win it.
All purpose, all places, all power. Spitestown.
Longines.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Red. Ready to go for a ride, buddy? I'm gonna miss you, Red.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation provides the best equine research to treat the horses we love.
I missed you, old boy.
We're back. Good to have you with us here on America's Day at the Races program, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. What a rendition of the Rebel. $1 million purse. It's a New York bred Un Ojo, that 4-horse, black cap, green silks on the fence, getting up for the win.
You know, one thing about racing, it's so much more sort of exciting and fun when you have crazy long shots sort of getting it done sometimes, even though you and I took a tough beat with a 10, than a big favorite winning. You know, this is just sort of fun to talk about. Whether or not this is a race that has an ultimate, factors in the Kentucky Derby doesn't really matter right now. It's just a huge win for the connections, and I am a bit of a homer at times, and I'm happy for the New York bred.
Yeah, and they all should enjoy the moment, the ones that performed well in here. How about Barber Road, too? Nice late surge to get in the mix late in this race. Jonathan, your thoughts on what just transpired here in Hot Springs?
Yeah, look, I didn't have a dog in the fight in terms of the stretch that you guys did with the 10 Ethereal Road, but that horse did run the best race. And I think a lot of times when we say these kind of things on the show, it might confuse people that we're trying to take something away from the winner. But as a horse player, I need to identify who ran well and who kind of got fortunate to get into that position, because the great news is a lot of these horses are going to get back into the same starting gate with one another in the Arkansas Derby, and now you have to make a decision on who you want to look to lean on. And for me, betting out of this race, it would be someone like Ethereal Road. There's a little bit of a concern with the 10 Ethereal Road. This horse is a half to turn to side who's a turf sprinter, so you have to keep that in mind when trying to make a decision about how much further this horse wants to go. But today, the winner of the Rebel was Unoho, a New York bred who got a great ride down on the inside while a lot of the other main competition was losing ground. And a lot of times that's how it all unfolds. When you can get a horse that's a long shot to win, they either get loose on the front end or the pace falls apart and they get a perfect ride. And I think that's what happened with the 4 Unoho.
And I love what D. Wayne Lucas said too. You don't want them to be at their best at the end of February. You want them to be at their best that first Saturday in May. And this was a big step forward for this horse who looked a lot more professional.
I bet him, so I wish he was at his best today. But no, of course. And listen, you don't have had the success that Wayne Lucas has had without understanding that. Everything's a process. You think of a horse like Will Take Charge, who I actually bet in the Derby in Preakness, and he ran okay, had some trouble in the Derby, but he put it together up in Saratoga, and he ended up the 3-year-old of the year. The Triple Crown races are the most important races for 3-year-olds, but they're very important races, and it's a long year. And just because it doesn't work out early doesn't mean it can't work out later.
Still got one more coming up in the nightcap in Hot Springs on this Saturday card on Rebel Day. 6 furlongs, a state-bred race, allowance optional claiming field, and Rolling Fork, 8-5 favorite right now. Ray Lou for John Ortiz. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, we'll see him in the nightcap coming up as well. It's been a long journey where patience has paid off for Francisco Arrieta, now one of the leading riders in Hot Springs.
Anybody going? 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. The rain coming down and now a sloppy track for this finale at Hot Springs. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Jockey Francisco Arrieta is living out his dream. He's among the leading riders at this Oaklawn meet, just his second full season there. But that dream early on may have seemed more like a nightmare. With few opportunities and even fewer visits to the winner's circle, he had to have unwavering faith to make sure that dream would become a reality. Francisco Arrieta's childhood dream was to become a jockey.
Because my first time when I see a horse, man, I fell in love. What a beautiful feeling, you know.
Arrieta, a native of Venezuela, moved his tack to the United States in 2014.
When I started here, it was hard for me, you know, to get a chance. I don't speak any English and I don't know nobody. It was pretty hard. I have to gallop like for 2.5 years and ride a couple horses, you know, it was really hard.
He would need a strong belief in himself because this dream would require plenty of patience. Over a 3-year span from 2015 to 2017, Arrieta rode 210 races, winning just 3 times. Yes, 3 years, just 3 winners.
For sure, I work every day, you know. Almost don't no day off, you know, working hard.
But patience, work ethic, and faith in God would lead Arrieta to finally break through as leading rider at smaller tracks off the beaten path.
I was in New York at the time. I started working for Robertino Dodoro, galloping, and I galloped for him like a year, and I asked him for ride horse, you know, and the opportunity didn't come in New York, so they moved to Arizona, so I asked him to give me the opportunity. So finally I moved with my family to Arizona and started riding over there. And that was unbelievable after that.
It's going to be Senor Friday to win the Turk Paradise Derby.
He's one of the hardest workers. You know, he's a very good worker, got a good attitude. He's a good rider. He's a kid that started right from the bottom up, paid his dues, and it was just 3-4 years ago where he was galloping and picking up claimed horses for us at Saratoga during the summer to make extra money. So he's come a long way in a short period. Like I said, he's a kid that started right from the bottom. So got to give guys like him a lot of credit.
Then Arrieta came to Oaklawn for the first time in 2021, and he won 50 races, finishing 3rd in the jockey standings. On the year, Arrieta's mounts earned $5.5 million, compared to $62,000 just 4 years earlier.
I like Arkansas. You know, it's a nice place, nice people around here. I used to be happy to be here, you know, and it's not hard to ride in this racetrack, you know, it's easy.
He also recorded his first Oaklawn Stakes victory in The Bachelor, aboard Jackson Traveler for Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen.
Well, I just remember that was a nice horse. He just break and go to the lead. That was an easy winner, you know, nice horse.
Jackson Traveler beat the gate and beats The Bachelor. Jackson Traveler in front.
For the boy who started riding in Venezuela at age 16, it's been a long, winding 16-year journey.
About 4 or 5 years, I was, Mom, I want to be a rider. She said, no. I told her, let me be a rider. I want to be a champion, you know. Don't worry about it. It took me 10 years to win my first title, leading rider. 10 years, working hard, no day off, no vacation or nothing, you know. So, but here I am.
Oh, what a great story, and persistence paying off for that young man, Francisco Arrieta. That is the one he will ride in this nightcap. There he is in those blue silks, Heritage Park. Certainly a contender in this finale from Hot Springs, just missed by a neck last time out. We'll have the post parade for you when we return.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Run Happy, the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. Run Happy is represented by Smile Happy, the Kentucky Derby individual future pool favorite. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful. Call Bernie Sams now and book your mare to Eclipse Champion Run Happy right now. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. You can play all the races with Naira Bets. Go to NairaBets.com, download that Naira Bets app, get signed up, and started. The track condition has changed dramatically here in the last half hour or so.
Amazing.
Or less. Here's a Fleet Sky won the debut.
Yeah, but he's going to have to get a lot faster to beat this field.
Did win in the slop first out. Captain Don Von Hiemel.
Has had a lot of chances, just 2 for 15 with 5 seconds.
Good night, Archie at 7-1.
Santana picks up part of a pace that could be pretty quick.
It was third behind the very talented Garhole last time out.
You love Garhole.
He's a talented sprinter.
He is your favorite
on
horse.
this circuit. Here's Twisted Dixie.
Yeah, this horse has had a lot of chances at 1 for 16 and just doesn't look fast enough. How about a win, though, in a maiden race?
Leo Del Rio, Giovanni Franco.
And Leo is going to need to get quicker as well.
Heritage Park, here's Francisco Arrieta on the 7.
I mean, his fast races are really good, but he may get embroiled in a pace duel with the horses like the 3 and 8.
Mo Choctaw, huge win in his debut, and then just did not move forward.
But he ran into Garhole, and that one just kind of broke his heart a little bit, and his first race was fast.
5:01 with Ken Tohill.
He's got back races that are good, but his last 2, including one in the mud, were not good.
Here's a horse who was a distant second to Garhole, Navy SEAL Calvin Burrell.
Yeah, he was. He kind of picked up the pieces for second, though, but he, most of his races aren't good enough.
Rolling Fork favorite went by. We'll get back to him, and there's UVC.
Yeah, I got a good stat, a negative stat on Rolling Fork I want to give. UVC, going to be outrun from the outside.
And also eligible draws in J.E.'s hand-me-down.
He's actually not impossible. He's a multiple winner with 34 starts. He just didn't draw that well. I got a stat for Rolling Fork, who is the heavy favorite, has not run 6 months. 4 to 8 month layoffs on the dirt for John Ortiz. He is 0 for 20 with just 1 hitting the board. Wouldn't want to take 9 to 5 on that horse. And I'll tell you something, they better get to the gate fast and put miners' hats on these horses.
Big day that lived up to the billing. Let's go to Lafitte and Gary.
You guys, the crowd's still kind of in shock from what we saw in the Rebel Stakes. We started the day with a 114 to 1 shot winning a $20 million horse race. And we say, like, maybe it'll be that kind of day. And in the end, it's a 75 to 1 shot in the Rebel. Gary, how was Un Ojo able to engineer the upset?
Well, first of all, he handled the racetrack, these nasty conditions with the downpour that came. And by the way, it's freezing rain right now. They need to get these jockeys back into the jocks room. But he was able to save ground, and they are loaded, or they are loading right now, I understand. But he got the save ground. He handled the racetrack, and a few other horses had wide trips. There's going to be a lot of, I'm sure, discussion about weather conditions today and the finish of this
Only
race.
reason Un Ojo was here. The only reason is because Mike Moreno, his owner, didn't want to run him in the 1-turn Gotham. He wanted a 2-turn race. That's why he was in the Rebel. But he is adamant, says Tony Dutrow, who oversees his training in New York, that he is going to go back for the Wood Memorial. Quickly, Gary, Newgrange talked to John Velasquez, said just didn't handle the track. What did you see?
Well, he obviously doesn't like it here at Oaklawn Park. He definitely didn't like it here today, so they're going to have to go back to the drawing board with him and figure out what's going on.
Craig, Un Ojo, America loves a one-eyed racehorse. Patch went off at 14 to 1 in the Kentucky Derby a few years ago.
Yeah, indeed. And we'll see if he can keep moving on this road to the Triple Crown. That was impressive. Finale coming up. Let's go to Vic Stauffer, race 12 from Oaklawn.
They're at the post. They're off. Heritage Park broke well, and so did Goodnight Archie. Between horses, Leo Del Rio, Captain Don's at the rail. Rolling Fork, UVC, and 501 are next. Then A Fleet Sky and Twisted Dixie with Navy Seal and J.E.'s Hand Me Down. Up the backstretch, Goodnight Archie has the lead. He's a length in front of Heritage Park and UVC. Captain Don is fourth at the rail. Rolling Fork is on the move. Between horses, 5th and 2 from the front. 501 has 5 lengths to make up. J.E.'s Hand Me Down to the outside and A Fleet Sky. Then comes Twisted Dixie, followed by Navy Seal. Then second to last is Mo Choctaw, and they round the far turn still. Goodnight Archie in front, but here's Rolling Fork to split horses and come on. Meanwhile, UVC is 4 wide. These 3 across the track. Rolling Fork between horses. UVC 4 wide. Captain Don on the inside. Goodnight Archie in with a chance. Twisted Dixie is 4 from the front. Then comes Mo Choctaw and J.E.'s Hand Me Down. Rolling Fork just in front. Rolling Fork, UVC, J.E.'s Hand Me Down in the center. Rolling Fork, J.E.'s Hand Me Down. It is Rolling Fork, and now Shortleaf Stable Incorporated are the all-time winningest owners at Oaklawn. That is win number 270 for John Ed Anthony. J.E.'s Hand Me Down second, maybe Twisted Dixie for third.
Well done, Shortleaf Stable. It's a lot of wins in Hot Springs. Rolling Fork off the bench.
Yeah, I remember Cox's Ridge, their first best horse when he was with Lob Lolly, and of course Temperance Hill as well, who was really tremendous racehorse. Well, John Ortiz is now 1 for 21 off 4 to 8 month layoffs on the dirt with 2 hitting the board, and this one got home 2-1 to wrap it up.
Big day that started off earlier on the road to, we're not sure actually, the Kentucky Oaks you would think, but Dwayne Lucas has high expectations for Secret Oath, and she kept moving on. He has toyed with the idea of maybe facing the boys in the Arkansas Derby.
I tell you, he sort of has to. I mean, she went a second faster than the Rebel. Is it possible the track changed a little bit for a little bit of rain? It is. I don't know, though. I think she's very, very, very good, and I know you agree with that. I hope he goes to the Oaks and doesn't get Derby fever, but I'll tell you something. It's going to be hard not to want a run in the Arkansas Derby. But I also wonder, Greg, after what happened today, I have to think it's going to pique the interest of a number of people to maybe come to Arkansas for that Arkansas Derby, a Grade 1. You know, they're going to say, well, nobody ran that race that I'm afraid of. And so
limited opportunities to get these points.
Yeah, I wonder. Now, you know, it's interesting. In general, mostly it's been Bob Baffert shipping there. And others, you know, they're locals that run there. We'll see what happens. But I have a feeling we'll see some new faces show up for that Arkansas Derby. Who they are, I have absolutely no idea. But she's good. I'm a big fan.
This was big time. 3 in a row for her, 4 of her last 5. Coming into this race, she'd won her last 2 by more than 15 lengths combined. It's tempting when you have a really good filly to say you want to face the boys. We'll see if that's the ultimate choice with Dwayne Lucas and Bryland Farm. Meanwhile, the Rebel. Always, not always, but usually a good move to take the shortest way around, and Oho did that.
Well, when you have that one eye moving down to the inside, and listen, this was a tough beat for us who bet on Ethereal Road, and he ran the winning race and ran terrific, but Oho just kept grinding away down the inside, and a lot of credit to Vasquez for saving the ground. A good ride, by the way, on the horse who finished third, got that good position from the outside post. He ran well in there. It may not come up the strongest race, but I got to tell you, it was thrilling. And Newgrange was exposed in here, in my opinion. You know, whether or not there was an issue that we won't see him again, I don't know. But it turned out to be a fun day and a fun result, at the very least.
Great afternoon of racing and potentially a superstar we saw in that Philly Secret Oath. We'll see what happens with these runners in the Rebel. But Dwayne Lucas, obviously with the filly, but he's got to be very excited too. What he saw with Ethereal Road, who did take a big move forward, was a lot closer to the pace today.
Yeah, no, he broke terrific, and he was wide. I mean, you almost wonder if he hadn't broken as well. It had been farther back if he would have made that run. But you have to like the fact that he was more professional and put himself in the race today. He's really a nice horse, and what a great day for Wayne Lucas. You know, with Echo Zulu sort of being a bit MIA, though she is working, clearly, Secret Oath is the leader of that division without Echo Zulu not knowing when and where she'll run.
We're back tomorrow, 3 Eastern start time. Green light go. Back in the winner's circle in a stakes race for the first time since he was a 2-year-old, back with Jimmy Jerkins. Dylan Davis had a 4-win afternoon. Secret Oath dominant in the Honeybee, and of course Unoho, the New York Red, the one-eyed wonder, taking the Rebel. We'll see you tomorrow at 3 Eastern.